I will die on that hill.
I absolutely love Miley Cyrus.
You have failed this.
Love this show.
The sickest night ever.
Is this? What are we doing?
No. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Call Guys podcast. I'm Gunner, also known as Chico Noise, 3-time podcast host, and it is episode 52. That's right, the episode we've been talking about for, I feel like, months now, and what we were going to be doing with this episode. And first of all, I just want to thank everybody that's participated, been helpful with the first year, that's been on, that's talked to us, it's come on. Colton, I want to thank you for sticking out the first 52 episodes. I can't believe we made it through this first year.
I'm just as surprised as you are, brother.
And
I didn't think I'd make it this far.
you did, and I'm proud of you, and I'm proud of myself for making it this far. And like I said, I'm just happy everybody that's helped out and been a part of the podcast through the first 52 episodes. So we're gonna dive right in. We're gonna go hard. And the first person for episode 52 tonight, he's been on the Call Guys 4 times. Beer 30, movies from the 2000s, based on a true story. And now number 4 for episode 52, we've got Snake Plissken back. Jake Everett. How's it going?
That is right. Thank you, Chico Noise, for that introduction. Even though Juan Keel wants to talk over it, tell him to preach a little bit. Thank you, Keel. Thank you very much. That's right. We are back. This is episode 52, and I could not be happier to join you guys and excited to just have a little brief stop here. I know you got other guests that we're going to be getting to as well. This is just going to be an awesome episode. Just appreciate everything you guys have done, kicking this thing off, getting it off the ground, that heavy lift that Gunner that you do in the background, Colton, the preparation you put in and week out to make sure this podcast is just top-notch. I just appreciate all of that pre-production work that you guys put in to make sure this is polished and given what the people want, and they want more of you. And go Chiefs. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. I do have a question before we get into
That
the
is
question.
an intro.
Yeah, the question that you brought us. And since you have been on the Call Guys, and this being your 4th time, what's your favorite moment from being on here? Do you have a moment that sticks out the most?
Ooh,
I might have asked this question before.
Yeah. Favorite moment for me. I think actually it would have been more recent. There was a recent email actually. I think it was episode 48 where we had a viewer talk about just Colton and I's relationship. They kind of commented on it a little bit. And to be honest, there have been a lot of moments leading up to just being a part of being I guess hanging out with Colton a little bit, because we've kind of grown where we used to be like college. We were in high school together, we were in college together, and this has kind of allowed us to continue to grow a little bit. And I just appreciate that people can even pick up on our close relationship that we have, and the amount of abuse,
The razzing,
the razzing that he does. That it's a give and take a little bit with it, okay? And I like that people can see that, and they can appreciate that, and I think that's what breathes a little life into it. But no, love being on. Beer 30 is definitely one I'll never forget, but I think just allowing other people to see Colton and my relationship a little bit, and the genuineness that it is, I think that's what I appreciate most. Being
nice.
part of it.
Yeah, very nice. I've enjoyed having you on all 3 times, and including this time, so it's been fun, and we look forward to having you back coming up for year 2. And seeing
I've been
what we can
vetoed
do.
every time on why you're here. So I just want you to know that.
I
There
know,
is a
I know.
vote, and I've been vetoed every time.
I can't wait to get to the point where it's Gunner and me giving that little give and take back and forth, a little bit. I'm learning more about you, learning what your likes and your dislikes are. The Colts beat the Chiefs in week 3, so it's fine. Like, it's whatever. Like, it's fine. Just like to point that out a little bit as you're wearing
Coming from the guy who wanted to wear a Trevor Lawrence shirt. To
I
the
did
game.
to the Jags game that I went to. I did. I was all team Jags going into that game, and I came out a Colts fan. So whatever. Okay.
Hey.
Hey, you
Oh
listen.
my.
You can't guard Pierce. Okay, and that one's for Jordan. That's a quote for Jordan on that. Can't guard Pierce. Okay, he's the only one that's gonna understand that. Anyway, I did have a question more for you guys a little bit, and actually, it's a little bit of a lengthy question, Colton. A big
Of
surprise on
course.
that one.
Who would have
But
thought?
I submitted an email, and I told Colton he couldn't read it. It had to be you, Gunner. You have to be the one to read it. But with this opportunity coming up on 52 now, I think I'm just gonna read it and kind of go with it.
Okay.
So it starts off, gentlemen, longtime listener, first time emailer. Love the pod.
Not
You
your
guys
first
are
email.
awesome. And party on, Garth. With that being said, I have an issue with episode 48, top 3 movies with cars. Why did Colton break from his entire character up until this point of being the co-host who fires from the hip and has hot takes ready to sling? Colton was over prepared to speak about cars and even berated the guest, Lil G Sumo Man, with year, make, and model of a car and demanding that Lil G Sumo Man tell the people the name of the movie. Why were you so prepared for this episode, Colton? I wait for your answer.
That's a good
when
question.
when Lucas came out and said that he said which Italian Job movie in a question, that he didn't know that there was 2 Italian Job movies. I felt like that needed to be addressed because we had just talked about in a previous episode with, a Snake Plissken, that people are forgetting that some movies are remakes of movies, and or people are thinking that these like real life movies adaptations are the real thing. And I was making sure and double checking with Lucas that he knew that there were 2 Italian Job movies,
Which he didn't.
which he did it. Yes, correct. So continue with your email.
It continues, unacceptable answer. What is also unacceptable is this group's acceptance of any Fast and Furious movies to be included alongside these wonderful art pieces. It's been a long time coming to put that franchise out to pasture. As a side note, I am appreciative that no member brought up the Transformers series, as I would have had to turn off the podcast and considered unsubscribing. Like and subscribe to the Call Guys podcast wherever you get your podcasts. I would like to present my own remarks concerning the top 3 movies with cars. Number 3, Speed. Starring a young Keanu Reeves before he was better known as Neo in John Wick. This continuously underrated movie grossed over $121 million at the box office and contains one of the most dramatic scenes with Sandra Bullock and Keanu sliding across the pavement on a hatch door at 55 miles an hour while the bus careens into an airplane hangar, strikes a Pacific carrier airplane, and explodes. Just magical.
False. This is already a terrible take.
Okay. All right.
I just also want you to know who are the two
berate
who
the
is the
guest.
who is the
Continue to berate the
who
guest.
is the
That's your-
director?
that's your
Who
line.
is the director of those last two movies you just said?
Number 2.
Who is the
Gran
director?
Tur-
Who is the
Gran Torino.
director?
This isn't a time for you to ask questions. I asked my question. Number 2, Gran Torino. Directed by and starring an elderly Clint Eastwood, a story of an American veteran coming to terms with a changing neighborhood. Portrayed as a bigot in the early scenes, Eastwood's character stands up for what is morally right and ultimately protects his neighborhood from the threat of gangs. This one does not make me cry, but I'm sure there is someone in this world moved to tears by the ending.
Oh my gosh, that movie is awful.
I'm just going to breeze past that. Some other honorable mentions include Baby Driver,
Good.
Triple X,
Ooh, solid.
Born Identity.
Whoa, Born Identity?
Yes, there's a 30-minute car chase scene.
There's a 30-minute car chase in every movie.
I know, but this is a really good movie that has a really good car chase scene in it. It's
Okay.
a movie with cars. I'm sorry.
I could be
That's what the
swayed.
primers were in there.
I could
I
be
mean,
swayed.
it was it was pretty lenient on the.
Yeah, you were uber lenient on that. And that is an intended pun for Uber, by the way. Thank you.
Sponsor
Blues-
us.
Blues Brothers. You really missed
Okay.
that. I said you really missed this one, Colton. I'm ashamed. Drive, Ryan Gosling. Oh yeah. Vacation. It's a movie about taking a trip, vacation. And Collateral was another honorable mention that was in there. Now, my number one was a movie that only grossed $63 million at the box office, but this 1997 science fiction film is described as, quote, in the colorful future, a cab driver unwittingly becomes the central figure in the search for a legendary cosmic weapon to keep evil and Mr. Zorg at bay.
Oh my
Do
gosh.
you know what it is, Gunner?
I know what
No.
it is.
You're gonna say it, and I'm gonna be like, "Yep."
Yeah, you are.
If
You're
you
gonna
don't
be-
know, Colton does. I literally wrote that. Colton, do you know?
I
I've
want to
spoken about it
say,
before.
I want to say a quote, but I just can't think of one right now from him.
That's right, Colton.
It's the Fifth Element.
Is my number one. Quite possibly one of my family's favorite quotable movies. I've spoken in length about it on previous episodes, and it holds up to this day. If you haven't seen it, you need to. That's all for now. I appreciate you both.
Oh my gosh, that's fantastic. Good email. Good email.
Yeah, thanks for the email there, Jake.
Yeah, where did I send that again? I couldn't remember.
thecallguyspodcast at gmail.com. That's right. The best
Thank
email
you.
of them all.
Okay,
best
first,
email of
next
all.
thing I want to do, I want to give a quick shout out to Logan from Tucson. Jake, could you you let that get that shirt, show that full shirt in
Mhm,
there,
mhm.
that full
Yep.
shot. I have to give a shout out to Logan because he gave me the link to this website, and that's where I got this shirt from. It is
What is the shirt?
it is one of the best movies ever made that nobody knows about. Movie called a little gem called They Live. And I have Jake's family to thank for mostly his dad for making me watch it repeatedly. And yeah, it's a fantastic looking shirt, and
It's pretty sweet.
It is wonderful, you know. And speaking of family, got to give a shout out to Lil J, you know, little Jordan man. He is gonna be on this pod, and he needs to be on this pod. There's a short list of people that we haven't quite got to that we're gonna get to. Lil J is gonna be one of them. Jordan, giving you the shout out. You're gonna be on.
That's right. And I just to say, Jordan, I know you're out there listening. I did invite you to episode 52. Colton just blew over you like a freaking windstorm and didn't even think about saying anything. So I'm covering
Uh,
my own ass on this one.
I, I, Gunner. So Jake, you're talking about the relationship you have with Gunner. The one thing you need to know about Gunner is Gunner will always roll over and take it. Okay.
Belly scritches.
Yep, that's all he wants. He does not look for the confrontation. He doesn't look for the quick backs. They just roll off the cuff. So he's completely random. So you're not gonna have. I'm an easy target. I know that because I enjoy the banter. I want all the smoke. Okay. Gunner, on the other hand, you gotta pick and choose, and then when you go, you gotta just run with it.
Yeah. I've avoided smoke my whole life. I hate campfires. I can't take them. Cigarette smoke, hate it. Any kind of smoke coming from Colton, same.
I mean, you should have saw the two pre-production meetings we had before the last two episodes, talking about the Chiefs-Eagles game, Super Bowl.
Just
and
walk away.
Hunter walked away like 3 times once.
That's right. That's right. But you know what? We're not talking about Super Bowl.
We're not.
I got the shirt on, but it's all good.
Man, it says chefs. That's weird.
Yeah.
You were checking it out.
Jake,
Checking it out.
Jake, appreciate you. 100%. Happy to have you.
Yes.
Anytime you're not busy. Anytime you want to come on and talk movies, sports, TV shows. If you just want to just come to an All About Us episode. I'm sure we'll have another one of those sometime here in year 2. Love to have you on. Just talk about life too. So
Hey, I am always available, always ready. I think that I've, like I said earlier, I've thoroughly enjoyed coming on now to the pod, the fourth time now, and just getting to know you a little bit better, Gunner, and calling you by the correct name, and you call me by the correct name, and just continue to expand upon.
it's hit or miss. It's hit or miss.
It is. We can keep that strung out for.
Oh yeah.
episodes on end on this one, and I know you've got year 2 ready to go. You got that mapped out. You got a roadmap for where we want to take the Call Guys, and I'm just proud of everything you guys have done and looking forward to where you take it next. So, on to the next guest, on to the next person. I can't wait to listen to this episode when it airs. Can't wait to see who you guys got lined up next after me. So, other
Well,
than
I,
that,
I
I
mean,
appreciate
let
you
me
guys.
let me throw my 2 cents out there for you, Jake, buddy. You know me. I say this all the time to you about you and your brother. I'll be the first one to beat anybody up that they say to beat up, but I will also be the first person to break their nose. So, it's all love, man. I just feel like we are brothers. We've been together for so dang long now. It's almost like you just can't get rid of each other. So I really want to, and I mean it. Thank you for coming on and spending time with us away from the wife and kids. And, I understand that. And I appreciate your time and I love you, man. And I hope we can do this more often and even get little Jay on the track here. And Gunner, you think me and him can go get the three of us in a room, and I think
That, that's my
you've been
sick
with
episode. That's my sick episode. So I have been in a room with all three of you.
it's quite the time.
Yeah.
So if anybody who enjoys the Colton Jake banter, wait till little Jay gets on here, and it'll be a pretty fun episode.
Yeah. There'll probably be no subject on that episode. It'll just be straight.
It'll be question of the pod and then argument the next 2 hours.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, Jake. I really do. I really do appreciate it, and I can't wait to talk to you again and get you back on here. So, I'm gonna create some cool transition, and we're gonna say, on to the next person.
And on deck, we have the one, the only, Nicholas Nordman.
Whoop,
Here
whoop.
he is, folks. Let's go.
Howdy.
Our Mandalorian Star Wars expert.
Obi-Wan.
Obi-Wan, yeah,
Obi-Wan.
that's true.
Yeah, that's right.
That was my episode. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wake up,
me,
Colton.
forgive me. Do you have any favorite moments that you've had while being on the podcast with us and Chris, and anything that sticks out to you that you remember?
I really enjoyed talking with Chris a lot because he was very much into Star Wars, just like I was into Star Wars, but he brought different perspectives to it, which was really cool to talk about and just converse.
Yeah,
Awesome.
we'll have to have you back. I know Mandalorian. When this airs, Mandalorian's been out for almost 2 weeks now, so it is coming up because we're recording this way early. But I'm
Yeah,
excited.
just so
I'm
you don't
excited for that.
Get ready for that episode because you're coming on.
All right, I'll prep for it.
Yeah,
Just
binge
do
it
it.
last day.
Yeah, just don't binge it.
Uh,
Oh my! So, a lot of you people know that I call people like my
Yeah.
calls that I get to call on Friday, and Nick has just informed me that he's got some work event that evidently is more important than talking to me on a Friday afternoon. So this is just going to be our little Friday call with Nick.
Those
so
were the exact words that I used. Also,
They were.
exact
Yep.
words.
Yep.
They were.
I
The
heard it.
disrespect. The disrespect. Okay, so first things first, what's this work event thing you got going on tomorrow that's more important than talking to me?
I am currently contracted to a High Rocks event, which is some kind of, from what I'm understanding, it's like a CrossFit type style of event, and I'm build and teardown crew, so good times.
Do they know you're like every bit of like 110 and you're really good at driving a golf cart and not too good at maybe swinging a hammer?
I can drive a forklift.
That's right.
Yes, you can.
I'm certified.
Oh my. Of course you are. I don't know if that travels to other states, let alone other companies.
What do you mean?
I'm sure
It's
it
a
does.
Universal certification.
Universal for
I don't have my wallet on me. I'd check my certification.
I know what Nick likes to do with his paycheck, so let's just leave it at that.
Buy forklift certifications.
No. You take the advice of a wise man once known as Terry Teeds.
Don't bring Terry into this conversation at all. That's not an appropriate conversation to
Did
have.
I don't think I told you this. Did you know he works for my dad in Elkhart?
Yeah, you told me that.
Oh my gosh. I saw him and he eyeballed me. And I was like, there's no way this dude's alive. This guy should not be alive at all. And he's
No.
looking at me. He's looking at me. He's like, man, you look familiar. I see the look, like the look he's giving me. And he comes up and my dad introduces me and he says, Colton. And he's like, it's like, boom, light bulb goes off on him. He's like, man, didn't you work at the U? And I was like,
At the
yeah,
U.
Terry, you were part of the summer crew that year. And you remember Nick?
Bringing that new
Norman?
warehouse
He says-
online.
He goes, that small little skinny guy that drove me around
He
places.
didn't remember me.
No, he did. He
No
did.
way.
He did. He did. So you must have left a good impression on him.
Just because I drove him around in a golf cart so he could smoke and supervise.
Dude, I'm telling you, that dude was a trip. That dude was a trip. So, man, how's your week? How's your week been?
Not a bad week. Got some good runs in. Decent stuff at work. Drove a forklift for a little bit at the warehouse. You know, not
course
too
you did.
bad.
How's what are you training for these days?
Training for the Little Rock Marathon, which is actually next weekend.
Dang. So you would have already ran this by the time this episode airs.
Yeah, by the time this episode airs, I will have already ran the Little Rock Marathon.
Nice.
What's your best marathon time?
2:58:36. Ran at Indy Monumental. Favorite marathon ever so far.
Very nice. Very, very nice. Half marathon?
You running people.
Half marathon? Probably the Indy Mini. It's a good one.
Yeah. Run on the track and all that good stuff.
Yeah, run a lap around the track. That was pretty cool.
Sweet.
That sounds awful. All that running you guys do.
It's lovely.
I don't see how it is. But anywho, Nick, do you care to tell the viewers that we have out here what you do with your life? Because I actually think it's rather intriguing what you do.
What I do with my life in general or specifically work?
Let's go with work first.
Let's go with work first. All right. I work for the Houston Marathon. I am venue operations, which is essentially everything that happens inside our convention center, as far as all of the planning that goes into it and all of the management, sponsors and vendors and all of that, all falls under me. It's the best way to
That's
put
crazy.
it. I've got some security stuff as well. I handle most of our security. I work with HPD and local security companies to make sure our event's secure, and with some of our other agencies. I have a little bit less affiliation with them, but yeah, public safety side as well, a little bit.
Very nice. Very nice. What is your typical race week look like for you? Because I know you don't talk to me.
No, I'm not. I don't have the time. Don't have the time. I
Shame.
don't talk to my mother.
I do know that. I do know that.
Viewers, my brother flies down to Houston to essentially be my secretary and gopher. Don't raise your hands. You wouldn't be able to handle all of the steps that we do.
Bold. Get things
His
done.
his knees would fall apart.
My brother flies down and he's essentially my assistant, gopher, secretary. He takes notes, makes sure like I'm online with my to-do list and everything. Our mom will call us during race week. She won't call me anymore. She knows I won't pick up the phone for her. She calls Curtis. And this year she called him. He picked up and he said, "Mom, this isn't a good time." And hung up on her about 10 seconds later.
No.
Not Nancy. Come on, man. You got to do better than that.
Yeah. So it's a pretty busy week with my job. I'm the very first person on site for our organization, and I'm the last person off site. There's a lot of different stuff that goes through me through our functional areas, different staff needs and things. So I get on site. I start building out the convention center for all of our pre-race services. It takes a couple days to do. It's about 3 city blocks of the convention center, just big open halls. Build that out in 3-ish days, 2 to 4 days, depending on how many days we have in our contract. We get on site for race day at 3 a.m. and close the convention center to the public at 2:30 p.m. and the next however many hours to tear down by midnight. You know, we tear it all down. So we get in there. Takes about 3-4 days to build the whole marathon. our footprint, and then it takes about 4 or 5 hours to tear it all down.
Phew,
That's crazy.
it's nuts.
That's
That's awesome.
crazy. So, I know this. I don't think Gunner knows. I don't know too many people know. But I think you have a really cool goal of yours, personal goal of your marathon running. Would you care to share that with the viewers and Gunner?
I would love to share that with
Okay.
Gunner.
Let's
I
hear it.
don't want the viewers to know
Okay.
though. So
Cut it here.
Um,
Gunner, cut, and Nick, go.
I'm working on running a marathon in all of the United States. So 50 marathons, 50 states. I set the extra goal on top of that to do it by the age of 50, and I'm trying to complete them all in under 4 hours. So
Nice.
it's an undertaking. I've got 8 states right now. Little Rock, Arkansas will be my 9th, and then hopefully by the end of this year I'll have 11, maybe 12, but probably 11.
So you'll be trucking right along. You'll be on pace.
Yep.
Very nice.
Hopefully I'll be ahead of pace. I'm also trying to do the world majors. If you're not familiar with running at all, there's 6 world majors. 3 of them are in the United States, Chicago, New York, and Boston. And then 3 of them are international, Tokyo, Berlin, and London. There might be a couple others added in the next several years, but right now there's 6 of them. I'm also trying to complete all of those. I've already done Chicago and Boston, hopefully New York in 2024, and then doing some international marathons as well.
World traveler Nick. Getting
Hopefully.
out there. Awesome.
Hopefully.
Dude, that's awesome. I think that is the coolest, one of the coolest goals that I've heard of somebody having out there. And I really hope you go for it. I hope you get it. And I want you to know that I wore my Houston Marathon hat the other day, and the first words out of this person's mouth were, "How did you get that hat? You don't run." And I said, "I don't have to run if I know the guy who's got the hats." You want to know who it was?
I know exactly who it was. I know exactly who it was because they talked to me after that.
That's great. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's
so
awesome. I told him I think I gave you a sweatshirt. You got me a
Yeah.
hat.
I got the
True love.
sweatshirt and I got a winter sock hat too.
Nice.
And they're back in Indiana for when I go home in the winter and don't pack enough stuff. I throw those bad boys on and there we go.
You're welcome. I give and I give and I give.
Yeah, so late February. I think we asked you the same question on your last episode. What is the weather like in Houston right now?
It's about 83 degrees today. Sunny. It was gorgeous. Yesterday was mid 70s, sunny, gorgeous. I had a beautiful track workout outdoors. It was pouring all day in Indiana when Colton called me yesterday. So yeah, my weather is much better than yours right now.
100%.
But
For
give
now.
it a
For
month and it's
now.
going to be very soupy air outside.
Yep. You
Very
get that
sweet.
nice humid air down
Good.
there. Now I do have family that's maybe an hour and a half away from me, so I like to make my trek down there and hang out with them. So love that area.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah, buddy. So do you have any type of questions you have for Gunner and I, or?
I have a question that Colton, you and I have not quite talked about, but almost talked about on our phone calls.
Okay.
Specifically, we've talked about the best zombies storylines in Call of Duty,
Yes,
and
we
you and
have.
I would agree, Infinite Warfare, top tier. But I'm curious with Gunner as well, because I've played a little bit of video games with Gunner more back in the day, but
Hmm.
I'm curious what your guys' favorite storyline video game is
Ooh,
at all. Like overall, any system.
that's a great
Man.
question, Nick. Great question. And I'm gonna come out of the gates hot with this, and I'm gonna say Gears of War.
5 games? 5 games? 6 games?
Oh, geez, I don't know. The later ones aren't the greatest.
Okay.
I think they've got 6 though, or no, I think they got 5, but they're making a Gears 5, but they have a couple other Gears games in there, I believe. But anywho, I'm gonna go with the Gears storyline because it's the first one that I ever played co-op story mode, and it had me hooked ever since. Jake and I, that's one of the games Jake and I played all the time, is that storyline, and I really enjoyed that storyline a lot. I think it's far enough out there, but yet doesn't feel like it's far enough out there for it to seem not completely unrealistic, but it's super unrealistic. So I just like how they made it. They made you care about Dom and, oh gosh, the other guy now I can't think of his name, but Coltrane. I still can't remember the other main guy. I want to say Alex, but I don't think it's Alex. I know it's not Alex. But anywho, that's mine. I'd go with Gears of War.
Did you start playing on original Xbox or was it 360?
The
It's
original.
OG?
Yep.
Oh, the black and green box.
Yep.
OG split screen.
Yeah, beautiful. Oh man, this is a toss up for me. Does Fortnite count? No, I'm just kidding.
I'll judge you pretty harshly for that.
No, I'm gonna toss it up because there's one storyline I played countless times through, and that's Modern Warfare 2.
Mm.
It was just a great story with and that was Pierce. Pierce was in that, right? And Ghost, or was that
Price.
Price, yeah. Price and Ghost. But I'm gonna have to say Destiny 1. I love the storyline and just the way that the whole game works and the way that they've carried it on into 2 and actually played through the whole thing there. But I don't know if I could pick between the two of those. They're just both super fun storylines, super fun games. I miss Modern Warfare 2, the playing it and playing with all the guys and 1v1 sniping, quick scoping with Lucas all the time. Yeah, that was always a blast. And
intervention quicks all day.
But that was a fun storyline to play.
What about you, Nick? What would you say is yours?
Well, I was thinking about it a little bit, and I was originally going to say Skyrim because it has such an immense playthrough, but I don't think the storyline is top tier. I play it all. I would play it again, and I've got multiple accounts on it and played it all the way through, spent hours in it. But Colton, you was it yesterday? You asked me why I like the Resident Evil series so much.
I don't get it.
It's the Resident Evil series. I've got all the games. I just got, I think last year, Capcom released a sale on Xbox, all of their games. They had remastered them. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to buy the first one. I don't have it. I need it because I need all of it for the collection. I started playing them when they released 4 for GameCube. And it was a pretty good storyline, but I didn't, understand the whole scope of it because I didn't play the first 3. They released 5 after that, completely new type of virus. Then they released 6, 7, 8. I played all of those, very into 7 in college. We turned all the lights off in our house and we were playing with all the guys and everything. It was great. But then I bought 1, 2, and 3 on this Capcom sale, and 1 is tough. If you've never played Resident Evil 1, and you're not used to the kind of gameplay that it uses. So it uses the perspective of almost like a security camera in the corner of the room. It's not first person or third person.
This is like PlayStation 1, right?
This is PlayStation 1, I think.
Yeah.
When you enter a new room, the perspective completely changes. And sometimes when you enter halfway into the room, the perspective changes to a different corner of the room. So it's real trippy on how like you play in compared to all of the games that I have played, because I'm used to first person and third person shooters. But I really like the storyline, how the characters they're introduced in different ways at different games. I started in Resident Evil 4, and you play as Leon, and he's introduced in, I think it's the first game, and then 2 and 3 skip him, and then it comes back to him. So I like how it kind of introduces the characters throughout, and it's following the company umbrella. And every time that you think you finally beat them, they just like, yeah, well, zombie, like the company itself is the zombie. They just come right back.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. I was thinking because I was contemplating Fallout New Vegas, but I think I just love that game as a whole. And the main storyline is, to me, it's okay. I've replayed it like you have replayed Skyrim,
Yeah,
because that's
that's
another. That's the
that's
same thing
exactly what
we
I
talk
thought.
about. Yeah, it's the same thing I was thinking too. But that story, Gears of War, just gets me every time.
I actually might have to throw GTA 5 in there too. The
Mm.
multi playthroughs, you could choose your story and all that. That's fun. But
I got convinced to download GTA 5. And I owned it for 5 minutes before I never played it again.
Oh,
oh god, I put way too many
Yeah.
hours in that game. Within the first week I had the game, it was when everybody was doing all the money hacks and stuff. And I entered a lobby and I got killed and my game crashed and I had to get back in and I came back in and somebody money hacked me $999 million. And I was
jeez.
sad. I was like buying everything. Good times. Good times. And then Rockstar took it away, but
Oh man, Nick, great question. Great question.
Yeah.
And that is unfortunately all the time that we got for you, because we got a bunch more people coming our way. I want to say first and foremost, thank you, brother, so much for making time for us to come on and spend some time out of your evening with us. I enjoy getting to talk to you not only on Fridays, but anytime we get to talk. I love me some Nick Nordman here. So good luck with all your marathons you're running this year. Stay
Yes.
healthy, stay fit, stay spry. Good luck with your race next
stay
year.
spry.
Next week.
Yeah, well, I know that one, but I was talking more about the Houston Marathon next year.
Oh, we're gonna
Oh,
talk
we
to him
got-
again
that's a
before
lot
he
of
gets
time.
that.
I
Yeah.
know.
A
I was
lot
gonna
of
say-
time before then.
I was gonna finish it with, don't binge watch Mandalorian season 3 the week
Last
before
minute.
we record.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll try not to.
I appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah. Thanks, Nick. See you later.
Later.
On to the next one. All right, we've got the Emperor here, episode 52. He's back. He was just on episode 50 for his birthday a couple weeks ago, and
It's
How-
my birthday. It's my birthday.
I'm surprised you could stay up this late.
I know. I got my Depends on. It's all good. Thank you.
Oh, good.
doesn't
Thank
have to
you.
get up to go to the bathroom anymore. He can just do it in bed.
Oh,
The
my
Emperor, who has been on the Call Guys podcast, oh gosh, 5-6 times now. We've got episode 10, we've got the Die Hard question, the Halloween episode, episode 50, and then any other time he's popped in to come hang out with us and just kind of chit chat for a little bit. Emperor, thank you for letting us do our thing. Thank you for letting us create this podcast, and thank you for letting us last through 52 episodes.
Yes,
Listen.
I was getting ready to say that too. Just thank you for putting up with our shenanigans, and I'm just glad I'm doing this podcast with your son, because if it was just me on here taking the reins, I don't know, you probably would have genocided us out the garbage chute somewhere and had some monster eat us down there. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
thank you so much for allowing us to be a part of the empire.
Well, I'm so happy you guys decided to go ahead and take the reins. We look back, like we've talked about this in past podcasts. I know you guys have. The Call Guys was basically supposed to be just a piece of Golden Image podcast, but I remember listening to the first Call Guys demo. And
The Colton call.
the Colton call, and I remember looking at Gunner going, yeah, listen, no, this has to be its own podcast, and you need to work this out, see if Colton's on board. And you guys have done once again, and I've said this every time I've come on here, you guys do the work other than just recording. I mean, that's a lot of work and research you guys put into stuff, and I'm always amazed at you always come with, well, this movie was in 1984 and, it directed by and all this. You guys do such great work. And I look forward to being or listening to the shows every Monday morning when I'm heading off to work and, and yelling at my radio.
Fueling the
way that we-
DeLorean.
doing it the way we do. But yeah, I'm thankful you guys are here doing this. once again, the greatest show that nobody's
No,
listening. Nobody's
that's
listening to.
right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So
Eventually, you
always
know
a
what?
fan.
It'll happen. We've talked about this too in our monthly meetings. We talked about how it just takes the time to get it to where it needs to be, and watching Two Sops succeed and watching the Murdnerds succeed and just having fun on Indiana Chiefs fans and Golden Image podcast and listening to A Quart of Books and Booze. Like every podcast that's under this umbrella is fun to listen to, and everybody's putting in really good work, and I'm enjoying every moment I listen to it and every moment I'm actually recording, and it gives me something to do in my evenings, and yeah, it's a blast to do,
You never
especially the call
never
guys.
did you ever think that you'd be at this point in your life that you would be excited to sit down and do a podcast and do stuff like that? I mean,
I don't know.
If you would have told 18-year-old Colton that this is
You're
what
gonna
he'd
do
be doing
Yeah,
when
hey
he's
Cole,
32,
you're gonna be doing a podcast about movies here in about 14 years.
with Gunnar Golden.
Yeah, who's that? Who's
Yeah,
that?
I'd be thinking, the dude with the Radio Shack?
That's
Oh,
right. Well, it
man.
was my dad's radio station, but I was on there on Monday nights. If you go back and ever listen to
It's
a
true.
vintage episode,
We
of-
called it the
I don't know.
horror show. Actually, we never recorded any of those episodes.
Really,
Yeah, so they're just kind of lost to oblivion. But sorry, man, I don't know why we didn't
I was
do
wondering why I've never been on a vintage.
it.
Gunner, yeah, screw him. He doesn't need to be vintage.
No, it wasn't that I like bypassed over them. They're not there. I mean,
That's all right. I probably sound stupid back then anyway, so
Oh
I
my
sound
God.
stupid now. So why would I sound stupid then?
we used to have so much fun on that radio show. Even going back and listening to some of those old episodes, and that's where I found my love of doing something like this and talking, and that's why with the vintages are running out. I don't have an endless supply of those. What I have left at this point is basically just us sitting around and bullshitting for 2.5 hours, and we put some of them out, but they're not all that interesting. So with this new thing that I'm planning on doing, where I'm interviewing people for those, we're gonna fill those vintage weeks. Man, I love to interview people, and I found that love while doing Golden Image Radio and meeting with the bands and learning how to make that flow and
Yeah.
listen to what they're saying so you can pick up. I hated the fact that there was like a standard question. It was like, oh, so what were your influences, or who got you into playing music? I mean, that shit is so boring. Nobody gives a fuck. But if somebody comes on and says something and you're like, well, hey, tell me about the 9 iron and what happened that night in in Las Vegas, that you pick up on these things that people are talking about, and yeah, it's just a lot of fun. That
So
9 iron
the 9 iron.
was really a good story.
So you talk about these interviews, which I know you've talked to me about them being super excited to do them. You've like you've said you've done just this week, being your birthday week, your week off that we're recording this. You have 3. You've
Yes.
done 2, and you have 1 more coming up.
Yep.
And I mean, I don't think I've ever seen you so excited to just like get on and
Yeah.
interview some people. So I'm excited to hear some of these interviews. And what do you say that's going to be April?
Yes, we'll actually release those. We'll go ahead and finish out March with the vintage, and then April we'll start with the new interviews. I'm kind of kicking around the whole interesting people doing interesting things, but it seems like a mouthful. So I'm looking for an actual title. So
Yeah.
So Colton, hit me up. What's my title?
Oh, Colton's got the ideas.
I know he does. Yeah.
He's going to be pondering that all day tomorrow at
You
work.
have no idea how that's gonna bug me.
Yeah.
Just text me. I need something short and simple and sweet and
What's the original name you have right now?
interesting people doing interesting things. So like A-Dog, I interviewed Aaron Budinsky. I always mess up his last name.
Budinsky.
We call him A-Dog. A-Dog is a former 103.9 The Bear DJ. He actually has his own DJ service, Michiana Party Service, or Yeah. He worked on Golden Image Radio. He was one of the jockeys that we had on Golden Image Radio. And he's a disc golfer. I mean, there's a lot involved in this guy. A former Marine who's still very involved in charities revolved around the Marine Corps and the birthdays and all that stuff. I mean, he's a very interesting guy. Uh, Julie, I just did. Um, lives in Fort Myers, Florida, is a real estate agent. They call her the Queen of Operations because she covers their marketing and their graphic design, and she is a pivotal person in this real estate company down there. And then Chris is the director of the Bremen Public Library. And that's the one I still have to do yet, so I don't have a ton of information on what all that was. But I'm excited to do these. So
You do what for a living? That's still too wordy. Still too wordy. I don't like that one.
You do what
You
for a
do
living?
what? I
That's
like
not
that
bad.
though.
That's not bad.
You do what?
So-
Oh yeah,
So I do have a question for you before. I'm
Oh,
assuming you
okay.
brought. I'm assuming you brought a question for us.
I did bring a question.
Here we go.
What is your goal for the Empire in 2023? What do you want by New Year's Eve?
I think the big thing right now is prepping the marketing and getting the listens, the streams is the big thing, because with the streams is going to come the ad revenue. And the other big thing that I really need to buckle down is the website, so we can get our merchandise on there. The plan in my head is that we use we have a specific spot. It's going to be goldenmojo.com, and we're going to have all of our merch links on Golden Mojo, so everybody can get to each of these merchandise things. So there'll be a Call Guys merch, there'll be a Murdnerds merch, there'll be a Golden Image, and with a little bit of Fat Billy Ray approved in the middle of it. You know what I'm saying? I want that T-shirt, but we've got to with the group that we're going to use, we have to have a website up and running with e-commerce. So that's there. Patreon, we're working on Patreon with the United States Paranormal, trying to get that built and figured out. So basically the goal is to get as many streams as we can, and get people listening, and to build on that ad revenue and make some dollars, so that we're not looking like we're spending a ton of money to make very, very little. So
yeah,
I know that's a bad way to think about it. I mean, I love doing the podcast, and I'm not going to stop putting in the work to do podcasts, but in the grand scheme of all of it, in order to keep this train rolling, we're going to have to figure out some sort of financial gain in the end. So I would like to see us have a few ads with a shit ton more streams by the end of the year.
I agree. I think that's a good goal, especially for us. I mean, I feel like you say we're the greatest podcast nobody's listening to, and I feel that every week when I look at our downloads, our numbers, and all that stuff. I'm like, I know we can do better, but how do we get there?
Well, I think that your posts that you've been doing have definitely helped in keeping your numbers at the highest point that they've been at.
Yep.
I mean, literally, your numbers are way up. I mean, if you look at kind of what it's been in the past, and people are going back and listening to old episodes all the time, so those old episode numbers are coming up. So what you guys are doing right now, as far as going on there and building that social media presence, is brilliant, and I hope you guys continue. And I know, once again, it's a lot of work, man. That is a ton of work. And I watch them, like them, and share them as much as I possibly can to help post or to put them out there. So
yeah.
And people still talk to me about this, like, oh, I saw your post on Facebook, or we saw this on TikTok, or whatever. But so yeah, keep up the good work there.
We will. We will.
Yeah, I know you guys want to succeed too. I mean, Colton, come on, tell me, 18-year-old you would have been like, yeah, go screw yourself, I'm not doing a podcast. But at this point, do you feel like when people talk to you about the podcast that you know and have listened to it, doesn't that kind of give you like a warm fuzzy a little bit, and you're like, yeah, I kind of like this. This is kind of great.
I don't get that.
It's not people. It's the people you don't expect that come up and
Right.
say something like, so you have a podcast? And it's like, I do. and
Right.
then you feel like you're like smug. You're like, yeah, I do.
a lot like me talking about basketball, Jeremy. I'm just not a big.
I can understand that.
I'm just I'm like, oh, cool. I'm more like, oh, sweet. You listen. Like, what do you like? Like, did you listen to the last one? Or I know people are at my most main question as kids say, what'd you guys record this week? What do you guys got coming up? And
Yeah.
Right on.
I like those questions. But yeah, I hate talking like that. You know that. I just get.
But you don't talk
awkward
about but I mean, it still makes you feel like, oh man, that's pretty cool, because this person who I would have never thought listened to our podcast is listening to our podcast. And
I guess I could see that. Yeah.
I get that occasionally, and not a ton, but most of the people, listen are ones that I've talked to and, handed out cards and so on and so forth. So, yeah.
18-year-old Colton would have also said, why isn't he doing a podcast about sports?
Well, then there's that. Yeah, there is that. Yeah. This should be a basketball,
Listen,
love and basketball.
Colton,
What?
3 years ago, what did you always call me about on the phone? What did you always call me to talk about? Movies, TV shows, video games.
Yeah, it was. That's
We've
true.
thrown some sports in here. It's happened.
Yeah.
Not a lot, but
I was gonna say we do hit our bread and butter has always been between you and I.
yeah,
Has always been movies, video games, TV shows, and then football. Because I know you're not a big basketball guy, and that's okay. Don't care. Like, your big sport is football. So
Yeah.
if we got to talk football all the time, we'll talk football all the time, and I can do that. And
I'm not very good at talking about football though. If you never noticed.
you are a great fan supporter. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you want in a fan. You want a guy like Gunner, a guy who's a humble winner, who just says, "That's what we do. We win. Let's win the next one. Let's do
Right.
it next time." And not a big in your face guy about it, and I appreciate that. So
Never.
a humble winner.
All right, Emperor, what do you got for us, question wise?
All right, here
Oh,
is
crap,
your
yeah.
question of my section of the pod. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
If you're stranded
Oh, God.
on a desert island, have you guys had this question?
No,
Oh, I
but
don't
I have a
know.
feeling it's gonna be odd.
If you're stranded on a desert island and have three things in your backpack, what three items do you hope are in there when you open it up?
That I hope are in there.
Yeah. What three items are in there? What three items would you?
What three items would
yeah,
be
what
in
it-
there?
Yeah, the wording of the question is a little weird, but what three items are you taking with you? Well, obviously, if you're going to get stranded on a desert island, you probably have fucked up somewhere in the beginning of that. So
Bad
What are the
plane
odds-
ride.
what are-
Bad
what are
plane
the,
ride.
What are the
Bad.
odds I've got a plane, a
Yeah,
bag
yeah.
ready to go?
but you happen to grab a bag and it has three items in it. What do you hope is in there to help you survive living on this desert island?
Okay, let's get some things out first. Where is this island located?
Middle of the ocean somewhere.
In the middle of water.
Which ocean? Which ocean? Are
Pick
we?
it-
Is it the weather
this-
nice? Is it cold out? Is it tropical? Is it 110 degrees
let-
every day, or is it
it's-
like 75 and breezy?
It's
It's
that's
Wow, I
supposed to be a hard question.
Didn't realize that I'm going to have to get in detail here. Listen, it is 57 at night, but it runs about 82, 83 during the day. There's a nice breeze coming from the west, not the
Okay.
east.
Okay, so I got an idea where we're
There
at.
are palm trees, so you could possibly have coconuts on this island. I don't know that there's any boars or pigs of any kind. So
Okay, good to
But
know.
not Sea of Thieves.
not si- so you just gotta imagine.
Just gotta imagine. Okay.
Okay, the first I would definitely need a cutting tool, whether it's a machete or a knife. Probably a knife. just
Uh-huh.
as something small that would be in a bag. Man, I would almost think I'd want a flint and steel just for fire, just to hope it's in there, something to light a fire with, and then I got the clothes on my body. Hopefully, I was coming from Indiana during the winter, and I had my winter coat on me and some nice jeans and comfy shoes. But I would definitely want like some sort of cover, like a blanket or something in there, whether that's like a smaller blanket. But yeah, so a knife, flint and steel, and a blanket.
All right. So Colton, before you answer,
Oh,
I wrote down mine. Let me
okay.
hit mine
What do
real
you got?
quick.
What do you got?
Okay. So I had like a multi-tool with a saw and like a small hatchet. I had a
Okay.
flint right on the same wavelength there, Gunner. But I also had a solar powered radio. I mean, I didn't want to.
Cheater! Cheater! You want some music, or do you want to be able to get a hold of somebody?
I just know like music. Because if I'm going to be on a deserted island in the tropics, it's a little music just to get me through. But it has to be solar powered because
Reasonable.
you're not going to have any electricity or batteries. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, when you were saying those first two, I'm like, that's exactly what I was thinking.
I mean, I was thinking if you're out in the middle of nowhere, you're not gonna have cell service. There's
Right.
no way, right? So
Yeah.
you're not gonna be able to have a phone. If you had a phone, you could just call somebody and get out of there. But
What about a satellite phone?
Oh, that's
there you
true,
go.
but
There you go.
that's true. I mean,
I guess that's item number one in my bag.
Satellite phone. Who carries a satellite phone, Colton?
yeah. I
I want the
one in my
black
bag.
box. I want the black box from the plane. That way I can just set it on the island. That way they can find it.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
gonna be
I
in your
will-
backpack.
I will try to be as serious as I possibly can. Okay. I think I would go with I think I would obviously go with some sort of I think I would go with like a hatchet hammer type of material.
Uh-huh.
For one, and then flint is fire is very, very important. So
Yep.
yes, you would need that. And outside of the satellite phone, I guess I would want string, nylon maybe. I don't know. That way I can either use it to a big old roll of it. That way I could use it to fish, I could use it to make shelter, I could use it for clothing, I could use it for multiple things. But I think those are the three things that I would want.
Right on.
Outside of obviously a satellite
phone. Man,
Nobody said anything about a blow up raft. I mean, you have to be.
I mean, I'm not going out in the ocean. I'm gonna
not
stay
that
there and I'm
desperate.
gonna try to survive. If I don't survive, then I was supposed to die on that island.
You died in paradise, right?
Yeah, but I don't know that. Man, I don't know. There's just I don't know if I could be the one to go out. I mean, you would eventually learn how to spear fish and do all that stuff, right? But like, I don't know that the technique would come as quick as like you'd see it in a movie, right?
Right.
It would take time to learn how to do all that stuff. The flint and steel, the building of a little hut or fort, just something to sleep under so you're not getting soaked by rain. Like, there's so much that you would have to like teach yourself in such a short amount of time to be able to
I think
survive.
the big thing would be to figure out something to collect water when it rains because you
Yeah.
can't drink you can't. I mean, obviously, you
salt
figure the
water.
islands and in the ocean and that salt water, you're not going to drink that. Although, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think rainwater would be one of the first things that I would try to figure out how to collect if I was out there.
Hopefully, a bucket washes up on shore or something.
See, I'd be
but-
thinking, how do I boil it? How do I boil water?
Well, yeah. You'd have
Can
to
you
have
boil
some-
this? Can you boil the salt out of the salt water?
If you're thirsty enough, you'll try to figure it out.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true. Okay, what if it doesn't fucking rain for
be
like
building
10 days?
building a filter and
Drinking my own urine.
hey, you put that in a snake skin. I've seen Bear Grylls do it.
The Bear Grylls.
I've seen
Emperor,
it.
as
Dumb
always,
stove.
thank you so much for coming on with us, being a part of our shenanigans. I feel like we are your reprieve for running the actual empire. This is your moment to come over here, blow some steam, have some fun, just joke around, and just have a good time because you're too busy being serious on every other podcast you're on. So I really appreciate you coming on and spending a little bit of your night with us.
I love being on the call, guys. It's always so much fun. I have to make sure that if I could, I'd be on every goddamn episode. So let's not deny that fact.
We got a third call guy.
If I could be on, but you guys are doing such a great job, and keep up the good work. And congratulations, episode 52. That's a whole year. Congratulations. You guys have broke over the 3,000 mark in the year. So congratulations. It's awesome.
Hey,
I love it.
I'm excited to see what happens here in the next 52. So
Right on. Yeah, I am too. I'm excited to see what's going on.
yeah.
It'll be great. Wonderful.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Emperor. Thanks, Golden J. All the
Thank
different names
you,
I've called
thank
you
you.
in the last
Thank you,
10
thank
years.
you,
That's
thank you,
golden.
thank you.
What is it? Golden Jazzy J now. But
Golden
I got to be
Jazzy J.
hip and woke since I'm over 50.
That's right.
Oh my.
That's right.
You'll have to
All
ask
right.
Logan about that later.
We will. He'll be on here just a little bit. So
All right.
all right. On to the next one.
Later.
Welcome back here, folks. We got our first duo of the night. We have Little G Sumo Man, the Type 1 himself, Luscious Schaefer, and his beautiful wife, Sydney Schaefer.
That's right. Wait. Let me get the episodes here. Lucas has been on 3 times. This is number 4 for him. He was just on not too long ago for Movies with Cars. He was on for the DC episode and also Beer 30. And then Sydney, probably one of my favorite episodes. One of my favorite episodes.
My favorite too.
Yeah, was the Disney episode where we talked about our vacation to Disney.
I was going to say we have one of the highest rated episodes host here in Sid, and we have one of the lowest rated hosts here with Lucas.
You don't have to keep reminding me, man.
Always.
He told me that in the car today. He was like, "Yeah, your Disney one did really well," and I was like, "I
did.
didn't know that."
It did.
It did fantastic. Everybody thought you did great. Said you stepped in on short notice and just knocked it out of the park. So
Thanks.
He did.
again, thank you for that. Talk about what are some of your favorite moments from the Call Guys this year, whether it's you were on it or
Listen.
yeah, you listened to it, you watched this on YouTube. Like, what would be one of your favorite moments?
Well, that's a good one. You want to go first or me?
You got it.
I think the thing that I like the most is knowing more about like your guys' special interests. Rather like, what's the play that you really like, Colton? Like I would never have guessed that. It's the
What, Newsies?
Anastasia.
Oh, Anastasia, fantastic.
Right,
Love it.
like I had no idea that like listening to those types of topics and then finding out like, oh yeah, he actually does like that, and that's something that I could relate to. It's not just about like bang bang shoot 'em up movies, you know what I mean?
He is a
Um,
gangster film guy.
Or like La La Land. Like I never would have
Oh,
guessed you were a fan.
I'll be honest, I almost watched that the other night, and it was
Uh-huh.
like 10 o'clock when I got home, and I was like, it's too late to start this because I need to get sleep tonight.
Yeah, like it's just like those things that I
Such
was
a great movie.
I was surprised that you guys like, because I like them too, and
You
I don't
thought
know, I
what
just
that
love
we
the
couldn't be
banter
we
too.
couldn't like girly movies.
Right.
Hey.
Well, that,
Quote.
yeah. Well, and I
Well-
also like I know that you guys love Disney, but like it more than like musicals and plays and stuff like that.
I mean,
Yeah.
Newsies. I will die on this hill that Newsies is one of the greatest musicals Disney has ever made,
yeah.
with the top tier actor that nobody knew about when they filmed that movie in Christian Bale.
Yeah.
Well, I just want you to know, Sid, I grew up watching a lot of TV with my mom. I mean, we watched TV together at my nana's house, whether it was at home, whatever. And I watched a lot of shows. I watched a lot of Hallmark movies. Like I always enjoyed watching those. The one show that sticks out to me, which is a show that lasted maybe 1 season,
Mm-hmm.
it was called Jane by Design. It was about a girl that got into a clothing brand, and she was too young to actually have a real job, so she lied about her age and got the job and lied about it. And
seeing.
I love that show for some reason. I don't know why, but
But see, like things like that, like you never would guess, or that like you're a Twilight. Well, I knew that about you because I'm your friend, but like that you love Twilight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's relatable.
And Miley Cyrus.
And Miley Cyrus.
I
but
do
we're
love me
not.
some Miley.
But like, yeah, just small things like that. I think what is cool because it's relatable to more than just like two bros. It's relatable to a wide variety of your audience.
We're
So
chilling in a hot tub, 5 feet apart.
hey, honey, what's yours?
What do you got, Lucas?
Come on,
I
Lucas.
just love how Gunner's the agreeable person. He's the one that's okay to go with everything, and then Colton's the one that has to be the judgmental person.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Judgmental? What does that mean?
DC man.
Are you not Chris has said multiple times, CT1209 has said many a times that topic is not just a dead horse, but now it is a beaten dead horse that has just been
100%.
nothing left of that horse down there of my hatred for DC. So I think we could pass by that, and Lucas, we just have to keep bringing it up that you were a part of that episode.
Hey, it's just gotta keep coming,
Hey, after what 47 weeks probably now, that horse is rotted away and gone. So
There are flowers coming up from
He's
the ashes of
pushing
this
up
horse,
daisies. Yeah.
hoping
You're
that
right,
something
you're right.
good DC can come up and take the mantle that is the Marvel, the superhero universe. Because let me
Name's-
tell you, Marvel is fumbling the bag.
Yeah, name's James Gunn, and he's gonna do a good job. So
So yeah, that is our quick DC talk. So
we're done, Lucas. We're done.
we're done, Lucas.
I love it.
But yeah, I do like that dynamic. You're right, Lucas. Gunner is very agreeable, and I'm very, I don't want to say combative, but I mean, I will always go for a nice row of debate, is what I like to put it as. So I never back down from one. So
Yeah.
I think that is something that helps us out with just Gunner and I, and also with our guests, because I know obviously with Jake earlier tonight, I could go for days with that dude and just
Yeah.
Yeah,
here's
when
what-
you're
Back and
when
forth.
you're on a time crunch, right? It's like Jake and Colton can talk forever, so it's like, how do I roll this and
Keep it.
get them off their rants or their
Yeah.
bickering or their fighting or
There's
throwing who
no
under the
stopping.
bus. Yeah, exactly.
we
exactly.
are literally two married old people.
Yeah.
That is what we are.
Yep.
Because it could be something from weeks ago, and I see him for the first time, and I'm just gonna tell him all about it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep.
Oh my! So, Schaefer's, do you guys have a question for Gunner and I? Did you guys bring one with you?
We do. We wrote one
Oh.
down.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
So, it's kind of putting some pressure on you two. So,
Done.
Oh, snap.
I make diamonds.
because first off, like you guys have done a great job doing this for a whole year.
Well,
Like,
thank you.
I mean, that's pretty impressive, and you guys have been very consistent and dedicated. And I've been an avid listener
For 40 episodes.
for.
Oh,
like,
yeah, you dropped
pretty
off
much
there.
all of them. You
At the
guys have
beginning.
made me Marvel fans. Like, I
This is true.
And so I want to push you guys. And do you want to read the question? I wrote down lots
Do you
of
want me
notes.
to read it?
I can read it. if
I
you-
can read it. I don't care.
Okay. So here's our question.
So our question is, what is your strategy to gain more viewership and to become a trending podcast?
Well, actually, so I literally the emperor was just on before you guys.
Uh-huh.
My question to him was, what is his goal for 2023 with the Empire?
Yeah.
And marketing is I think one of the biggest things, and I think that we've been working on social media, and I know I don't do it every week. I try to get it done as much as I can, but I think a big part of it is consistent posting, asking questions, doing stuff with people, and getting people involved in what we're doing on social media. But the other thing is just the content that we're putting out. I think that it's
Mhm.
important for us to put out things that are relatable to other people. We pick up
Mhm.
viewers that, I mean, we've never met a couple of our viewers that email us or message us. And I mean,
True.
it's I think the most important part is just putting ourselves out there more in different ways. And I don't
Mhm.
know that it's going to be an easy task to fulfill, but I
No.
think that Colton and I have our list for almost the entire second year already planned out.
Yep.
And we have some different creative things that we're trying to get put together and do things
Mhm.
like the Call Guys Go to White Castle, where we're going to do an episode from the car. We're going to drive somewhere and hit
Yeah.
a drive through, and that's going to be the end of the episode. So we have some fun ideas that we're trying to put out, and hopefully we can get good content out of those ideas, and I mean record the whole thing and just get some really cool posts to put out there. So I think
Yeah.
marketing is the biggest part. But
Yeah, I'm gonna piggyback on that. Tony Rob Starwin, who's coming on in a couple guests here. He's all about the algorithm. You know,
Mhm.
just he's like, just got to stay out there. You know, eventually the algorithm's gonna pick you up, and then you're off.
Absolutely.
And I think I've talked about this before. Everybody knows I'm a basketball player. I am a firm believer that you miss 100% 100% of the shots you don't take,
Mhm.
and I'm never afraid to shoot the ball. The ball
Yeah.
goes up. That's what it does. That's what it's
Gotta
supposed
stay
to
in the
do.
game.
The game is about buckets. So I think we're doing. I think Gunner is really spearheading the movement of getting more shots up, in a sense, and with
might
the
not be making them, but I'm putting them up.
yeah, but
And
that's
no,
but that's
like
what
I
I'm.
said, you guys have done an amazing
You-
job.
Yep, and
You just gotta keep go and
gotta keep
like,
shooting. You
yeah,
just keep shooting.
yeah.
You're gonna have a night. You're gonna have a night when you go 1 for 10, and you're gonna have a night when you go 8 for 12. Like
Right.
you just
Well,
gotta keep shooting.
And I truly believe like you guys could like I listen to a lot of podcasts and like I have like my set 4 that I listen to every week and you guys are one of them. And I truly think that like you guys could be one that becomes one of those because you're so niche, it's so specialized, and your guys' friendship also people love listening to friends talk and like it's something that people enjoy. And so I really think that there's some potential here for you guys to get big.
That's awesome. I hope that happens.
I do too. I
really
really
do.
the thing with it is we post all these videos, whether it's TikTok or Facebook or whatever, and just seeing the amount of people that see them. If 1% of the people that watch some of our videos would just come and watch, that's 30 to 50 downloads a week. Like if we could just get those to roll in, that would feel good. Now the other thing is I would love to make it a goal to where me and Colton do this in the same room every week. That would be something I would want to do. Like
Yeah.
like that would be the goal. But
Yeah. So Lucas and I, when we were driving home today from our workout, we wrote down some things as viewers that we would like to see from you guys. So if
Oh,
that's
critiques.
okay,
I like this. I like
if
this.
that's okay to share, like based
Yes.
off this question, like
Do
just
it.
some additional things. But that was one of the things is that we want to see more episodes with you and Colton in the same room.
Yeah. Doing
And
it together.
yeah.
Do we need to write this down, Gunner? You want me to put it? in
I
the
got no,
doc- in the
I
doc?
got a paper and pen right here.
You can just replay the vid.
That's true. I can do that too.
Oh yeah.
We're
this
gonna
is-
listen to this back next in a couple Mondays from now.
Well, I think you guys are on a really good roll. I just feel like there's some things that I would love to see from you two just because, you know, I know your guys' friendship and I think it would be fun to watch.
What did Tusop say? Topless.
Topless. Yes, topless. Done. Done. I'm just.
I can't remember what they called it. The topless guys podcast. I can't remember.
I can't remember either. We'll ask Logan here
Yeah,
soon.
yeah, we will.
Oh man.
That's
Okay,
great.
go for it. Let's hear them.
Do you want to do one or do you want me to?
You got-
Yeah, okay, I got
You
it.
got the list.
I got it. Okay, so a couple of so one of the things that Lucas actually said that I thought would be really cool is that I know you've shared, Gunnar, that you like took film, like you studied film in college.
Mhm.
I think it'd be really cool if you took scenes from some of your favorite movies and played them on here and then critiqued them for us. Explain the background of the film because there's so much more that goes into it. And a lot of times you're describing it, but like, oh,
The
see
viewers
that
might
cut
not know
or like,
what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
you got long shots. You got a close up. You've got medium shots. Yeah,
Yeah, like, I
this
have
scene
no
would
idea
have
what that
looked. This
means.
scene would have looked better if it was a long shot, or something
Well,
like
I
that.
feel like people like visual.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So if you put it in
Well,
front of them, like they're gonna be like, "Hey, that's what you're talking
YouTube
about."
YouTube listeners like visual.
Yes.
That's when you get to the podcast stuff, when load it
Yeah,
on
that's the
Spotify and
tough-
stuff. But yeah, I see what you said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um.
But you could even do like just the sound.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and I listen to the rewatchables, and that's what they do, and they
Yeah.
play the audio from certain. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah. And then for like marketing wise, like I was thinking like some of the podcasts that I watch, and you guys are probably gonna laugh at me, but like every season of like these new podcasts that I watch, they do like this big photo shoot and they do like a behind the scenes of the main people, and they show the BTS of it and like putting a face with a name and what that year is going to represent for them going forward and all of that. And I think it would be absolutely such a riot to watch you guys like getting like professional photos for your podcast, putting a face with a name, you know what I mean?
That's actually not a terrible idea to do.
Yeah, I was gonna
a
say
photo shoot.
I don't
We
necessarily
should
not
probably do
like
that.
this.
We should probably do that.
But like I love your logo and everything, but then like watching the behind the scenes of it and seeing how you two interact with each other, just shooting the, you know.
Man, Sydney, I love that idea.
Like, I
Behind
think
the
that-
scenes.
I personally would love to watch it. So actually, can I be there and just film it for you?
Yeah, I will give you the gimbal and the camera, and you can just go.
And then like I think too what could be really fun and different, and I know that like we like you did this with the Disney one, but like you guys go to the movies so much together, like making like kind of like a vlog style that you can put snippets in with your podcast, and maybe it's like your predictions of what the movie is going to be before you see it. And then when you talk about the recap of the movie on your podcast, you can compare what your predictions were to like.
Sydney's the new call guy.
Yeah, no joke. You think I've got you think I'm the brains of the operation behind
You know what I
here.
mean? Like I just think like those kinds of pieces, and to have people see you like out and about, like that friendship piece, I think is so big for a lot of people who are listening, because I know I love podcasts where I'm sitting and listening and I feel like I'm a part of the friendship.
Mm-hmm.
And so like I just think giving people more of that could really make
Like you're in the life with them.
That's actually.
I mean, I really like that. Yeah.
I was gonna say, that's another idea I don't hate. Like, I think that would actually be a really good idea that we could easily do.
Well, and I've thought about posting like little things of like, hey, this week on the Call Guys are going to be talking about this, and come
Yeah.
check it out because it's it's a fun, exciting episode. Colton does something like just like things like that.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
not that you guys are doing like you're doing all the right things. I
Yeah.
just think we bring a different perspective. We talked about all this in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Like as viewers, like and as your guys' friends, I'd love to see that stuff. Like I just think that would be so fun and different, and makes you guys stand out a little bit more compared to like some others.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was
I
there
like it.
anything
Like
else?
people are there with you, kind of doing it.
I like it.
Was there anything else?
I think those are great.
What we wrote down.
All great ideas.
I think so too.
And you know what? I think the Call Guys Go to White Castle will be a good introduction to doing something like that.
Absolutely.
I think I was gonna say I think that'll be a good test run to see if the vlogging is something that we can do and get away with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
I do like the idea of being able to connect to people that way. That's a good idea. I never would have thought of that.
I just think that you guys have like a really special friendship, and that other people feel like they're in the same room as you guys when you're talking back and forth or when you're debating. And when you bring guests on, it's like another person's in the room, and I just feel like that could be really cool. But I also think the marketing wise, I know you had said that was your thing, and I think
at the beginning.
yeah, and I think that could be really fun too, like just seeing your guys' faces everywhere on Facebook and Instagram and TikTok and everything. Like I know with TikTok you're posting the reels, and I see those all the time, and I think that's great. But just having friends, hey, like, can you post this on your story or whatever?
Yeah,
it'd be really cool too.
I love
That's a
it.
good idea.
I love it.
Sid, thank you, man. That was fantastic. Just that was great. I mean,
I'm gonna cry. It's like my number two. It's my
that's
number two,
great.
man.
That's fantastic. Just thank you so much for just being a part of our shenanigans. Thank you for taking the time
I love
out
it.
of your guys' night to join us tonight and out of your days to listen to our shenanigans. Just thank you so much for being a part with us. You know, we love you both, and just thank you for everything you guys do.
Yeah,
They're
for
still
sure.
in, baby.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Avid
Anyway,
listener.
you said we gotta find an episode for you to come back, Lucas. Same for you. I mean, I would love to have both of you
Bridgerton.
back. Yeah, we'll get the Bridgerton
Bridgerton.
episode going. It's got to happen. I'm not gonna be on that episode, but
I don't know
I
what
would love it.
episode I would do. Like a
Bridgerton.
Bridgerton. Yeah.
Bridgerton. It's
Bridgerton.
happening, folks.
Yeah, that
I'll
has
let
to
it.
happen.
I'll let it. Is there another season coming out sometime soon that you guys can cover?
I
I'm
think
sure there
it's
is.
Colin and Penelope's season. Am I right?
I don't
Oh,
know.
Colton's
You watched it,
excited.
Colton.
You guys can
No,
do a
I
reality
don't.
TV one.
What?
Ooh, reality TV.
Oh, we need to. That'd be a good one. You guys
I
are
would
totally
love
in.
that. You know what? You should do. Oh no, it's kind of dated. But I was gonna say Ben Higgins is from the area. You could do that Bachelor season, because like we all know him.
The Warsaw Boy.
Yeah, the
Oh,
Warsaw
Lord.
Boy.
All right,
But-
guys.
Oh Lord. Thank you again. Thank you again for coming and hanging out with us, guys. Really appreciate it.
Of
Yes,
course, man.
Thanks for having
for
us.
sure. And guess what? We are on to the next one. All right, we are back with the Call Guys #1 fan, one of the hosts from Team Tejas, United States of Paranormal Podcasts, which you can check out on all your favorite podcast sites, whether that be Spotify, Apple Podcasts, anywhere you get your podcast. That's right. Team Tejas, the United States of Paranormal, TUSOP, whatever you want to call him. It is Logan, who does not have Matt or Bose with him on his metaphorical right or left.
Yeah,
So-
no, I don't let them in my house.
How is
I
he
don't
gonna
let Bose in my
function?
house.
Yeah,
As
how
you
Matt,
should.
can,
can,
Smart.
Matt can come in, but I am the TUSOP host.
yes.
Thank you very much.
The lead host.
Numero
as we would say
uno.
it. That's right. That is right.
And yeah, the only one in Tejas that's ever been on a Call Guys episode.
That's right.
That's right. And that will change in year
Someday.
2 of the Call Guys. I promise that to our
Try our
listeners.
best. I
It'll
pitched
happen.
them and I pitched them the snack thing, and they're all for it. But they're always all for everything. It's just getting them to actually show up is the hard
Mm.
part.
We have this awesome intro
We do.
recorded, and I have edited it, and it sounds so good. We have never been able to use it. And
We
it is the most
my.
disappointing thing I've ever done in my life. But it's all good.
We'll get
So-
around to using it.
Yes, we will. We will. So Logan is here. He has been on one Call Guys episode so far, which is the Halloween episode. Looking forward to having you guys back on for more. Logan, I have a question for you.
Shoot.
What do you want from TUSOP in 2023? What is your main goal for TUSOP?
To not get canceled.
To not get canceled.
Bingo.
You know what? I don't know that you guys could get canceled. The content is just too good.
I don't know, man. You don't know, Brandon. We gotta watch Brandon. Brandon's been edited heavily multiple times.
That's okay. That's okay. Please do.
Well, that's why we've panicked at live shows. Like, there's some, like the twice that we've done live shows, there has been some time that he has slipped up each time, and like you could hear the audience go, and you're just like,
Please don't.
you can edit that out in post, but not you can't edit it out live. So you just gotta hope people are drunk enough at the breweries not to completely grasp what he said.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
my.
To stop Patreon. We've been planning Patreon for a while, and we have a good amount of listeners that write us saying what they want from Patreons, from trivia nights or to hopping in Discords and watching horror movies and stuff like that. So I mean, that would be cool. I like talking to listeners and everything. For the most
That would be
part,
fun.
most of the listeners are pretty into just like horror and stuff like I am, which ironically both my co-hosts don't really ingest horror at all.
Yeah.
So it would be nice to hang out with some people and do stuff like that.
So you're talking like actually like getting on and actually talking to these people live and in person and actually doing stuff with them and
Yeah, throwing
And-
up Discord where we have rooms to where we can get in there and just chat with people if they want, or do voice chats, or like I said, watch movies and all that jazz.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
so having your own little like section of the empire that has like a if you join this for this, you get this and this and this. One of those
Yeah.
things.
And it's just another one of those things that it takes a lot of time, especially
It
since
does.
none of us have ever done it before. Like us when we ditched Spring, and that's a cat that just hopped right up there. When we ditched Spring,
That was a lemur.
it was a massive learning curve because we had to swap over to Printful
Mhm.
because they just have better quality and everything. But like the way this run is completely different. Spring might have shoddy like stuff, unfortunately, but their website was so easy to use. You
It
just
was,
slap
it
it up
is.
on there. It tells you how much profit you made. It tells you what you should price. And unfortunately, Printful's not like that. And you have to also pick a website to run Printful through. So we had to make our own whole website.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it was just, I mean, at the end of the day, it was worth it because now
But
we have an actual website.
It's a good step in the right direction to
Yeah.
make something better that wasn't nearly as important as having a website, which is also very important too.
Yeah. So now we have a pretty website that has our own merch on it and our little bios and stuff. And eventually Team Boozers will get that group picture that they keep threatening to do and put it on there. Alicia's been gone for months now, and it's still Alicia and Jeremy in a cornfield.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's maybe I should get the Jen mom and dad together and actually take a picture of them so they can get that done.
We need
Um,
I think need to update our picture too.
Yeah. No, I to be honest with you, I've enjoyed every episode of Two-Sop. I love the chiller fillers. I love everything that Team Boozer is doing, everything Team Taz is doing. I love the dynamic between you, Matt, and Bose. I think that your friendship, I mean, Sydney and Lucas mentioned it in their little segment they had here that Colton and I have a friendship that it's only been 5 years maybe, but we've just become good friends. You guys have known each other for how long? And you guys just you guys do so much together and just like
since high school, but like they're both brothers.
Yeah.
I knew Brandon Bose before I ever met Matt, and all our whole high school career, me and Bose hated each other. Like bad. Like we were like get each other would end up in sack and stuff because of our interactions with each other. And then this whole time I knew Bose and everybody knew Bose. Bose was telling people, oh, you don't like me. My brother's way worse. Then Matt comes to school and I hit it off with Matt as I'm leaving school because Matt's a little younger than me. So I graduated and that's when I started hanging out with Matt. And then eventually Bose grew on me like a fungus and here we are.
He seems like he might be a fungus.
Oh, yeah, absolutely is.
Oh, my.
Well,
He's an
that-
official fungus. It's fine.
Yeah. So do you have a question or questions? I think you said you might have multiple questions for us.
I said I might have multiple not great questions. Now, how am I supposed to know what questions you guys were already asked? What if I ask something you already asked?
Ooh.
You won't.
I doubt it. Yeah.
Well, my first question's not even written down. I just want to ask you, who played the female lead in Pirates of the Caribbean?
Oh my gosh! I knew this was coming up. I knew this was coming up.
Keira Knightley.
Man, you
Oh,
guys,
man.
y'all did Matthew McConaughey dirty, man. He's in The Lincoln Lawyer. He is in
Oh,
True Detective. He is in
okay,
Wolf of Wall Street.
I'll give you True Detective. I'll give you that True Detective. That was
He's
a
in-
fantastic series when
He's
he was
in
on.
Bernie. He killed it in Bernie, and that actually happened. That's based on a true story, which ties back to your previous stuff. And that actually happened in his hometown.
Oh,
One of the
Wow.
people they interviewed about it was his mother. So
Nice.
didn't know
did
that.
Interstellar. I mean, McConaughey's
Dude,
wrong.
Oh man, I just can't stand him.
maybe I need to go back and just watch his filmography and actually just sit down and just watch some McConaughey movies because
for the most part, I think he is somebody that needs to play a small role because, like, you guys love Tropic Thunder. He killed it in
yeah.
Tropic Thunder.
oh
Wolf
yeah,
of Wall,
for sure.
Same with Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, Wolf of Wall Street. He's one of the most talked about scenes. He's in that movie for like 3 minutes. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep. I agree. I agree with you there. Me and Snake Plissken, one of the movies we'd watch a lot in college was Sahara, and by golly, that is just an awful movie.
Yeah, I just don't
It's
think
a
he's.
fun
I don't
watch.
think he's supposed to be a leading man. I don't. Think
I agree. I
that's his
think
thing.
that is my prime example to why I cannot stand McConaughey
I
as a
killed
lead
it.
man.
He killed it in Magic Mike too. Secondary character in that.
I think he does need to stick to format for sure.
He's got that new, I think it's Netflix it's going to. He is voicing Elvis in an animated series about Elvis being like a secret agent or something.
Oh gosh,
Which I would not have picked McConaughey's voice for Elvis, but you know,
I wouldn't have either.
Netflix does what it wants to do.
That's
It's
right.
got
They
the
do.
money.
Yes.
It's got the money. So what else? What else do you got to clear the air of mess ups that we have had?
Oh,
Heck,
there's
I
plenty of
know-
those.
I've got one for you. What is a sport that you wish you liked? Like if you could just be into it as much as you're into, like, I know big football fan, big basketball fan. But what is a sport that you wish that you had that amount of care for?
I'll lead this one off.
Go for it.
I would love to be a hardcore Premier soccer fan or football fan for those elitists out there. Those type of rivalries they have, I love that when it comes to sport. Those are what gets you to play harder. It puts more on the games because your neighbors are for one team and the other side of the town is for another team. Like, I love that about the Premier League and really any major football league across the pond. That type of passion, because I feel like you're not playing for the check, you're not playing for wins and loss. You are playing for the pride of the people who are in there as your fan. I feel like that is captured so well in the Premier League and maybe La Liga. It's been a while since I've kept up with that because I'm a messy guy. So that is something I would just love to immerse myself with, because you hear stories of people who go to, like, people will not allow certain fans into certain bars because they know on match day or night it's going to end poorly.
Yeah.
And that kind of fandom, I love the loyalty of the fans, of the fandoms there. And I think that would be my go-to.
That's a good one. That's a good one. In college, I spent a lot of time going to sporting events because they were free to me to go to, and I went to literally every single sporting event I could get to, whether it was basketball, gymnastics, soccer, tennis, literally anything I could get into. But I think the one sport I wish I knew more about, the one I wish I actually would get into a little bit more, is tennis. You know, I played tennis. Lucas was a tennis player in high school, and you know, we'd go to the tennis courts in college and play a little bit, but I was never good at it. And it was one of those that I wish I would have learned how to play a little bit better. And one of those that I wish I would have got into. Like Wimbledon seems like it would be a blast to go to and just watch. But man, I don't know the rules of tennis that well. I don't know like the how it's played. Like there's so many different little things that happen. I just think it'd be a fun sport to get into. But
This night and day difference. Colton wants to get into one where people won't let people into bars so people don't get killed, and Gunner's like, I want to go to Wimbledon.
yeah. Yep.
What about you? What about you, Logan?
Me, man, a lot of the only thing I keep up with now is hockey. I only keep up with my teams. I only keep up with the Bruins and the Devils. When Vegas got their team, I watched them their first year just because it was cool to see a new team in the league, and they killed it.
Yeah.
But like even that nowadays, I don't watch as it comes out. I just get updates on my phone as it's going by. But like there's stuff that I've fallen out of that I would love to be back in. It's something we talked about in chat the other day. Gunner's parents and my parents used to be huge into NASCAR when we were kids.
That's right. Yep.
And like I used to love sitting there watch NASCAR when Dale Earnhardt Senior was back and stuff, because back then it used to be like super competitive, and like you'd get these guys on camera and they would talk shit about the other ones. Like one of Dale Earnhardt's famous things is talking about Jeff Gordon. He's like, I need to go put a kerosene rag around his ankles so ants don't crawl up and eat his candy ass. And like and stuff like that. And it's just like that like all the sports that I liked was because of like the trash talk, or like hockey. Like hockey used to be brutal. And it's all died down because now if you say something shitty on camera, you're getting fined. If you get too aggressive, you're getting fined. So like I lost a lot of, I get more excited watching old episodes of Hidden Temple than I do sports. Like I'll be yelling at 20-something-year-old episode of Hidden Temple, yelling at the Barracudas to stop sucking. But like I watch a sporting event and I'm just like, Like I wish I was into like football and stuff because like just I have so many football fans I'm close with, like your whole family and everything. And like it's cool seeing people get excited. Just I don't have that.
Logan, you mentioned the Jeff Gordon wall in
Yeah.
Tucson, right?
Oh man,
I'm not even lying to you. My mom had a wall of Jeff Gordon memorabilia.
It's like
and
this,
then
but Jeff Gordon.
yeah. And then on the wall next to that was Joe Montana memorabilia. I'm
Yeah.
not even lying to you. And then above the window in the living room, Al Snow memorabilia.
Yeah.
Like it's like the niche things that my parents were into.
Wrestling. I wish I could get back into wrestling like
Yeah,
I was
me
when
too.
I was a
but
kid.
man.
It's hard, but back when I was a kid, like coming off the heels of like we didn't get a like straight up watch stuff like the old Macho Man and everything, like their heyday, because we were born in the 90s. But like we got to see stuff like Eddie Guerrero, and we got to see The Rock before he was acting, and like
Diamond
all
Dallas
this,
Page.
all
Your
all this,
candy
like,
ass.
I'm the Brahma Bull. And
That's
like,
right.
and I got grounded so many times for doing the Triple H suck it. Just like that. I wish I could be that hype about wrestling because man, wrestling
Yeah.
fans are nutty,
You
and I love it.
jabroni.
But like their walls, like I said, it was like this, but it was literally in sections. It was like
Oh,
Joe
yeah,
Montana,
yeah.
which Gunner's sister, Montana Joe,
Yep.
super fans, and then we had I really at that point in time, Jeff Gordon merchandise kind of trumped everything else. There's a lot more.
Yeah,
of
he
it.
was huge.
And it's funny because she was the only one that liked Jeff Gordon because Jeremy didn't like Jeff Gordon. My dad hated Jeff Gordon, but she had like the biggest block of real estate there. And then there was Al Snow. Jeremy had his head up on the wall.
Yep.
And,
Head is still there to this day. Yep. And all of the action figures, I'm pretty sure, are still there.
Small section of Scooby-Doo stuff, and then the giant glass cabinet of Beanie Babies.
Yep.
Was
Which is
Bobby and
not
Jerry's
there.
house.
Which is not there anymore. Which is now the giant glass cabinet is now alcohol.
Oh, that's fair.
Yes.
All my mom's Beanie Babies are in a giant box in my closet.
Yep. There you go. There you go. All right, Logan, give us one more short. You got a short one?
Oh, it's never short with me, man.
I was gonna say, how is it ever short with us?
Oh, let's see here. Did sports.
Sport question, check.
Okay.
Movie questions, check.
Check.
Okay. I got either a TV, a personal preference one, or a Call Guys based one.
Do the Call Guys based one.
What has been your least favorite episode of the Call Guys?
No.
DC.
That's fair. That's an honest answer. I'll give it to him. Just
I can't
right off
say
the,
what-
that's like a speed question thing. It's like it's the first thing off the top of his mind. Like, what's this? And like, bam, DC.
Let me pull up Spotify here real quick.
Oh my gosh, this is great. No, because we just got done with Lucas and Sid, and I busted on Lucas for this. Actually, I want to give a shout out right now to you, Logan. My buddy Snake. If you watch this on YouTube, you're gonna have to. The first guy on here, he's got a "They Live" T-shirt that is the same shirt that you sent the link to me in the group chat, and it turned out fantastic. It looks awesome. So I just want to say thank you for that.
Oh man, they killed the shirts.
And Snake,
Yeah.
this is Logan right here, so have him to thank for the shirt.
Oh man,
You know, I can name my favorite episodes.
that's not the question. That's not the
That's
question.
but
That's not the question. Not the
I'm gonna
question.
look at Lucas. I know you're watching, probably on YouTube with your wife right now. I'm gonna say sorry, but the DC episode is the worst episode of the Call Guys. But I will say, Conrad John, top 5 movies about sports. I mean, we've had some fun episodes, and like I've enjoyed this whole year.
I'm
so.
curious, Logan. What do you think is the worst episode we've done?
All of them.
No, see, I yell at the show and I yell at you guys, but I love it.
That's
It's my
awesome.
favorite thing to yell at. Let's see. You asked me what's my least favorite, and like I'm instantly. Well, first of all, there's been so many at this point. Like not least favorite, just episodes.
Yeah.
I'm
We'll go
trying
with
to
that.
think one that made me like.
Like, is there?
Hostile mad.
I was gonna say, is there one that you were like? Because I know you've messaged in the group message about how angry you have been.
You know what? I'm going with like, oh, it's hard. What is the one you think I've climbed up your ass the most about?
Oh man, you were on vacation and you were with your family and you were screaming at your radio, and you had everybody in your car with you. And I remember you saying something in the group message about it, and I can't remember what it was about. To save my life.
I don't remember.
Was it Christmas?
It might have been the Die Hard question.
Yes, it was the Die Hard question.
Oh, yeah, no, if we're going with, I can't say it's my least favorite. Like, I just hard to think, but like, it's definitely the angriest I've ever been at both of you at once. Usually it leans towards, like it usually comes anger at Colton and disappointment at Chico.
I am pretty sure a couple weeks ago you said that you wish you would have put me out of my misery.
That was last week's episode.
because of my
bad
opinion. My bad opinion.
Oh my gosh.
To be fair, it was 1 o'clock, like 1:40 in the morning, and I had been drinking Budweisers since like 10, and I never get a drink while I podcast. So like by the end of that one, I was just saying whatever I wanted to say. So
it's okay. It's okay.
Oh,
it's
that's
okay.
Fantastic.
We love the heat. We love to take it from you guys. We love listening to you guys for real. I enjoy TUSOP every single week, whether it's Boozers or Tejas, and it's a fun podcast. I'm excited for you guys because I do all the uploading for the Call Guys, so I get to go through and I get to see how everybody's doing every week when I go to upload, and I always take a look. I always kind of sneak in and look and see how it's going. And you guys are killing it. I mean, I mentioned it last week. You guys get up 50K. It's coming quick, and I'm excited for you.
It's nutty to think about that many people listening, and then like watching people just listen to old episodes and stuff.
Yeah.
Before you kick me out to replace me with whoever's coming, that's going to be less cool than me. I know Colton isn't into like all the spooky shit for sure.
Nope.
But have you had a favorite story so far in TUSOP? It doesn't have to be Tejas. Have you had like a critter or something that stuck with you a little bit more? I like Murdnerds. I have an episode of Murdnerds that haunts me to this day. The episode about the snake trying to eat the baby.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one was messed up.
If you notice, I'm the only one that does long plugs anymore, and they just progressively get longer now.
Yeah.
Because I vent, and every time I talk about the Murdnerds, I bring up the animal stuff because I can't, because it's living back there rent free. Like I just always think about that episode. It's haunting. What is your favorite episode, and why is it the Spectre Moose? Because it's awesome.
It's the Spectre Moose was good. Man, I'm kind of partial to Connor Biddle episode because I was on it, and I know Connor Biddle personally, and he's such a great guy, and he's doing such great things. But man, you guys have done such good jobs. I honestly think that the original Chiller Filler was one of my favorites because you guys did things that I didn't expect, like having the new intro for Chiller Filler and having just a conversation of all that stuff, and it almost being kind of similar to what we do here, and it was just fun to listen to. But I will go back to even the Galvez Hotel because it's one of those places I've been, and you listen to it and you know exactly what my dad was talking about during that episode. I don't know if I can pick a favorite, but I've enjoyed all of them. So, but those are a couple of the ones I really liked.
Chiller Filler is just stuff like, most of this stuff is stuff that's just like, I woke up in the middle of like, we were supposed to be recording. That was back when we recorded multiple episodes. We tried that. It didn't work for us because we just run out of energy.
Oh yeah.
We were like, we got these 2 episodes, but we should really record another. And I was like, they were like, so who should read something? I was like, well, let's not read something. I was like, I'd like to just talk about what we've learned and like what's coming up and like just what we want to talk about. I was like, and it'll be a filler episode. And I was like, oh, we'll call it Chiller Filler. And then I was like, that reminded me of 2 things. It reminded me of the old holiday Twinkies they used to do for Halloween. And it reminded me of like, Dunkin' Donuts used to go crazy for Halloween back in the day too. In the 90s, they'd have like Halloween donuts. I was like, let's just do that. And then I hit up our artist and he killed it with the design. And then I voice
Haskins.
Casper or Haskins,
Yeah.
and I was like, yeah, I'll do this, and like I hate doing that voice. It hurts so bad.
Hello.
Oh man, it's awful.
It's so good. It's so
and
good.
It's Matt has like probably like 20 something minutes total of me just whiffing it.
Yeah.
And when you're just sitting on a mic and you're saying it over and over again, when you make mistakes and you chastise yourself for making mistakes, you just keep doing it in the voice. Like you don't
Yeah.
snap back to yours. So I just sound like Haskins sitting there berating myself for
Oh,
fucking up
you
line after line
dumbass.
after line. Yeah, it's like, hey, I fucked it up again. Just over and over and over.
Yeah.
That's
But
great.
I'll stop taking up all y'all's time. I know you got who's
Oh.
on next after me? Or am I last for the day?
Nope, we got one more after you.
Who's
and
after me?
That's Tony. He was on for
Who's on
Andor.
for Andor.
Yep. So
I think Andor is like the only episode of Call Guys I haven't listened to because I haven't watched Andor.
Oh.
Yeah. There you go.
I don't
Tony's
know
gonna be back
anything
on.
about Tony, but I hope Tony has good.
He's a
good
British
opinions.
lad.
He is a British lad.
He's really British.
Yes.
Accent and everything.
Born and raised. Yes.
See, that's a selling point. People like British accents. You should.
That's
you should
right.
market that.
Yeah.
I'm trying
Before
to
I
find stuff
leave-
for him to say.
Before I leave, one last quick one.
What's that?
I have to ask because it's what I'm known for in the Golden Image family podcast umbrella or whatever the hell it is, being the foul mouth one. What's everybody's favorite swear word?
You know I love the F bomb. I love the F bomb. Say it
I
all the
love
time.
I love a good fiddlesticks.
Yep. Fuck this. Fuck that. All that good stuff. That's the way to go.
Fiddlesticks.
Yep. Yep.
That's
Oh.
fair. I'll give you fiddlesticks.
Logan, really appreciate you. Everybody out there that's listening to episode 52, it's made it this far
Yes.
into all the people that have joined us. Go check out TUSOP, United States Paranormal, Facebook.com. No, go check them out. The United States of Paranormal, Facebook.com/United States Paranormal. Send them an email, United States Paranormal @gmail.com. Go check them out. All your favorite podcast sites. Same way we are. So yeah, go check them out.
Logan,
Yeah, we're
Logan,
out
thank
there.
you. Thank you for everything, man. I love the face paint. I love the shirt. Check him
The
out on
shirt,
YouTube,
the shirt's
guys.
back.
The
The
shirt
shirt's
is
back.
back.
The shirt's back and it got added stuff to it. It
I
got
was
For
gonna
Life
say-
on the bottom, and I feel it in my heart.
I love it.
Just
It's
love
been
it.
in the wash too, and it's still good.
look at that.
I love it. That's
Solid.
awesome.
I love the energy you guys bring. Like I said this before, I'll say it 1,000 times. Your guys' content, I only listen to it for your guys' banters before. It really makes me stay through because you guys aren't that bad at the storytelling part, but it's the way you guys get through the storytelling part that makes me stay.
God,
and
it takes so long.
It's all different too. Like everybody's got different vibes. Like
Oh,
we've
yeah.
got two teams, two very different teams.
Oh yeah.
And then even when we're presenting, it's different because like when Matt's presenting, me and Bose usually fuck with him really hard. When
Yeah.
Bose is presenting, me and Matt listen, we joke amongst ourselves, but it's really not chastising him. And then when I'm presenting, I have to fuck with both of them to get them to respond to me because they just sit there like this.
Just listen.
Oh
So-
man.
All
Well,
right.
let's get
You guys
back
do
to
a
it.
great. You guys do great. So
You do.
Yeah.
You do.
Let's put we do. We'll leave it at
All
that.
right. Well, guess what? We're on to the next one.
Good luck. Godspeed.
Godspeed, Spider-Man.
now we have the one, the only Rob Starwin, better known as Tony. How we doing, Tony?
Oh, you can hear the drumming.
Oh no, I can't hear
Stupid noise cancellation.
Yeah.
technology.
How dare you. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's great. Fantastic. How you doing, Tony?
I'm doing good.
Good.
And yourself?
I'm just living a dream up over here. Just living a dream. It's all
Yep.
we do in Indiana. Is live
Yep.
a dream.
That's right. That's right.
Oh my. So, Tony, for those who are joining us for episode number 52 here, Tony joined us for our Andor update, season update, and he brought his knowledge of the Star Wars universe to life that episode. So I really appreciate him for that. And I believe you were on with Chris for that episode too.
Yes.
If I'm
Yes.
okay, yep. So, as anybody who knows, Tony is a huge nerd, and I mean that in a good way, when it comes to spaceships. and he's got the most beautiful spaceship ever behind him, and that is the Falcon.
The Falcon.
Yes, the Millennium
The
Falcon.
Falcon and Millenniums.
Yes, yes, just a fantastic poster. I love that how it's set up in your background in your camera shot. I think it's beautiful.
It does looks good back there.
So yeah, Tony, I know from knowing you that you just got back from Disney. How
Did.
was it?
Busy.
Busy.
Yeah, we
Wow.
went during. We always purposely try to hit the off season, so we'll take our kids out of school to make sure that we try to minimize the crowd numbers, and we normally do pretty well. And for the most part, we did okay. But we seem to. It's our second time hitting the cheerleader season, so it's just groups of cheerleaders from all over the country, all competing on the Disney grounds somewhere, but then going to parks in big clumps. And as a high schooler, I would have thought like, yay, cheerleaders everywhere. But man, as an adult, it's just like, you guys are so
Please stop. Yes.
That's hysterical. So I'm assuming you did the Star Wars universe over there?
Yep, we did Hollywood Studios, so we definitely spent time in the Star Wars galaxy. That's who I
Galaxy's
believe
Edge.
is the planet we were supposed to be on.
Ooh. Oh, Gunnar has recently obviously been to Disney because he's talked about it, and we have done an episode on Disney. Gunnar, how long ago was it? Was it about a year?
Yeah, it's been close to a year since I've been. But
Okay, so Tony, do you think there's anything new that they did on that side of the park or anything like that?
No, not in a year since Gunnar's probably been. The only thing that's really different is they probably swapped it from the Rise of Resistance ride that's there. They probably switched it from a virtual queue to a standard queue, which we experienced.
Just as busy that way, or was it okay?
No, so I've been to, since the Rise of Resistance opened, I've been to Disney 4 times. This would be my 4th time going. And each time that I went before this trip, I always tried to hit the virtual queue to be able to get to see Rise of Resistance, and I never ever was lucky enough to be one of the people to get a spot to go on the ride until this last time that I just went, and then I finally got to go on it because it was a standard queue, and I was able to just get right in.
Now, okay, what did you think? Did you walking into the hangar bay with the huge, I guess you would call it, what would you call the force field between space and inside, and actually walking in and all the stormtroopers lined up, like that to me was the coolest thing because that's something you see in the movies, something you see all the time, and you just see that in person, and it's like life size.
Yeah, so I purposely try to avoid all spoilers on that ride. I knew that there was a spot where you walk in and there's this group of stormtroopers, so I knew that going in, and I recalled like some big ads of like a concept photo, so that was about all my knowledge going into that ride. But yeah, when you when you walk into that room, it's massive. I mean,
oh yeah.
Yeah, I look at the pictures online and I'm like, yeah, it looks like a big room. But unless you're there, I mean, you truly just like go, this seems unnecessary. Why is it this big? I mean, it's awesome, but it just seems totally unnecessary.
Yeah. Yeah. I honestly, that ride might have been one of my favorites in Hollywood Studios. I mean, I guess on the Galaxy's Edge side, I mean, we did the Millennium Falcon, we did that. And I mean, just seeing Kylo Ren and the animatronic of him across and looking so real. And then, just doing the ride in general and going in, it's just really cool. So did you do anything else in Hollywood Studios besides the rides? Like any of the building the droid, building the lightsaber, any of that stuff?
No, we didn't do any of the paid extras. Unfortunately, we didn't really have time. We were just kind of cruising between all the rides.
Yeah.
Nice. But no, it's a good time. I definitely really like that area of the park, especially. I mean, again, people have qualms with Disney and what Disney's really been doing lately with like price gouging and all this crazy stuff. But I will say this, if they're taking shortcuts, I don't think it's with the parks these days, because I mean, they didn't have to like take Rise of Resistance. It's really 3 experiences in one, because you start in, for those who have done it, you go to this hangar, big giant area, again, giant room. you see stormtroopers, you see the force field, you see out in space. That's amazing. And then there's like a middle section, which is like an interrogation scene that you're involved in. And again, they didn't have to do that. But they did. It's highly detailed and really awesome. And then you get to the actual ride itself, where you get on a car and it takes you around. You experience this thing, and it's awesome. But they could have just made a nice fancy line to that last phase and just put you right on the ride, but they don't. They
give you an experience,
give you a little like extras of that. So that whole park, that part of that park where it's all Star Wars. I mean, they built full-size Millennium Falcon. Again, didn't have to do that, but they did. And it really makes me appreciate that level of detail. And I've got plenty of qualms with Disney, but I have to give them a pat on the back for that, because that's just all just amazing.
Oh, the AT-ATs, the ships, the characters walking around, everything feels so real while you're there, and it's just amazing. Now, I do have a question, because I mean it has been almost a year since I've been there. Is Guardians still a virtual queue?
It is, but we got it. We got in.
Did you enjoy it?
Oh,
and it's freaking awesome
ride.
It's the so
best
good.
ride.
It's so good.
It's just so good. It's because it's a smooth steel roller coaster, but the car spins, and that's all I knew about it going into it. Again, I try to avoid spoilers going on these things, so I thought I was going to be like the car was just free to spin, and it would just make me nauseous, but it wasn't. It's very much a purposely programmed. You're going to spin a little bit.
You got to
see what's going on.
Yeah.
And it's fast. It's dark, but it's got great scenes and great projection mapping, and so good.
The way they incorporate the actual screens, dude, it is. And honestly, to be completely honest with you, the actual line into the ride is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think they could make a line interesting, but they did, and it was super fun to walk through. Whether it's the people on the screens that are talking to you as you're walking through, or just the intricate displays they have, so
well, that ride actually, it literally blew my mind. You've obviously been on it, so there's a pre-show before you get to the ride. Nice. Yeah,
in the same week.
Yeah, so there's a pre-show before you get on the ride. So you go through this fancy line, and the line's really neat. And they've got a pretty big 1/6 scale Milano. Is that the name of his ship?
Yeah, the Milano.
So they got a 1/6 scale ship, and I could sit there for an hour just looking at that sucker. Beautiful model. But then they take you to a pre-show, and so I'm looking at the screens and doing the pre-show, and then something happens behind you, and you turn around, and they an explosion happens, and you look at it, and they kind of give you a strobe real quick, and then you turn around, and the giant wall that was behind you is gone in a second, and it's just, and I'm just there was a wall there, right? Because it's an expansive room that's opened up behind you, and it was just really cool.
Super amazing.
Yeah,
the technology of Disney blows my mind.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure it's not anything extravagant or crazy, but it's probably super simple and easy, and it just blows your mind, because split second stuff like that, and then you get on It's a Small World, and it's this is what I imagine Disney would be like.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's between Rise of the Resistance and the new Guardians ride, if that's their new standard on just the queue and the pre-show, I'm all for it. I'm all for new Disney. Go ahead and refurbish everything. Go for it. And set it up like that. But yeah, those rides are top notch, and very much enjoyed them. I'm still trying to figure out, is Rise of Resistance better than Guardians? I still think Guardians is a bit better, but they're very close.
I mean, it's a lot of Disney talk, but I enjoy Disney as much as I thought I would not enjoy Disney. Growing up, I was I never really care to go there, and then I go, and I'm I could come back here and enjoy it again. All the rides that I did, everything. I mean, super fun, enjoyable. Had a great experience because I had somebody experienced with me to show me the ropes, and
that's the trick. You cannot do Disney. I was telling my family that you cannot just wake up one day and go, we're going to go to Disney, and you've never done it before. You can do it. You can go, but you're going to be lost. You don't know what times things are. You don't know what rides to avoid. You don't know where the bathrooms are, where the food are. You would just be a fish out of water, and it would be, I would think, a miserable experience. But if you can attach yourself to someone who just knows, it's a great time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's highly recommend going with an expert.
Very nice. Very nice. I'm happy you went to Disney again. How many times did you say? 4?
I have been to Disney a total of, I think, 8 times now.
Oh,
My wife's been 26 times or something crazy like that. So yeah,
so it's a tradition at this point. It's got to happen.
correct. Yep.
I'd like to
Oh.
make it one of those myself too. So
I mean, I'm never going to be able to retire because I'm not saving any money, but you know.
yeah, I know.
I believe
I know.
it.
So
I believe.
Colton,
yeah.
go ahead.
No, you go, brother.
Oh, I was gonna ask Tony if he had a question for us.
I was gonna ask Tony a question.
Oh, you're gonna ask him a question? Go
I
for
was
it.
gonna ask him one. Tony, what has been one of your favorite moments from the Call Guys, from Gunner and I? And I know you're not a big avid listener all the time, but I do know that you do have some critiques every once in a while for us. So, what would be something you would want to? What advice would you want to give us?
Advice? Oh gosh.
See, I forgot to tell Tony he needed to bring a question. So
He did.
I'm trying to get him out of that.
So I do listen to several podcasts. One that I find interesting is there's one where they do like a draft. And that's really interesting. So basically they pick like a topic like you know, we're going to draft the best robots in TV, you know, in movie and TV lore, and you can pick anything you want, and then you kind of take your turns doing like a draft with your panel of you know, you guys and your guest, or guests plural, and you kind of do that thing where you take time to saying, oh, I pick Johnny Five from Short Circuit, you know, and he, because he's amazing and he's got this great personality, and you know, and you justify it and stuff. That format I think really works well. At least it does in some others. So it'd be nice to maybe see a draft format every now and then.
Interesting. I like that.
That is a good idea. I mean, I just came up with one the other day of the wheel of actors and actresses, and we just spin it, and whatever pops up, you name a movie.
I like that. That's cool too.
That's gonna be our guest thing. Five spins on the wheel of actors and actresses, and you have to name your favorite movies or a movie you know by that person, and or that person is in.
I like that.
So
I think that's something we're going to bring to the Call Guys in season 2. So
season 2.
So if you,
yeah,
I have a question. So if you guys could, you know, of course this is all fantasy, but if you could just almost hit the reset button on your life and live in any universe, movie, TV show, what would that be?
Hit the reset button. Live in any movie universe.
Any movie universe.
I have to flip through my posters back here.
man.
That is a great question.
So that means I don't take the information I have now back.
I mean, this is a hypothetical. You can do whatever you want, but just like, if you could just pop yourself in any universe, TV show, movie, whatever.
I mean, Star Wars would be awesome, but it would be so scary at the same time. Like that would be my thing. It's like, yes, of course, Jedi, space travel, light speed, like, but getting on a ship, getting shot at, that's you ain't got nowhere to go from there, boss. It's done.
Yeah.
Man, but do the pros outweigh the cons of Star Wars? Ooh.
I'm gonna go somewhere where I can like teleport. So, and this is gonna sound weird, but like think about like Jumper, where he can go wherever he wants at any time. I would love to be able to do something like that. So, like if I could live in a universe where I had that power to do, where I could just teleport myself to wherever I wanted to be.
Be hunted by Samuel Jackson.
Yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, get that guy out of there. No, that'd be something that'd be really cool.
That's a great underrated movie too.
It really is. Hayden Christensen talk about Star Wars. You know,
Yep.
I mean, but I mean, I think Colton's right. I think something with like space travel or even time travel, I think would be something that I'd want to get. I'd want to
Who would have
live in.
guessed?
Mhm.
You know, time travel is pretty important.
Okay, Tony. I pose this question to Gunner: would you rather have the TARDIS or would you rather have Bill and Ted's
Oh,
phone booth or the
you know
DeLorean?
Tony's answer. Tony's answer
Or
is
the
simple.
DeLorean.
Simple. The
Well, here's the problem.
TARDIS.
So here's the thing: the TARDIS is the ugliest, in my opinion. Well, Bill and Ted's is kind of ugly.
That's a phone booth, man.
It's a phone booth. Both of them are, and technically, it's a police box. The TARDIS, nice, yeah. So they both are the best looking. The DeLorean is the best looking of that, and I love
sure.
that car. It's definitely one of my favorite movie cars of all time. The problem with the DeLorean is great. I can go in forward or back in time, but it would be in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Like you know, like I'm gonna go to 1943. It's 1943 in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Like, I can't go anywhere
You
except
don't
to
know.
get
Fort
time
Wayne
in
could have
Fort
been
Wayne,
bumping.
Indiana.
It probably was bumping. Go back to the 20s. I'm sure it was. There's probably speakeasies and.
So I picked the TARDIS, but just not because it's necessarily my favorite aesthetically of those three choices, but because it has the ability to not only traverse time and space, but also, not only just time, but also space.
Nice.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Very nice.
That dang DeLorean only travels to the same exact position it was in. What was Doc Brown thinking?
Right?
Idiot.
Well, I mean, at least to put it on a car. I think in the original script, it was a refrigerator.
Hey, I'd take the refrigerator. That'd be kind of cool.
Indiana Jones, that thing. All right.
Yeah. Nuketown.
That
Nice.
movie doesn't exist.
Oh gosh, it does. Unfortunately,
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
They're making another one right now.
I know they're making another one.
Hey, Dial of Destiny's probably gonna be okay.
What?
It's probably gonna be. Oh, I said okay, not good.
Yeah, it'll probably just be okay.
Probably be as good as Ant-Man and the Wasp, which I haven't seen yet. So.
Yeah, we haven't seen that yet.
But. Yeah, good question, Tony.
Yeah, great question, Tony. Thanks for that. And again, thank you for listening. Thank you for taking time out of your day to hang out with us.
Evening, night.
Yeah, just hopefully we can get back into another escape room together.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to tell you, Tony. We did escape the last one. We got out of Guantanamo Bay.
I heard.
And it was awesome.
I'm sure it was all you pulling the weight, not much of Colton.
Well, I will tell you, I had the two most important things, and I got us out.
Nice.
He got the final. He got.
I don't know how, but I did.
I take responsibility and action for this. Okay, he got the final two clues. Okay, but we're standing in this last room, and there's a computer with no keyboard there, just a mouse, I think. And all of a sudden, we find a keyboard. And nobody's doing anything. We're all just kind of standing there looking around. Everybody's looking at other stuff. And I was like, Gunner, get on the keyboard.
This
boom,
happened
boom,
earlier
boom.
too.
We get the key. We get the key and we get out. I was like, what did you do? He's like, I don't know.
No, I read something and I was like, that could be the password. And I typed it in and it worked. The other thing was way earlier in the escape room, I saw something and I said, this is important. And Colton said, no, it's not important. It's not. And it was the exit.
It was the last, it was the location of the last key to get out.
So I mean, it had a red X on it. So it had to be important. That's what
I haven't done that escape room. Is that the one where you're in individual cells or you start out in individual cells?
Yes. Yeah.
Start handcuffed to individual cells.
Right.
It was definitely interesting. It was definitely fun. If anybody out there is listening and wants to go to the escape room, if you live in this area, go to Fort Wayne, locked up, Guantanamo Bay. Super fun. So,
I think Fort Wayne's got like 3 escape rooms now, like 3 individual like places.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh yeah. All right, buddy. Well, hey man, like I said, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Glad you were able to make it happen, and just thank you again for everything, man.
Awesome. It's been fun.
Love having on you. Love seeing you at Colton's move-in party, and it was enjoyable. I'm glad I was able to come back and see you again after I forgot to drop off the TV mount. So
We did get a good chuckle out of that. Although I
Yeah.
felt bad. I'm like, how far away is he? He's already 20 minutes away. Oh,
That's all right. It was worth it. It was worth the drive back. So
I appreciate it, brother.
yeah, Tony, thanks for being on. We'll have you back here hopefully soon. Do it for another episode on something that we both enjoy, or all three of us enjoy.
Yeah, you watching Mandalorian?
Of course.
Ooh, we could have a 5-person.
We could have 1,000 people on for that dang episode.
I know. 5-person might be kind of fun. Be our first one.
That's true. What a great way to start off season 2.
All right. Let's think about it.
Okay, it's in the books.
All right. Guess what? On to the next one. And now we've got ourselves another guest that's been on the Call Guys podcast now for his 4th time. It's kind of crazy. It's like every guest we've had has been somebody that's been on at least 3 times. We've got
Seems that
P-Tart
way.
101, P-Tart 101, Jared Stouter, who was on the Just Chatting episode, the Thanksgiving episode, and also hosted Beer 30 in his basement. What a good time that was.
We'll always have beer 30.
Yeah, it's the episode that you just got to go back and listen to just because it's funny and it's a good time killer.
Have you gone back to figure out if we can monetize the uncut version?
I have not.
Ah,
I think that's for
Shame.
our eyes only kind of video. How's it going, Jay?
Hey man, everything's good. Everything's good. Thanks for having me for what is this, 52?
52.
yes, sir.
52.
One
made
big
it.
year.
It's a long time.
Yeah, it kind of flew by, to be honest. It was like
I'd say so.
yeah, it felt like we were just doing like episode 13 and I think what were you? You were on 12, I'm pretty sure. That would have been the first one you were on, but it just feels like
Thanks.
it's kind of flown by over this very short year. Yeah, I'm just excited to move on and see how many episodes you want to be on next year. You want to be on 3 again? 4, 5?
Yeah, I mean, hey, wherever you guys need me to fill in, I guess.
No, we don't want you to be a fill-in. We want you to have like a real topic to talk about.
I'll have to get myself an official Call Guy set up and a Call Guy's hat and make it official.
That's right. You need a Call Guys hat. I need to make a list of all the people I need to get Call Guys hats for because everybody keeps saying, "Where's my hat?" Well, you're right. I'm gonna just get a box full of them and start handing them out to people that need them. But yeah, we're happy to have you back on, Jared. We are. I know that you are an avid listener, unlike some of our other friends that only listen partially. Because I always get texts. Call them out. Call them out. I always get texts from Jared saying something about the episode. Not always, but occasionally get like a good episode or like a.
Yeah, now I am a weekly listener. I work Saturday, Sunday, Monday, so heading into work on Mondays, I always listen to as soon as it drops. So
One of the diehards starting from the start. Monday morning, Call Guys podcast.
absolutely.
So Jared, I do have a question for you.
All right.
Since you've been listening to us for a year and you've been on here multiple times, what has been your favorite episode? And you're kind of partial to Beer 30, so I'm gonna nix that choice.
Oh man. Man, that's rough. I don't really think I have a favorite in particular because I mean I think we've talked about this before. I don't really watch a whole lot of movies or TV shows like you guys. So every time you guys talk about something, I just kind of I don't know, sponge up everything you say because I have no clue what you're talking about half the time.
Yeah. Do you ever go watch any of the shows we talk about?
Yeah, I've watched a few of them at least. I'm way too far behind in like the whole Marvel universe, so I haven't really even tried that. But
Nice.
yeah, there's a few that we'll listen to. I did like the Sandler verse. I guess that was a good one. but that's something that I had heard of before, so I was more curious, just your take on it and how the whole delivery came. So that was one of my favorites so far.
It was a little rough on the delivery there, but
Yeah, well,
when
it's gonna be.
it was like, yeah, exactly. And that video, I'm pretty sure we've watched that video together before. The guy with the
Yeah.
wall and he's got the strings attached to all the movies, and yeah,
Yep.
yeah, we definitely have watched that together before. But yeah, that was a fun episode to do. Something that I've loved all my life, Adam Sandler movies. So
For
But
sure.
yeah. Anything else exciting going on? Work's good, fam's good, dog's good, all that good stuff.
Yeah.
I covered it all. Anybody that doesn't know Jared's a grill master. He is always cooking up good food on the grill. He's always literally all the time, brats, burgers, steaks.
Yeah, I
But
made some pulled pork today, actually.
yeah,
Yeah.
very nice, very nice. But I will say, I bought him a griddle when he moved into his first house. He didn't use it until he was about to move out of that house into his new house.
Yeah. Now it's a little rusty, and I need to re-season it and deep clean it. So my
Gotta get on
bad.
that. Yep, that still hurts.
Yeah, that's
I'm
my
kidding.
fault. But I do
He
have.
had a good excuse. You had a good excuse.
Well, now I have 2 propane tanks, so now I don't
Exactly.
really have an excuse.
Yeah, true.
And they're
True.
both full. So
Better get that griddle going, man.
yeah, for sure. It's coming up soon with this nice weather. So
Yeah.
all
I'm
right.
excited.
I got a question for you guys, real quick.
Oh,
If you
What's
guys are ready for this.
Always.
All right. So if you have a bag of Skittles, just a regular bag of Skittles, if there's only one flavor that you could eat for the rest of your life, which color would it be?
Green apple. Or grape.
Right. Okay. I like the
I'd
grape.
say grape's good. I'm going cherry or lemon. I like the red ones and the yellow ones. I'm a big lemon. I like lemon heads though. Although lemon Skittles aren't as sour.
Right. Yeah. True. I was
What
gonna
about you?
accept. I mean, grape would be my go-to. The next one would be green. I think if you pick red, you're probably got some psychopathic tendencies. It's just not good.
I don't know. Cherry's good. I like cherry. Give me some cherry McGillicuddies and Dr. Pepper.
That's completely a different thing.
Cherry me in the mouth.
Grapey right in the mouth, huh?
That's right. That's right.
You're gonna
That's
do
right.
what?
You're gonna do what? Yeah. No, that's a good question though. Do you have the same answer for all the other candies like Sour Patch Kids or Starburst? What do you do for Starburst? Do you all go for yellow or you go all pink or?
All pink for Starburst. Sour Patch Kids, you got to go blue.
Yeah.
If you got the pack that has the little blue guys in it, yeah.
The little blue guys.
Yeah, the blue guys.
The blue man, the Sour Patch Blue Man group.
The blue man group.
Yeah.
You.
Nice. That's a good question. Good question. Very nice. So Jerry, what are you looking forward to with us this coming year? Anything you want us to talk about? Anything?
Oh man, just more collabs with some other people. You know, growing the audience, get some new people on this podcast that we don't even know. That'd be interesting. I think. You know, find somebody that found the podcast that's maybe a couple states over that has no clue who you are. Get them on here and just talk. I think that'd be interesting to, you know, just bounce ideas off somebody that you guys don't even know.
That'd be crazy. Crazy cool.
Yeah.
As you can see, I'm taking notes because we've gotten some really good ideas in these last couple of people that have come on, and it's been fun to hear what other people think that we should also be talking about on top of movies and TV shows, and so
True
gotta write it all
that.
down because I will forget. Although it's recorded, so I can always go back and listen. So take them notes. Well, Jared, this has been really short.
I was gonna say you have the record for the shortest interview so far.
Hey, that's okay with me.
I was gonna say, man, that sounds about right up your alley. With everything. So, whoa.
Watch out.
So yeah, I just want to say thanks for thanks you always for hosting Beer 30. Appreciate that. That was a lot of fun. Just thank you for the friendship, man, and just I'm glad you're always a part of the podcast here, and just having fun. And I think you do a pretty decent job when you have time to prepare for set episodes and can make things happen. So always a fun guest.
You do have to host 100 Proof. You know that, right?
I mean, you gotta write out the logistics of that, and we'll see how we
You
can
have the
make that
biggest
work.
house. Done.
I'm gonna start charging people a fee if we're gonna rent it out like it's a
Airbnb.
pretty much.
Run out the downstairs and call it a studio and say, if you want to record down here, you can.
We could put the whole empire down in the basement, honestly.
That's true.
Probably could.
Definitely could. Watch out, my dad's gonna hear that. He's gonna show up with equipment.
I was gonna say,
Like,
we just got that new fiber line put in not too long ago, so we're set up.
Internet's good.
Dang.
Get enough room. Put a bar down there. We're set. We're good to go. I like
We
that.
really are.
Wait, do you have a bathroom down there?
No, but
that's a shame.
You can get outside from a little cellar door.
I guess that's true. So
there's a cornfield. You just go number 2 out there. Be all right.
There you go.
Help the corn grow. Fertilize. Yeah, nice. Well, Jared, appreciate it.
Yep. Move
we'll
on to the next person.
That's right. We'll move on to the next one.
all right, now we are back with our next guest here. For those who don't know, we have long time emailer, first time podcaster here with us, Arian.
Finally.
You know what, Gunnar? I'm just glad we were able to finally get her on an episode.
It's really hard to get a hold of me.
Yeah, that's what I understand. I'm just glad that, she came up with this, for those who don't know, Arian came up with this great idea of doing a top Disney list movie. And we usually do a pretty good job of getting our guests to give us suggestions on to those episodes. And what do we do? What does Gunnar, our fearless leader, do?
Let me tell you. He brought his wife. He brought the wife. Brought the wife, which I can't blame you for too much, but come on.
Yeah. I mean, talk about the ultimate save that you could do. So,
bring the wife?
Yeah. That's like the only person that Arian can be like, I can't be mad at that, but I am mad at that. Like,
I'm a little mad, but I get it.
Oh, Arian, I have seen you 3 times since that episode at least, and it's been mentioned. It's been mentioned
as it should be. So for those out there, we've got longtime emailer Arian. If this was Facebook, on Facebook, she would probably have the top fan little emblem above her name. So yeah, Arian, how are we doing tonight?
I am doing great. Life is crazy always. I have 2 kiddos. So I have a 3-year-old and a 8-month-old, as you can hear in the background.
Very nice.
So life is crazy. I work part-time, so I'm home with them in the evenings from 1 to bedtime. So
nice.
That hence why you see the spoon and the feeding going on to the right.
Yes, if you're watching on YouTube, you're getting a life lesson from a wonderful mother on how to.
Mom life never stops.
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh man, that's fantastic. That's awesome. So Arian, as you know, Gunnar and I both know, you are an avid listener. Are you a day one OG, or did you step in a little bit later and then get caught up, or have you just not? What's your path with us?
So I started listening a little bit in the beginning, but y'all talked about Marvel, and the Marvel nerd in our house is my husband, not me. He's like, "Oh, remember that villain from the movie?" And I'm like, "No."
No.
And then he's like, "Oh, it's the guy from the book." I'm like, "Still." But then you started talking about other movies that weren't Marvel, and even so, like y'all have watched way more movies than I have. But I still am like, "Ooh, like I could get into that. I could see that. Like I could watch more movies. I don't, but I could." And so yeah, I was pretty close to day one. You know,
Okay.
I had seen it, I'd heard about it. You know, Gunnar and I grew up together.
Okay.
So he's on my Facebook, and so I saw like he was doing a podcast. Like I said before, my dad, Scotty T, was on Golden Image Radio when we were kids. I was a teenager when that was all going on. So yeah. So I was like, let's take a listen to this and see what else is under the umbrella of the Golden Mojo Entertainment
Empire.
The Empire.
I'm pretty sure that we are the only podcast within the Empire that refers to it as the Empire.
You really kind of are. I don't listen. I'm not gonna lie. I don't listen to Murdnerds and Tucson because I do like to sleep when I get a chance to sleep. So I don't listen to them, but I do listen to you guys and Golden Image podcast religiously every week. I have listened to that. My husband's been on Indiana Chiefs fans because he is the ultimate Chiefs fan.
Oh my
God, the man has shoes. Just throw that out there.
It's the Emperor does too.
And so so he is the ultimate Chiefs fan. So I've listened to his episodes a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I've listened to all of them.
Yeah, I get it.
You know, football.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But
oh man.
Yeah.
Oh
but,
my.
oh yeah.
Okay. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. So
and the bot.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and the supplement feeding begins.
And you will have a hand.
So what has been your favorite episode, Arian? Have you had a favorite?
Oh, I loved Beer 30. I love Drunk Gunner. It's my favorite. It's right up there with Drunk Brianna, which is my sister, my younger sister. They're great. I love Drunk Gunner. That one and This Is Halloween.
Oh,
I just like how you guys brought in Logan and the Emperor. And you talked about so much from when we were kids, Gunnar and I, and you know, the Skywalker, and like me, my sister, the Skywalker, Gunnar, Mo, and then Logan and his sister Brittany all grew up together. I mean, we were over at Gunnar's house every weekend, it seemed like. Sorry. He throws his hands up. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Every weekend. My dad was a single dad growing up, and him and Jeremy were best friends. So we spent a lot of time over there. And so it was really cool to just reminisce and like, oh yeah, remember when that was there? I'm like, oh yeah, I remember that. Like, so those are the two episodes I've watched multiple times.
Yeah, it was fun to hear. It was fun to hear Logan bring up like the haunted house they did at in his parents' garage.
Oh yeah,
'cause I remember that. Like I don't even know how I remember it. I was pretty young when they did that, but still
super vivid. Like I remember I don't remember everything that was set up because we were still pretty young, but I remember what it was like.
Yeah.
So
good time.
That's pretty cool. It's funny that something like that you never would have thought would give you memories to go back on and just reminisce and remember those good times.
It's really fun. We had a blast. Like Gunnar, like Logan said when he was on, they left when he was like 10 or 11. And he's a little older than me, not by much, but so I was about 10 when he left too. And yeah, I mean, we hung out a lot.
Cool. Oh yeah, all the time. Yeah, that was yeah, for most of you that don't know, Ari and I grew up and we're pretty much siblings. So I mean, it's
Yep.
yeah,
He
we
was like
spent
the little brother I
lots
didn't
of
have.
time. Yeah, yep.
Oh my. So what we've been doing here with our guest here is we've been throwing them the opportunity to ask us a question. So I'm just curious, do you have any questions for us?
I do. So kind of going on that same theme of childhood, is there something from your childhood that you missed that maybe you'd want to bring back, or like that you just missed? And it could be an event, it could be just I don't know, just a general question of like, do you miss anything from your childhood?
Are we talking like pre-10 or like
Doesn't matter.
anytime?
Anything from like when you were a kid, just either preteen, in your teens, just before you became an adult, you know, bills and
Before
kids.
responsibilities.
I'm supposed
Yeah,
to
all
I'm supposed to be an adult.
just minus bills. Like before that,
Before
miss
bills.
anything.
Man,
Oh wow, that is a really good one.
that is a good one. That's a deep one.
I'm gonna something we've mentioned on here before is I miss playing Little League baseball. I miss those days of just going out and having fun, not having to worry about like what the score is. It's not as competitive. I miss the days of just going out and having fun playing. When I get to the high school level, it just became so competitive and so rule based and all this stuff. And I don't know that I miss that as much. But yeah, Little League, having my dad as a coach and going out there and just I was a pitcher and I just was like I would wing the ball in there as hard as I could just to see how fast I could throw it, pretty much. And miss those days. Hi, Wyatt.
That's my oldest behind me.
Oh man, I mean, we could go deep, and I could go with I could go with my mom memories. I could go with those.
Yeah.
I could go, just family vacations. I miss those. Since I've got my own family now, I'm starting to make those memories again. So that's kind of nice. But to kind of piggyback up with Gunner is I miss the summer basketball days and the little league days, because if I had a game that day, my mom put me on a very strict schedule that I needed to come home no matter what I was doing. I was home by a certain time. I ate, I took a nap, I showered, and got my game clothes on and went out and played either basketball or baseball. And I do those days. Those days were great. 'Cause then getting that nervousness to go ask your parents, be like, "Hey, can I go stay the night at Joel's house?"
Yeah.
Like those were
Wow.
the days. Like those were good times. So yeah. What about you, Aaron? You got one?
I do. To be 100% honest, when we were kids, I miss when we all hung out. Skywalker and me and Chico and everybody. Like I miss that we just don't hang out like we used to when we were kids. I mean, it's easier when you're kids,
Yeah.
Yep. Two of us have kids. I've got two and Skylar's got two, and so it makes life harder. But even just that little gig that they had at I know, bud.
The Mean Bean.
The little gig that they had at Mean Bean. It was like, oh my gosh, it just took me back to when we were kids, and our parents, dad would be playing the drums and Jeremy would be playing guitar. Your mom would be up there playing bass or singing or both. I miss that stuff. I miss Slam Jam when we were kids, where everybody would camp and we'd sit around the campfire and Jeremy and Brad would play guitar and, that kind of stuff. It was just so much simpler. And I think I miss the simplicity of of life back then, because life is so hectic now. Add kids to the mix and it just makes things crazy.
That sense of freedom as a kid that you had. Yeah, I do miss that too. I miss when I got my first vehicle, which was a scooter, and I used to ride it everywhere.
I know you'd come to the house all the time.
Yeah, I miss that. It was just so fun. I could just get on and ride to Jared's, ride to Cole's, go to Bourbon. All that good stuff. It was nice to have like that freedom But even going back to the little league days, like you'd leave school to go to practice, and you just felt like you were free to just like even just walking from the school to the baseball fields. It just felt free.
For me, it was band. Oh, I miss band so much. I was in marching band from freshman year on, and I did band from 6th grade all the way to senior year, and I loved it. As much as we won't mention any names, but I wasn't a huge fan of the director at the end. Oh goodness. But but I loved band. The camaraderie, it was the same people every year, and they were my friends. And that was my crowd. Like, I'm sure your basketball people were your people, and when Gunnar did baseball, his baseball people were his people. I mean, kind of,
Yeah.
It wasn't everybody, but we had a select few that it was like, that's my group. And no, I definitely do miss band for sure.
Yeah, I miss going to all your guys' competitions and all your
Football
marching
games
band
were
stuff.
so
Oh, yeah.
fun, and competitions and just playing.
Yeah.
You guys play drums and guitar and bass and all that, and it's like I played xylophone. Like, what am I gonna do? Have a xylophone in my house? Like,
roll that
Yes.
puppy out.
right? Like, do you got $2,000? Because that's about how much it costs to get one.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you're fine. Yeah, you're all
Very
right.
nice. That's a great question, Arian. I mean, that brings up a lot of good memories, like you
Yeah.
said.
You tell him hi. He learned how to wave this week.
Nice.
Yeah. He said hi.
Jack.
Yeah.
Oh goodness. Oh good. Oh goodness. Oh
I'm
goodness.
tired.
I think Colton misses having a little one like that.
My oldest, who's right behind me, he was such an angel baby. He slept through the night from 6 weeks on. Like, he was just a great baby. And this little guy,
The exact opposite.
not quite, but close. Like, my oldest didn't have any sleep regressions, and this little guy's going through one right now. And yeah, it's just, oh, there you go. Yeah. Hi. Yeah. There you go.
Oh, got it.
They're so fun. Having 2 kids is fun. It's a lot of work, but it's definitely worth it. And I got 2 boys. 2 little boys. But oh yeah.
Welcome to Colton Plays with Babies podcast.
I know. I just brought him on so we could distract Colton with waving and
Yeah.
get the baby. No,
I usually get that look, especially when I stand up.
they're like,
their head just falls back, and they're just looking up, and they're like, "Why are you so tall?" And then I pick them up and I bring them up there. They get scared because they're too high up, and I'm like,
too high.
Can't win. Too high.
I know
What does that
that. Whole,
mean?
it's like you should have. It's kind of like you and Jake. You both should have a card that says how tall you are and like all that stuff. So you just hand it to somebody because you know that they're gonna say, "Well, how tall are you? You're so tall. What's the weather like up there?"
Oh,
that whole
yeah.
thing. So
Yeah.
I just say I'm taller than you is usually what I follow up with.
yeah, you would say
Did-
that. Taller than
Col-
you.
Colton and I need to do a standing podcast where we're in the same room, but we're standing the whole time.
Why?
You'll look like his son.
I know.
Where would the camera be? Is this like a
Oh,
close-up, medium
no,
shot?
it'd have to
long
be
shot?
like super far away, and we'd have to have
It'd
mic
be like
stands.
Gunner's chin and then like Colton's chin. But
I
down
don't think
here.
that's a bad idea. I think one weekend we just record. I come over. I'll bring some mic stands and mics, and we just record an episode like that.
You
Oh
could
my
even do
gosh.
just a picture, be like, this is the height difference between me and Colton, and post that on social media. You want to see this more? Watch this episode of the Call Guys where we do it from a mile away so you can see how tall we are.
Yeah.
Oh my.
How far away does Colton have to be for us to be the same height?
Oh my gosh.
Well, I'm 5'4", so I'm not even remotely
Oh.
close to how tall you are. I know you're probably at least a foot taller than me. At least.
A little bit more.
Let's just say a foot.
Yeah. And then some. Yeah.
Will be nice.
Right.
Oh
yeah,
my gosh.
no,
Arian, I am so glad we finally got you on.
Me
And
too. Woo!
I'm glad that Gunnar hopefully has repented enough to get back into the good graces of you after being snubbed so many times by him. I'll be honest, when you sent that email about how angry you were, and then the email stopped for you for a couple weeks, and I was thinking, Gunnar, you ticked off our number one emailer, and now what am I gonna do at the beginning of every episode?
Right.
So
We had a
here we
couple
are.
weeks where there was nothing.
I know. Yeah. I would be like, oh, I thought I sent something. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Well, whatever. I'm mad at Gunnar. Like, ugh.
That's right. That's right.
Well,
Gunnar.
what made me the most mad was my husband was like, well, you just have to get with them. And I'm like, dude, I have known Gunnar since he was a child. Like, please tell me how I need to get into contact with Gunnar. I said, not only did I get into contact with Gunnar, I said, I got into contact with the Emperor.
That's
The
right.
freaking main guy of this whole operation. I'm like, you know what? You know what? We've been friends for so long, bro. Come on. And you weren't drunk, so you can't say anything about New Year's.
The disrespect.
I know.
Yeah, I wasn't drunk on New
because
Year's.
You know how you always are like, I'm an honorary golden, but then you don't get invited to stuff,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
This
Ask
is
me
that
about.
same situation, except for I did get invited to the weddings, but sorry.
Oh yeah, must be nice. Well, I didn't. Ask me if I got invited to the surprise party.
Oh, I didn't either. So don't feel bad.
You know what I got?
Did.
Hold on.
My dad was there.
Hold on, Gunnar, before you start talking, okay? I only got invited after he found out that I was going. That's right. You better get out of here. I only got invited because he found out I was going to Ohio that weekend. He's like, oh, well, I guess you can't come to my dad. I guess you can't come to the surprise party for my dad, huh? And I was like, I wasn't invited. How can I make plans?
See that face right there? I was on the phone with Colton when I was talking about this, cutting these heads out and pasting them on cardboard. But yes, it was short notice. We planned it the Saturday before.
The disrespect I get.
I know, right?
The disrespect you give me.
The sad part is like, so even if you did say, well, Scott, your girls are invited, just call it. Dad's not gonna pick up the phone. Are you kidding me? My dad picks up the phone when somebody's dead or dying. It's only 2 times. And then when he calls, I'm like, oh God, who's dead? Who's dying? What's happening? So even though he was invited and he went with his wife, my stepmom. Like, I was like, oh, that was cool. What a cool thing. I didn't get invited to Aaron's.
Sorry.
So there's that.
I didn't get invited to Aaron's either, but that's okay.
Oh, okay. So that makes me feel better. At least it wasn't just, me.
I wasn't either.
That's okay.
I don't even know what we're talking about.
It's a family.
It was a party on the same day. Same day party.
Oh, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Oh
Dad
my.
is the honorary golden because I don't know. He
Hung
was
around for so long.
lot. Yeah. Oh yeah.
He's
They've
been
been
a
friends since they rode the bus together in school.
Oh geez.
Yeah. They've been friends for a long time.
Did they graduate the same year?
No,
Scott's-
Jeremy's actually younger than my dad. My dad turns 55 this year.
So your dad knows my dad.
Probably.
Oh yeah, sure.
Man, Scott.
I'm sure.
Scott Trowbridge.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'll have to ask him. I bet he knows him.
Oh, I'm
guaranteed.
sure. And if he doesn't know him, then he knows my grandpa. My grandpa was the president of the school board for a long time. Dick.
Oh yeah, I know Dick Trowbridge. Yeah, I know
Yep,
him.
that's my grandpa.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Small world. Who would have thought in Bourbon?
Oh
Who would've
yeah, my
thought?
grandpa
Who'd
was
have
like
thought?
friends
Who'd have thought?
for a while with the superintendent, and like I couldn't have gotten away with anything even if I wanted to.
I believe it.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, bud.
All right, Arian.
Thank you so much for coming on, making time with us. Really
Absolutely.
appreciate it. Doing the mom deal here is not necessarily the easiest thing to do. So just really appreciate your time and making time for us. So
This makes for really good content. So
Yeah, they'll be like, "Oh, look, it's a baby."
yeah.
Yeah, anytime you want that, just contact me. You'll always get a baby. He may be a little loud, but
that's okay.
Well, we
That's
will
what
have
they
you
do.
back. We will have you back
Absolutely.
here coming up our rewatchable
I
series.
know, right? Yeah, he already contacted me and was like, "Hey, we're gonna have you back. I just don't know what episode yet." And I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that. I need a signed contract."
No joke.
Yeah.
Get it in writing.
Right.
Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should get a contract for every guest that's on, just to make sure. I'm for real and they're for real.
Yeah, they're for real. Yeah, that's it.
And that's the problem. They're for real. I'm not
Yep.
gonna lie to you. You text me and I did totally forget. You're like, "Don't forget," and I'm like, "Oh no, oh no, I
Forgot.
did."
It's okay. I think Jared forgot too, so it's all good.
Oh yeah. Oh my Gunner. Well, I guess that just means we're on to the next one. And here we are. Here we are. Oh my Gunner. I can't believe we've made it this far with I guess I'll take the lead on this one.
You got
Hello. Welcome to the Call Guys 52nd episode. We have with us Chico Noise. Nothing, Chico.
No,
Dead
introduce your
silence.
sister.
Oh my gosh, yes. I have my eldest sister, Samantha. She is the one who emails every once in a blue moon, but she is the one who blows off my phone every week.
That's right.
About, commentary, just like simple commentary would be like, "Oh my gosh, that was funny," or "Oh this," or "Oh that," or "That's hysterical." I'm like, and I was just like, every time I just tell her, and then she like emails me a list or anything like that. And I was just like, man, you should probably send that to the callguyspodcast@gmail.com. And it's only worked like twice.
Yeah.
So, Samantha, how we doing?
Doing well. I just got home from work. So yeah, it's 20 till 11. And when the call guys call, you answer, you pick up.
That's right.
So here we are.
Wow. That's the first time somebody's ever said that. When the call guys call.
That'd be a good shirt idea.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I mean, there's
But
already giving ideas.
Yeah, get it on the docket.
Chief. Yeah, you're right, Colton. I am the sister that likes to text you all of my like, what were you thinking when you said that? Or what were you thinking when you, like, I have to tell you, I think one of the text messages I sent you not too long ago is, we were raised by the same two people and our answers could not be more different.
It does seem to be that way.
On certain topics. And I always have to laugh when, whoever's on with you and Gunner and, we're talking about the good old John Wayne movies because that's just what we were raised on.
You betcha.
That is just what we were raised on. But
Oh
first of all,
my.
I really just want to tell you guys that I love the fact that you're doing this. I do. I love it just because growing up, Colton's a pretty quiet kid. Just kept to himself, and
hard to believe.
He was either I know. He was either in his room playing the PlayStation, back to the good old days of Crash Bandicoot, or he was on the basketball court. So the fact that he has a podcast that all he does is talk is just kind of crazy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a very big side note that not anybody really ever knows, especially if they listen to this podcast, that I was a quiet kid and I was a seen, speak when spoken to, not to be seen, only not to be heard, only to be seen type of person. So, yeah, it's kind of odd that made that big 180 flip somewhere in between my childhood and now. So yeah, yeah. What?
I don't know that I've ever known you to be a quiet person, like always quiet. But I have seen him to the point where he's mad enough that he just doesn't talk. So,
was it during an IU game, a Bears game?
No. Every time I've seen or heard him during an IU game, it has not been quiet.
Oh.
Or Bears game.
That's so true. So true. Usually
Oh
that's when you start to worry is when I get quiet.
Yeah.
So,
So yeah, Samantha, for those who don't know and maybe who are struggling listening to you right now, why is your voice so coarse right now?
Uh, I'm a volleyball coach by trade. That's what I do for a living.
Is
And
yell at people.
yeah, I get paid to yell at children.
Must be nice.
We always joke about living the dream. I am living the dream. It's I literally, I get paid to coach, and it's a good time. But yeah, this coming weekend we're in Louisville, and that will be tournament 7 out of the first 8 weeks of the year.
Dang.
So lots of yelling, lots of talking,
Wow.
lots of traveling. So
That's awesome.
so yes, my voice is in and out all the time.
Yes, it is. So being at number 52 and you got the honor to be on this episode, you're welcome, by the way.
I was shocked. I was shocked when you called.
I felt like I
And
was
I was with-
pressured. I felt pressured from the Emperor.
Oh, well, I have to laugh because I was with Emily, for those of you who don't know, our sister. She's the middle child. I was with Emily when you called and asked me, and when I hung up, she goes, "There's no way that was his idea."
Actually, it was.
Oh,
It was more than anything. It was Colton's idea. The last couple weeks, he said, "Okay, we got to get Samantha on here. We got to get Samantha on here." So,
You're
yes,
welcome. As I said earlier,
your
you're
brother's
welcome.
being a good brother.
So with that being said, you have listened. I know you have listened. I don't know if you're a complete day oneer. I don't know. I think you started a little bit later, or are you a day oneer?
I'm a day
oneer.
oneer.
Oh wow, good
Yep.
for you
Beginning.
then. Good for
I'm
you.
a day oneer.
So
I'm
is
not
there-
like some of you. I'm not like some of your fair weather listeners. I've heard them all. I've listened to them all.
Yeah, can you talk to my sister?
Sure.
Just yell at her. And
Oh man, that's too funny. Is there do you have a favorite moment from what we have from what we've done this past year?
Yeah, and it's so funny because like I pulled up some of our text messages from past episodes that I've texted you from, and when you mentioned favorite moments, the one that I wanted to point out was the podcast where you guys talked about the like real life to movie thing, and that was when I said it's crazy. I'm only 4 years older, raised by the same man, and our responses to your podcast are so different. And I said my top 3 for that podcast would have been Schindler's List, Catch Me If You Can, and American Sniper. And the text message before that is I'm telling you guys that I think Brandon Taylor should get the washer and dryer for the hassle of the Wally Bucks.
Totally
those
agree.
Wally Bugs.
So I would have to say right now, my favorite and most cringeworthy moment for you guys is Brandon Taylor and the Wally Bucks.
Oh my, that is so awkward.
Wow, that's good. That's good.
And the thing about it is we've known Brandon Taylor for how long, Colton? We've known him most of our lives.
A long time.
A long
Same here.
time. And it's just cracks. Oh man. So far my honest to goodness favorite moment. Brandon Taylor and the Wally Bucks.
The Wally Bugs.
I wonder if he's used them all yet.
Man, I talked to him the other day, and he said he used a couple, but he hasn't used much of them. He's having a hard time finding ways to use them.
Well, yeah, when all the penguin points disappear, you can't really use your Wally Bucks.
Oh my gosh. So so with that being said, do you have any question you want to throw towards Gunnar and I, or?
Well, yeah, and the thing that shocks me about all this is how much you're talking.
Oh,
So when you guys are recording an episode, and typically your episodes, when it's just the two of you, are typically about an hour 20 long. And I know that Gunnar edits a lot of everything. I mean, so how long is an original episode before the editing is done?
Actually, so in the first 10 episodes, I did a lot of editing because we would we'd have a lot of ums and but, and we pause a lot. So there were points where there'd be 5 to 10 seconds of just nothing. So I'd have to go and chop it up. I haven't actually cut parts out of an episode in, I don't know, probably 30, 35 episodes. So most of it's actually the raw, straight from the start to the finish. So, which is super nice because we were getting so good at transitioning and changing and talking about something new or switching over. And then when we do have guests, it's way easier at that point because we never edit those down. So I think Beer 30 might actually be the last edited episode, fully edited. So,
Man.
yeah.
And I do have to tell you, like, I liked Beer 30, but the crazy part about it for me is that I remember most of those boys when they were in junior high. And so, so I remember some of those young men in that circle standing on the top of somebody's house and lighting bottle rockets and letting them fly off across the road of Lincoln Highway.
I wonder which two those were.
Hoping not to hit cars as they drove by. So
Yep.
listening to that group of boys, it's just amazing to see everybody's grown up, everybody's married, and it's just, for me, it's just it's been a full circle kind of thing, just watching you guys all be friends and stick together, and that's been a lot of fun for me. So I really enjoy everything you guys are doing right now, and you can genuinely tell that you guys genuinely enjoy what you're doing as well. So it's just a lot of fun to watch you guys do what you like.
So let's just get this out in the open now. Let's do one of your top threes that you have sent me, and we're gonna do with our most recent top three is cars to movies, cars and movies. Find that text message and read that text message you sent me, because I think it's great.
Samantha, you really just made me think about how much editing is going to go into this episode. It's going to be a lot.
Excuse me, sorry about that.
It's all right.
You want to hear my top three?
Yeah, I want you to read the text you sent me.
Okay. My number three. Number one, Rascals. Who doesn't love the Blur? Number two, Little Giants. Danny O'Shea Chevrolet is the epitome of mint.
No, the go-karts. Come on. Best cars in the movie.
Oh my.
Number three, anything that's not Fast and the Furious.
Nice.
Number four, all of these are jokes. I don't have a top three, but number three is serious.
I mean, that's just an example of one of the text messages that I get from you when it comes to this stuff. So outside of that, you're always asking for a picture of the kid. So
yeah, and then you just send me pictures of him with his face covered, or
the picture of him, or a blurry picture.
Don't get me wrong. I love you. I think your wife is a wonderful woman. She's great for you. But now that you have a son, I really couldn't care less about anything else.
I know.
He's just he's a fun little guy. So yeah,
he's a goober.
Cute little booger.
Yeah, he looks just like his dad and acts like him too.
Nonetheless.
So yeah.
Oh my. Well, Samantha, you got anything else you want to add, or
just that I'm really enjoying what you guys do. I know I said that a little bit earlier, and the thing about, I do want to say this about Colton, and Colton's a lifer. So when you're in with Colton, you're in. So
I know.
I texted him one day and I said, I think that sometime I'm going to make your podcast episode a drinking game. And every time you tell Gunnar that you love him or call him brother, I'm taking a shot. But I will need to have an ambulance on standby because I'm sure I will have alcohol poisoning. So, like I said, Colton's a lifer, and when you're in with Colton, you're in for good. And so I just love the fact that you guys have this friendship on display and all that jazz. And I don't know, like we're just a pretty tight, close-knit family. I'm still looking forward to our dad's episode. I totally agree that Bill needs his own episode. It's got to happen.
Did you like the idea of TV dads as a subject?
1000%.
I just don't think Dad would be a good person for that.
And you have to realize that even though Colton and I are what, 4.5 years difference, a little over 4.5 years difference.
Yeah.
Bill and Kelly when Samantha was little are completely different Bill and Kelly when Colton was little. And so like when you talk about TV dads, like I grew up when I was little, we watched the show Major Dad because he was a Marine. And most people don't even remember that show anymore. But then like when Colton was born and all that happened, then the Nintendo became a thing because him and Colton played video games, and then all the John Wayne came out and all that stuff. And so I think that the TV dad special has got to be done with your guys' dads. It's got to happen. It's got to be done with the Emperor and the Doze.
I like it. The Emperor and the Doze.
And I think that story has to be told as well. The Doze, the Bill Dozer.
Oh my
gosh. That story has got to happen.
Maybe we'll tease that for a future. We'll tease that for the episode then.
Which, I mean, I love it because he even made that his email address.
It is. It literally is his email address.
The Bill Dozer.
The Bill Dozer.
Oh my.
Yeah,
you'll love the story.
I love it. Yep,
I'm
I
excited to hear the full story.
Don't write that down.
TV dads with our dads.
I love it.
Oh my. Well, Samantha, thanks always for listening to our shenanigans and putting up with us and just taking the time out of your day to mostly bother me with text messages, but also every once in a while send an email. So just appreciate your time and your listening, and just hopefully we can keep year 2 interested for you and keep you hooked on.
Well, Colton, I love you, brother.
Love you, brother.
Oh my, you guys. So so yeah, man. So yeah, thanks for coming on, and Gunner, it's on to the next one.
Thanks for having me, guys.
You got it. All right, everybody. It is time for Chris, or we call him CT1209, multiple time guest of the Call Guys podcast. He was on the Obi-Wan episode. He was on the Andor episode, but most importantly, he was just on the Star Wars episode. Chris, every time you've been on, it's been about Star Wars. And you know what? Next time you're on,
it's going to be about Star Wars. I'm telling you, one time, we'll have to do it where it's not. We'll figure something out.
You really want a non-Star Wars episode?
I think it'd be fun. I mean, I love being the Star Wars guest. I'm good with that.
But we can do it. We can do something. We can do something different. We can do something different. We just got to figure out what it's going to be. How's it going, Chris? It's been a couple weeks.
I'll take what I can get. Yeah. Well, like I told you earlier, and just a little bit ago, I still haven't watched the first episode of Mandalorian. So everybody who has been asking me what I think, and I'm like, I don't nothing yet.
Yeah, I was very surprised when you told me you had not watched it yet, and I was like, oh, looks like I'm not talking about that today.
You and like 3 or 4 other people.
Yeah,
I'll be honest. I thought that was going to be a topic of. That's why I watched it yesterday.
Man, Chris,
okay. It could have been the intro. What'd you think of the first episode? No, I haven't even.
That's okay.
Started it. No.
You know what? A couple episodes in, you can just watch. I think that's what you kind of said to me. You're gonna.
Yeah. If I don't have enough time, I'll just jump in.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
That works. So how you doing?
Good. I've been good. I've been gaming a lot lately, which has been weird.
Nice.
Like I go through phases where I will or I won't. And lately been playing No Man's Sky. I think I told you that though, right?
Yeah.
Gunner.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But just kind of chill, go around, kind of like a like a Minecraft or something like that, but way more interesting to me.
I don't get Minecraft either.
I don't. My daughter
Minecraft is
loves it
interesting.
though.
It is interesting.
Loves it.
It's fun. I love that game. Play for hours on end. Don't make fun of me. I love it.
You're representing that.
I am. Yeah.
Younger generation.
I see the appeal. I just don't. I just am not part of it. I don't. It doesn't jive with me.
I feel that.
How have your so how have these interviews been going? Having fun doing them?
They're a lot of fun. They are a lot of fun. I mean, we've had what? I guess you're like number 9 or 8, I think. So it's been quite a few. So,
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah,
So it's gonna be a long, fun episode.
That's awesome. I'm excited to listen.
Yeah. Yeah. Speaking of, I got a question for you. Since you have been on 3 times, this being your 4th time, what is your favorite moment that you have been on the podcast?
Oh man, that I've been on?
Yeah. While you've been
probably just fighting with Colton. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh man,
favorite. I don't know. They've all. I mean,
let's do this. What's your favorite episode that you've been on that you've been able to talk about?
There you go. Thinker.
I don't know. I felt like we had a lot of fun talking about our opinions on Andor. I like that I surprised you guys with Obi-Wan not really liking it that much. The Colton and I kind of jived on that one. But I don't know. I kind of look at them all equally. I don't know. They've all been fun for different reasons. Yeah. You know what I mean? So sorry to disappoint. Sorry to disappoint with that answer. I guess I have liked each of the other guests I've gotten to talk with and stuff too. That's been fun. It's getting to talk with other guys that you guys know and like the same stuff. That's fun.
Yeah.
Have you? Because the first time you came on, it was just us 3, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the second
I think
time
it was like
was with
episode
Nick.
3.
I think it was.
Yes.
And then Tony was the Andor episode.
That was Obi-Wan.
Okay.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And Nick and Tony are both super cool dudes.
Okay.
They seem like it, at least.
Now we need to get another guest on with you.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Keep it going. We'll have to do, you'll have to figure out like a grand Star Wars episode, right? Because we started with like the broad Star Wars anyway, but you'll have to have like all the different Star Wars guests on for something.
Ooh. The next movie that
when they announced doing another movie, right? Yeah, there you go, man. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah. Write that one down, Gunnar. That's a good idea. I like that.
Next Star Wars movie. Yeah, Chris, I don't think you understand. I have notes upon notes from all the people that have been on in the last two days of recording, and
I think all of my early emails to you, like in the beginning, usually had like at least half a dozen different suggestions.
Oh yeah,
that's so true. It is so true.
I was trying to help.
No, man, we love it. We love it. I got a question for you though, Chris.
Okay.
How is your podcast coming?
Okay. I wondered if this would get brought up. We've recorded a secret episode that will never air probably. Because
shame.
it was iffy. I think I'm going to have Gunnar listen to what I edited because I want to see his opinion. I think I made it into something kind of usable. But we have recorded episode 0, which is like our intro episode. We decided to do it that way. And we've recorded episode 1. We were going to do episode 2, but there was some miscommunication. And then, so right now, one of the 3 of us, one of our guys is out on a cruise right now. So when he gets back, I think we're going to try to knock out 2 and figure out what we're going to do content wise for the next couple. So the premise, you want to know, did I tell you, do you know the premise? Have you heard?
I kind of have an idea of the premise. I don't think I've actually heard from you or from Gunnar like the real premise. I think I've heard shorthand of it.
Okay, so I guess this is a spoiler since it's not going to be out for a while because we want to have a bit of a backlog of episodes before we start publishing. But it's it's basically the idea of having a comic book club. Two of the three of us haven't read a lot of comics. I obviously am the person from our discussions. Big surprise. I'm the person that's probably read the most out of the group. But the premise is basically reading some good classic stories and different story arcs of different comics, different heroes, just so they can check them out. They really like the movies and stuff. And this is kind of their way of jumping in a little deeper, actually starting to read some different things. And then we talk about it kind of like a book club. What did we like? What did we not like? And we give it a rating at the end.
Very nice. That's awesome.
But something that like people who, so hopefully it's something that comic readers can listen to and get a kick out of, hearing about the stories they like. But then also people who are just familiar with the movies and television series can listen to it to try to hear some more about stuff that, like, from more of a perspective that they would relate to.
Very nice.
Right on. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's the I guess the vision for it. So
very nice.
Yeah.
All right, Chris, you got a question or questions for us?
Okay. So pertaining to, I guess, the topic that we were just talking about, comic books.
Ooh.
So I know neither of you have read much in the way of comics.
Or at all.
But as somebody who's read quite a bit, I'll be quiet.
Oh my!
Coming from the guy who has like over $100 worth of my Green Lantern comics.
I do. I need to read them.
So anyway, curious. You guys haven't done kind of this type of top list. What's your top 3, if you can think of 3, favorite heroes? And it can be from any. Doesn't have to be Marvel or specifically DC, or if you know there's like a fringe thing that you really like. Some of the series that are out now are from other stuff, but and you don't have to do honorable mentions.
Oh, sweet.
But 3, 2, 1, call guys, traditional fashion.
Oh yeah.
Oh god. 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 It's that's tough. That is tough because it's hard to rank them. I'm gonna go.
I mean, I know.
I'm gonna go Batman.
This is my problem.
Yeah, okay. Batman, Spider-Man.
As number
Daredevil.
3.
Yeah, Batman, Spider-Man, Daredevil.
Okay.
Oh.
I figured I knew the one that you'd hit number 1 on. Nice shirt.
Yeah, nice shirt. I think I would go Black Panther, Batman, Spider-Man.
Cool. Yeah.
That was good. What about you?
Well, I would share that, but that's actually part of our episode 0.
Ooh, nice little teaser. I like it. I like it.
So when it does come out, we will make sure that you go listen so you know Chris's.
But I will say it was really hard to answer because I do like a lot of superheroes.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, picking 3 really is kind of tough if you have a lot of that knowledge, you know. And sometimes it's kind of your mood, or like you read a story you really like and you're like, oh, maybe that's one of my top. You know what I mean? So I tried to go with more of things that had been consistent for me over the years. And no spoilers, but I'm sure you guys probably could guess my number 1. So whatever. Okay. Do we have time for one more question? Something a little more off the wall?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. If you guys, so I love science fiction. I love fantasy. I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan, but love science fiction. So if you existed in a science fiction universe, and it could be any type, you know, whether it's like kind of science fantasy like Star Wars or something more intense like Alien, whatever, you get it. So if you exist, science fiction universe, what role would you want to be? Like if you could be anything, you know, are you going to be like the ace fighter jock? Are you going to be a smuggler? You're going to be some underground cyber brawler? Neo? Like what? So there you go.
Oh man.
Yeah. If you could be anything in science fiction.
Science fiction.
I'd want to be the Doc Brown kind of character, like the scientist, the developer of the. So yeah, give me something like that.
Of time travel.
It doesn't have to be time. Doesn't have to be time travel, but I want to be like that kooky, like is it Rick from Rick and Morty, or
Rick is a parody of Doc Brown.
Yeah,
so I
exactly.
mean,
so there you go. That kind of kooky scientist almost.
Cool. Okay. I would never have guessed that. Like, honestly, that's cool. I like that.
And probably invent time travel.
Of course. But there it is.
I would not expect anything different from you.
That's right.
Oh my gosh. Man, that's a good one. I mean, obviously, you'd want to be a Jedi of some sort. That would be awesome. You would want to be, obviously, you'd want to be Neo or someone who is in the Matrix, who has been unplugged. But I think, it's funny, Gunnar said what he said, and I'm rewatching them again because I struggle with when I started, I've just got to finish it, but I would just love to be the Doctor. Oh, that would be awesome.
Because he's crazy OP, like nothing stops the Doctor.
He just the way he's able to come up with things and do things on the fly, and how he's just got a sonic screwdriver. That's all he needs. The only thing that sonic screwdriver needs to be able to do is work on wood, and he's unstoppable.
Is that like the weakness? I've never watched it.
Oh yeah, it doesn't work on wood. It's
weird. That's kind of old school Green Lantern. Always had weird things like old school Hal Jordan couldn't affect yellow, like anything that was yellow, his ring couldn't. But in the new lore, there's a reason for that. There's they made it a normal canon.
Kryptonite.
Yeah, but but one of the Green Lanterns, I can't remember if it was John Stewart. I think his weakness might have been he couldn't affect wood. I think that was one of them.
Nice.
I can't remember which one, but I want to say it might have been John Stewart.
It's just like a running joke that goes through every Doctor. They have this instance where, something's behind wood, or they got to stop something, and they're behind a wooden door and they can't lock in. They're like, "Oh, it's wood," and they start just beating that thing. Why doesn't it work on wood?
You might like Green Lantern. That's like old school Green Lantern.
Man. I'm rewatching. I'm halfway through the Matt Smith Doctor Who right now, and that's such a great season. And what about you? Or is this? Yeah, is this
you want to?
Yeah, I want to know.
I hadn't thought of my answer until I asked you guys. I thought that would be kind of fair, right? So I would say I kind of have. So probably either. Kind of that cyber detective that a lot of cyberpunk follows, because I love that kind of stuff, and I love to think of the idea of being a detective or like a Blade Runner kind of thing. But that might be a little too gritty for the way I'd want to live my life, and I would say I would love to be like an ace fighter jock, like Wedge or Luke behind the X-wing, and like in just shooting down pirates, bounties, and stuff like that.
Gold leader checking in.
Red leader checking in. Blue leader checking in.
Yes.
I think what was blue? The B wings. Is that what that was? Blue.
I don't remember.
I think green is A wings and yellow is Y wing bombers.
I think so too.
Yeah, I think, or gold. They're gold leader. That's what it is. Gold leader. Rogue Squadron, man. That was
good stuff.
Anyway, but yeah, I'm probably a fighter pilot. I love the idea.
That's
of
awesome.
Real life, but I could never be one. I have bad eyesight.
Back to reality.
Yeah, sorry. It's true.
Yeah. Well, Chris, we appreciate you being on here. We appreciate every episode you've been on with us, talking to us about Star Wars, and hopefully in the future talking about something else. I enjoy talking to you every week about the episode, and enjoy hearing you say, "I'm typing an email."
Yes, Chris, thank you so much for just being a friend of the show and being able to come on and spend your time with us. You really are our Star Wars expert, and just really appreciate the stories I get to hear from Gunnar that do start with, "You'll never guess what Chris said." Or he'll tell me something, it'll be like, "Guess who told me that?" And I was like, "I could guess." Or, "You're getting an email."
Hey, they're not all bad towards you, though.
No.
I give you props. I give you props.
You do. You do.
try
And I
to-
One of the
appreciate
only.
that. It's so true. It's so true.
Well, I want to thank you guys. It's been a privilege to get to be on a podcast, and especially yours. I have fun listening to it, and you guys remain entertaining week by week. So it's fun to get to know you, Colton, like we've said before. And it's a privilege to get to be getting to be better friends with Gunnar over time. So it's been good. I'm excited to see what you guys bring for year 2. Honestly, like I'm super pumped to see what you guys are doing.
The list is full.
That's so crazy because I know how long it took for year 1, like as things would come along. So I'm so excited to see how you have it done.
Yeah, it'll be fun. All right, Chris, I thank you, and I will see you tomorrow. And we are on to the next one.
Chiefs suck.
Wow.
We won't get on it yet. Hopefully not at all, actually.
Colton.
No, there are so many things I've got to address here at the Call Guys right now. We have the coach. He is on the Indiana Chiefs Fans podcast, which is inside the Empire here. This man right here has just not only said blasphemous things, but has attacked me personally and figuratively. So, Coach, you're here now with the Call Guys. Take your shot. I'm right here.
Take your shot at what? I mean, I like Nagy.
Oh gosh, you do not. you Jeremy nailed that when he heard me yell and scream. That man is a cancer. You are going to hate him there. Be thankful you have Patrick Mahomes. Because I really hope he tells Nagy just to kick rocks.
He's not gonna be the head coach. I mean, come on. But yeah, when I said that, I heard Jeremy go, "Oh, Colton's screaming in the radio. He's screaming right now."
I wouldn't trust that man with a bag of dead kittens.
What?
Oh my gosh. How do you really feel, Colton? This is your time to let it all out.
No, it's not.
on
This
your-
is not the time. We are on strict time schedules here, Coach.
Yeah.
I'm your therapist. Let me. So when did it all start?
Would you like to lay down on the couch? Yeah.
When did it all start? When Walter Payton got cancer. That's when it started.
Okay. Hey, I was a big Walter guy, so.
Yeah, me too. That's the one jersey I got.
Yeah.
Because he passed away the day that my son was born.
Oh
So
gosh.
Yeah.
What a terrible way to remember it.
Yeah, I mean, he passes away, and I'm like, I'm sad, but then my son's born, so it's like, I'm like, I don't know. I was just kind of like, oh, how do I feel? I'm happy my son's born, but Walter Payton passed away.
Mixed emotions.
Yeah, that's a mixture.
Okay, Gunnar, I'll let you go. You are tapping that thing. You want to get past this bickering and arguing.
I'm over here clicking the pen. Well, everybody that doesn't know Rob, as Colton said, he's been on the Indiana Chiefs Fans podcast as a guest. I don't know what, 3 times now. I'm pretty sure 3 times. Yeah. So yeah, Rob's been on there a couple times. Yep. He's a longtime Call Guys listener. I'm pretty sure day oneer. And this is his first time on here for most of you listeners that know, but he does send us emails. He does always give me, whether he's kicking me or kicking Colton or whatever it is, he's always telling me what he thinks of the pod, which is awesome. I love to hear it. He does work right down the way from me. So I don't see him as much now. He did get a different job, but it used to be every day I'd walk in and I get to stop and talk to Rob. Now it's like my office I don't have to pass him to go to my office. So I don't go down that way as much, but it's good to have you on here.
Talks.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's all right.
Glad to
I
be
do
on.
see you. Yes, good to have you here. I do have a question for you.
All right.
Since you are a weekly listener, what is something you want to hear us talk about in year 2?
Wow. I don't know. Pretty much everything you guys talked about is interesting. Even movies I haven't seen that I want to see. I'd like to hear you talk about Robin Williams a little bit.
Who?
As you can.
Yeah.
Robin Williams.
Done.
Yeah.
I'm there.
Yep. And you want to be on that episode? I'm assuming.
You're darn tootin'. I want to be on me and Mrs. Doubtfire.
I
Yep,
love
that's
that.
right.
That thing, I saw that you popped up in here and I saw that and I just started laughing. I was like, what are you doing with it?
Yes. Yes.
So then let me
That-
ask you a question real quick. What is one of your
Okay.
favorite, you got like a top 3 Robin Williams movies then?
Yeah, number one is Aladdin. I love
Ooh.
Aladdin. Just because it was his, I call it his, they just let him go. They just let him be Robin Williams. And then I'd go Mrs. Doubtfire, and then Good Morning Vietnam.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, those, and Dead Poets Society would probably, be it would push up in there, but Aladdin's always been just, my daughter's doing a play this year and it's Aladdin. She's in a
Nice.
play. So it's like, it's kind of cool,
Nice.
but yeah, Aladdin was just one of those movies. You could just feel his comic genius coming out,
Yeah. Great movie.
Oh,
Great movie.
Great list. Great list. Gunnar, have
By
you
the
seen
way-
Good Morning Vietnam?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
I have. Rob, if the kid playing Genie in the play is not good, you can't give him a bad review.
I won't. I can't go, hey, you're not Robin Williams.
Ain't no Will Smith either.
You were screwed from Jump Street, boss.
Yeah.
I'll have to rank you as a number 3 genie.
Yeah. Yeah. I think so.
Oh my. I got another question for you though. I want to.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Gunnar, I don't know. Your wife works with or around Snake Plissken, correct?
Correct. Not around. I mean, they work at the school. She sees him several times sometimes.
Okay. So I was told a story from Snake that he was approached one time by a certain somebody who just addressed him as Snake Plissken. And his first initial thought was, who the heck listens to this podcast?
Because I was, when he moved to the high school, I kept wanting to go down to his office, and I couldn't find his office. So I told my wife, I said, do you see Jake? And she's like, Jake? And I'm like, Molly's former vice principal at the middle school. And she goes, every once in a while. I said, when you see him, walk up and go, hi, Jake, or Snake Plissken. And she goes, well, why? I said, so I explained it to her, and she did it. And she said his first look was like, huh?
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Yes.
Because when he was on and he was talking about how he was doing different things, I'm like, well, and I'm trying to put 2 and 2 together, and I'm like, I think that used to be the vice principal at the middle school, because Gunnar said he was like the principal or something, superintendent, and I'm like going, Jake Everett. Oh, so like I said, I started asking some questions, and I was like, yep, that's him.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah. And then I actually got to meet him at one of the high school functions, and so.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. Small world.
Yeah.
That's
Fun.
just awesome. It's a great story.
Yes, very much so. Rob, did you bring a question for us?
I sure did.
Oh.
It's a list, and you can make it quick. I know you're on a time schedule. Give me your top 3 favorite SNL actors or actresses.
Wow.
I've got 2 off the top of my head that I can think of.
Well, I think I know one of Gunner's.
I could.
Okay, I'll give you 3, 2, 1. I'll give you 3, 2, 1. I'll go Eddie Murphy. Hey, falling for nobody in a tailpipe. I'll go Adam Sandler for sure. And then man. Can I say is Will Ferrell. I'm gonna go Will Ferrell. Was he full time SNL or was he just a guest celebrity? Okay, I thought so. So there you go. My 3.
You're about like where I'm at. Mine were Murphy at 3, Sandler, Farley.
Farley, yeah, I could say Chris Farley too.
Yeah, I was gonna go with was Spade a regular on there?
Yes, Spade was a regular.
I would have gone Spade, Farrell, and Farley.
Nice, very nice. That's a good one.
That's a good question.
Oh, and after this, well, by the time this airs, I'll have a new favorite host on SNL also.
Yes, that's right.
Colton, you know who that host is?
I'm gonna guess George McKenna.
No, not quite.
Know your favorite judge your mouth.
Your favorite football player.
Oh, geez, what a joke! He's a punk. Nobody cares about him. He's a nobody.
We're not going there.
He's a nobody. He's a nobody. He'll be a never was when it's all said and done. He's a punk. What a chump. A nobody when it's all said and done. Mark my words. Every record he has will be smoked by somebody who's probably not even born yet.
Unfortunately, you're probably not wrong.
Yeah. We may not be alive when it happens, but
it's so true.
Yeah.
It's so true. No, my issue with you Chiefs fans now is that it's Super Bowl or bust, and I want to address the take that you had at the very beginning when you first, put your name in my mouth, in your mouth. I'm sorry, forgive me. Gosh, can't even insult the man correctly.
Wait, was it my face in your ass? I mean your ass in my face.
The thing about the so-called analyst and the people who predict things is that they are just people with resumes. They are nobodies. They don't know more than you or any other average Joe. So to give the Kansas City Chiefs firepower, to keep them motivated, they have to find somebody. And I'm telling you, the medium now more than ever loves to put down the best teams, give them reasons to use their words as fuel for their fire, so to speak. So when I say that the slander and the hatred that the Chiefs aren't going to go back to back or even make the playoffs, I'm telling you, I don't care what anybody says, it came from Kansas City, because that's the best way to keep a team motivated, is to be told that no, you're not good enough. You just lost the best receiver you've ever had, blah, 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 blah. It's you guys have Patrick effing Mahomes. Like, I don't care who you got out there. Tom Brady has done it for decades with nobodies. And he is Tom Brady-esque when it comes to elevating his receivers.
Oh, I when you said it, I wasn't really like starting something. But
we're here, Coach. We're here.
We're here now.
Because I was just like, you said it, and I'm like going, I see where you're coming from, Colton, but it wasn't when I had a lot of my friends who would say, they'd come up to me, what are you going to do without Tyreek? I'm like going, one guy doesn't make a team. I said, 1-5 is what we have, and we're good.
Yeah, that's all you need.
Yeah.
Well, one guy doesn't make a team, though.
Well, okay.
It's
1-5.
It's Gunner. It's different. It's different in the state of football. Football, to me, is the most team-oriented sport there is out there, because you got to get 11 guys on the same page who know what's going on and execute to perfection. And execute every play for an entire game, and that's hard to do because that's 11 people. That's 11 people, and effing Patrick Mahomes, man. He somehow gets them all on the same page. And that's what makes Alex Smith different than the success you had with Alex Smith is different because of the success of Patrick Mahomes, is because Patrick Mahomes is able to elevate his game and everybody else around him to be better and to win. So if you guys don't make the Super Bowl next year, I don't care if you lose in the AFC Championship game. I don't care if you make it that far for the next 3 years and don't make it into the Super Bowl. Those are bad seasons. Bad seasons.
Man, you remember that one time Bobby Boucher, the hands fell down, he ran bare ass, but the dog won the burn ball.
But that's all,
going on that one.
Yep.
That's all I'm saying. It's you guys are in a dynasty. It's, obviously, Tyreek Hill, number two receiver in the NFL this year, with a concussed Tua for who knows how much of the season. I'm going to guess all of it. And
Probably.
so, I mean, you're never going to replace that. The only thing you're going to do is just find other ways to get other people involved. And that's exactly what Patrick Mahomes does. And don't worry. Hey, don't worry. I'm sure Matt Nagy is going to just take it for you guys. And he is going to pick up the torch of Eric the Enemy and just march down the field every time. He's going to score. I bet he scores a touchdown every single drive. I'm going to say it right now. You guys will never punt the ball next year. Get rid of your punter. Kick him off the team. Cut him. You don't need him.
Ain't getting rid of Tommy Townsend. We like him.
Too expensive.
He's a good punter.
Too expensive.
He gets drug tested every time he kicks one over 60 yards.
Oh, sorry, PED. You taking PED?
So.
Well. Okay.
So yeah,
we'll
I just want you to
know. No, we're not.
No, we're
we'll
not.
get off football.
Gunner, be quiet.
You stop
Gunner,
it right now.
I'm not done yet. You be quiet. We've got time. Okay. Let me tell you something here, brother. Okay. You guys are the Patriots now. Nobody wants you guys to win. Plain and simple. Nobody. And that's good. That's a great place to be. I'm hoping to be there in about 5 to 8 years.
You guys could if they do it right.
Oh gosh, see,
but it's and don't take this one. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's the Bears and the McCaskies don't know how to. But you did get a good GM, so I think you'll be all right.
I like Poles a lot. I think he's where it's at. Gonna put that flag down. You're absolutely right, and we will not. I really hope Poles does so well, and we have a big mess up or a big screw up where something happens, and it's going to come down to Poles saying, "I couldn't make the moves that I needed to make. I didn't have the blessings from the upstairs to be able to make the move to get us over the hump." I want that to happen because I am sick and tired of these owners for the Bears. And Virginia is a sweet gal, but it's time to give it up. And I swear if her grandson or whoever the heck this kid is who's coming in to run this organization, if he doesn't get together and doesn't get into the new wave of how football is played, the Bears are going to continue to be the Bears for the rest of my life. And I am not going to do well with that.
The Bears.
Bears.
Okay, Gunner, we're done now.
All right, are you sure? Are you sure you're
No,
good?
we're not. Let's go again.
Rob. Don't egg him on. Rob, I appreciate you every single week talking about the podcast. I appreciate you coming on Indiana Chiefs fans and talking about the Chiefs with us. Man, I appreciate just having good conversation, and happy you're here on episode 52, and hope to get you back, whether we do a Robin Williams episode or just anything. So
anything. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I like I've told you, Gunner, I enjoy listening. A lot of times I'm doing it when I'm cleaning the school. And I think the last episode you had Jake on, I was laughing so stinking hard that I thought somebody was going to come in and go, "Are you okay?" Because I have my ear pods in and my earbuds, and they can't. I'm just laughing. I'm just like, "Oh, I better stop that. They're going to think I'm crazy or something." But you guys make me laugh. You make me think. When you did the Pixar one, Colton.
Oh yeah.
I started thinking about. I was like, "Oh, I see Colton's point. I see some of the things he was saying, and it was because I even asked Chris. I said, "What was that? What was that site that he told me to go?" That he said that he found that on. I want to go listen to that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It was. and they'd say that a lot about even other Disney movies too. Like different ones, how they kind of, well, so and so was in this. You see them in the crowd or something, and they were at a wedding, or they were there, or they were the shipwreck, or it's like, oh yeah, I can see some of this.
Yeah, Pixar's in depth too. I mean, it goes even further than even what Colton talked about. I mean, it's a lot. There's a lot there.
Well, I mean, you guys have had some really good topics, like the Sandler verse. That was awesome. That was, and definitely Beer 30 was awesome. I mean, I want the uncut version.
As many requests as I've gotten, I just need to do it.
Because it's just I think I told you, Gunnar, I said it was kind of cool listening to you guys as friends, just sitting around talking, just shooting the breeze, and there's times that I do that with my friends. You don't see them all the time, but when you get together, it's like you just saw them the day before, or you've talked to them on the phone or something, and I was like, man, that just kind of brought me back to my group of friends that I have, that when we get together, it's like we don't miss a beat. We just rag and gripe at each other and pick on each other, and it's like, man, that's just like us, so I've enjoyed the 52 episodes. It's been fun. I think you guys getting me into listening to podcasts, that's what was hard. It's like, I don't like podcasts, and then you guys guys said, well, you just gotta listen, and then it's like, okay, what's gonna happen next week? What's happening next week? Let's go.
And then it's like,
one a week.
What else can I listen to? And then you're listening to 7 podcasts in a week.
Yeah, and then Jeremy got me on New Heights, and then then being on Indiana Chiefs, it was just like, now I'm like, I gotta find something over the without football right now. I gotta find something to listen to, and Jeremy's like going, well, there's Arrowhead Attic. I'm like, what about the other Golden Image, or in the Empire? What one should I listen to?
Yes.
Oh man, yeah,
I love
Coach.
it.
I appreciate never meeting you, knowing of you through where you used to work, and with my dad and everything like that. So I think I did throw your name out to him, and he didn't know who you were. So I'll make sure to have him listen to this part too. So he'll get
I'm pretty sure he knows who I am.
Oh, I'm sure.
He probably has some stories.
Maybe we can get that Gunner on the father-son episode.
Yeah, there we go.
So,
I like it.
So yeah, I just want to say thank you for listening. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to just spend 45 minutes to 2 hours with us, just just joking around, and just really appreciate you.
Yeah. It's been a fun ride. Keep it going, guys. I mean, I'm looking forward to year 2, and when I think you guys said something about having like a 5-part series on different actors. I mean, I came in the next day and told Gunnar, do one on Robin Williams and I'll be on.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, I mean, that's great. I'm excited.
Me too.
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I look forward to every week listening to you guys, and like some of the movies you guys have gone and see, and then you review them. It's like, oh, I haven't seen it. Well, I'm not going to wait. I'll listen. Spoiler alert. Who cares? So then, I go in with that expectation of something like, yep, they said that was going to happen. Yep, that's going to happen. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see now. Yeah, they were right. It wasn't very good.
Nice. All right, Rob, we are going to move on and get on to the next one. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Hey, thanks for having me on, guys.
Thanks.
Later.
So now we have one of the podcast wives. The other one actually is, I think, afraid to be on the camera at this point. I don't think she ever wants to be on the podcast.
Man, I don't know. I wonder sometimes.
Yeah.
Maybe someday.
Yes, this is Sarah, who you all know, that was on the top 5 Disney movies episode that we actually talked about earlier in this episode, and I got in trouble for not having Arian on and having Sarah on instead. Colton said I had the best excuse because it was you on that episode.
You did.
Wife wins.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I just still feel bad for Arian. If you're listening, I'm sorry. Still sorry. Well, yeah. How's it going, Say?
It's good. It's good. I started rewatching a show that I've watched about 6 times. So,
What show is that?
Gossip Girl.
Oh Lord.
XOXO.
I don't even know that much.
That's all I know.
I don't know why. It's just sometimes I get a kick for it. So that's what I've been doing with my life. That's pretty much it.
We probably have a better shot of me watching Gossip Girl than we do Arrow at this point in time.
Pretty good. There's drama, there's romance, violence.
I don't know anymore.
That's Colt kind of show.
I rescind it. I rescind my take.
You should try it. That and One Tree Hill.
Oh.
No, One Tree Hill is no. I remember when I was in high school and kids were having. We need to ask Snake Plissken about those days. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, no, they brought too many fake fans into Fall Out Boy and Dashboard Confessional. Like, nah, fam.
If you can't sing the actual words to Sugarwood Going Down, then you got a problem. You're not a true fan.
I'm not a true fan.
Well, that marriage was fun.
Peace.
Deuces.
No, you know some Fall Out Boy songs. You're good.
Thanks. Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Sure. Yeah, I'm sure I know some.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Well, Sarah, I do have a question for you.
Okay.
Since you are a podcast wife of the Call Guys podcast, what do you want us to talk about in year 2? Do you have anything you want to hear us talk about? Not that you listen, but
Listen. I know. I support you. Every time you go downstairs to podcast, I'm like, okay, bye.
That's how she supports you, by allowing you. I know the feeling.
No, I don't know. I really like the episodes, the get to know you episodes. I mean, you can only do so many of those, but I think that's a really cool idea. Maybe kind of go off the beaten path and like do an activity together other than just, movies and TV show and music. Maybe go do something fun together, like water park and things.
I don't know. Have I told you about our idea? What we're going to be doing as an activity as
fast food road trip?
The Call Guys Go to White Castle.
Yeah. Not really what I had in mind. But
Can we not go to White Castle though?
Well, yeah, we're not going to White Castle.
Oh,
Penguin Point
good.
it is.
White Castle's still in business?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, don't you see it in the freezers at Walmart?
That's true.
That's a good
very
point.
Yeah.
Gosh, I haven't had White Castle in.
I want to have.
Yeah, I know. I think I've had it maybe once in my life.
You ever had Crystals?
No.
Oh man, it's like the southern. I feel like it's a southern version of White Castle. My uncle took me to it one time. Big mistake.
Yeah.
Big one.
Big number 2 makes you cry.
Yeah, my number 2 definitely made me cry after an evening with those.
Yeah. By the way, thank you, Emperor, for making that a thing. My number 2 makes you cry. I say it one time and it becomes a saying that I actually use in my regular life now.
Oh, that's great.
No, just a podcast.
Yeah. So, how's everything else? Everything else good?
Mm-hmm.
I see you every day. I know.
I know. Yeah, I know. It's weird talking to my husband. No, things are good. I work from home, so I get to stay in my PJs and hang out with my dog all day. So
she's wearing this killer shirt. If you're watching on YouTube, it is a Yingling Golden Pilsner shirt.
Oh,
found that at the old Goodwill.
The old Goodwill. Yeah, always finding those good deals there.
For real.
Yeah, I asked Gunnar to go through the aisles a little bit, see if he can find something interesting, and he's like, "Oh, you gotta get this shirt." Yeah.
She's wearing it, so.
Yeah.
you got to pick your battles.
The girl that probably would never wear yellow is wearing a bright yellow
I
shirt.
don't own a single yellow shirt besides this one now, so thanks.
You're welcome.
Mhm.
You're welcome. All right. You got a question for us?
I do. Thought long and hard about it. Are you ready? All right.
Let's hear it.
What? Oh gosh, I forget what it is. What is your standard morning routine? Everyday morning routine.
Well, I have two. Depends if the kids got daycare or not. It's mostly about if my wife works that morning. Now that I think about it, if the wife works, I usually wake up to her brushing her teeth, and that usually informs me to get up and brush my teeth because by the time I get done, she'll probably be done getting the kid ready, and then after that, I get dressed and whatnot, and the kid really likes me in the morning. I don't know why, but he just likes to cuddle up with dad, and we put our shoes on, we get ready for the day, we put a coat on, we put our jacket on, we do the kiss and the hugs, and then I go to work. Pretty much if she doesn't work, I just brush the teeth, bathroom, dress, and leave.
Are those Williams like sleep in days? He used to sleep in a little bit later.
Yeah.
those days?
Yeah.
Nice.
So he needs I call them mandatory cuddle days.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fair.
He needs cuddle days. So thankfully he's getting one tomorrow with mom. So
Nice.
he needs them.
He needs those days.
Yeah, that's valid. Yeah.
Yeah, I need those days too, but I don't get them. Let's see. So pretty similar, other than I get up first. So I get up, brush my teeth, get around, scramble around a dark house because I don't like to turn any lights on because I know it's gonna annoy Sarah. I close all the doors really quietly because I know that's gonna annoy Sarah. So because she gets to sleep till what, 7 o'clock. So she's in bed till 7. I'm already an hour almost into work by the time she gets up. But yeah, I kind of creep out of the house and get in the car and throw on a podcast and just drive to work.
Listen, I've told many times you can turn lights on. I am a hard sleeper. I could sleep through the tornado warnings. Yeah, I don't wake up to light. Occasionally, when we first moved into the house, I woke up because of the doors, because he likes to not turn the knob or anything, and so I can hear that click. But other than that, no, that's really it. Yeah,
So what's yours?
I have my routine every day. Wake up 7 o'clock. I get my coffee. I watch the news for about half an hour, 45 minutes. And then I open my computer up to start work, and I make some breakfast. And I usually have a meeting at 9 a.m., so I usually eat my breakfast during the meeting because it's cameras off. That's it.
Gunnar, have you seen these outlets that I have all over my house?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I looked at them because you had some unopened packages, and I was like, I need to order some of these.
Dude,
Yeah.
yeah, they're at Aldi's, they're at Lowe's.
I need to get some of those.
Yeah, you do.
They're pretty sweet. Are all of them that way?
Yeah.
Nice. That is pretty sweet. It's a good idea.
I'm telling you, it was the best thing we did for the upstairs in the old house, because I put one right there on the hallway, and one in the kid room. You didn't have to turn on any lights. It was low, like the light was was just perfect to be able to walk around the room and not like kick
See what
anything.
you're not stepping on. Yeah.
Yep, but it was still dark enough in the room that you could still, like, when you had to go get him, or you were walking, he fell asleep, and you're walking him upstairs into his bed, like you could still keep all the lights off and walk safely to and from.
Yeah. Are those
Definitely.
on only the lower socket? Everything's on like the lower sockets, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to look into those. I like them. They're pretty neat. All right, Sarah, you got anything else for us?
No, that's it. I'm a simple kind of girl.
She's thinking about Gossip Girls. What's going on? Or Ned's
my gosh.
Declassified. We restarted Ned's Declassified. I've been listening to their podcast. If you want a good fun podcast to listen to that's not in the Golden Mojo Entertainment Network of podcasts, when you get done listening to all those podcasts, go onto YouTube and pull up the Ned's Declassified podcast guide and listen to that. It's pretty good.
It is pretty good. I didn't think I'd like it, but it's pretty interesting.
It's the original 3
Yeah.
doing a podcast, so it's kind of fun. Yeah.
Nice.
You sure? Nothing
Yeah,
else?
no.
Nothing else? Short and sweet?
No, I got nothing else.
You and Jared going short and sweet?
I was gonna say, yeah, we didn't even break 15 on this one.
Oh, okay. That's all right. All right. Well, say we're on to the next one.
Sarah, hey, hold on. I gotta thank her at least for Sarah. Thank you for taking time to be on an episode and do so well. But mostly, thank you for allowing Gunnar to do this, to be able to do this. I really appreciate it. I just want to say thank you for your time, but mostly for your sacrifice.
Yeah.
You are seen. Thank you.
Marriage, am I right? No, honestly, I am kind of glad when he does all of this because I get some alone time to do whatever I want, read, watch shows, hang out with my dog. So
You do that all day.
well, yeah, but you gotta have your own hobbies. So
It's true. This is my hobby. Hopefully someday more than a hobby, but
When the checks start rolling in, you'll be thanking us.
it might be 520 episodes from now, but
Persistence is key.
that's right. I do appreciate you letting me do this. Though.
I know.
It's fun. I enjoy doing this, and I wish you would listen more, but that's okay.
yeah, I like silence. I'm weird. Like I work.
I'm not silent.
No. I listen to him talk all day when he gets home. No, but like I've tried to listen to music while I work and everything. I just can't. I can't do it. I like silence. It helps me focus more. So I'm sorry. And I don't drive really anymore because I stay at home. So
That's true. I should probably take your car to work at some point just to get the fluids flowing.
yeah.
Or sorry, thinking about real life things. All right. Well, Sarah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now say it.
What am I saying?
On to the next one.
On to the next one.
All right. So as we approach the end of the episode here, with only a couple more guests coming on, we have a Court of Books and Booze back for episode 52. You guys were on just a couple episodes ago, along with the man who's calling himself Nico Forbanger. we got Nick Martz. It's Amanda's husband. How you guys doing?
Awesome.
Sick as a dog.
Always.
Always.
Like sick or like sick?
Sick, bruh.
There it is. What up?
Sick, bruh. So how's it going, guys? Everything good? How's the pod? How you guys enjoying doing books and booze and covering all these?
Who wants to start?
The laugh and silence.
It's booking and boozing.
It's booking and boozing.
I would say we're doing great. As I was telling Skylar,
Oh God.
as even though the walls were covered in grape jelly, and as much as that was a pain in the ass, the biggest problem was all the bees just swarming the house. But I told Danny DeVito, I loved his presence, but it was uncalled for.
Uncalled guys.
Uncalled guys for.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
I don't think he knows, Amanda. I think he's just gone and lost.
What is going on?
Well, to answer your questions, it's what, March 2nd? I've read 12 books this year. So
good job.
Yeah.
We've got we just did the math the last episode that we recorded. Our backlog is insane right now.
Yeah.
Like talk about like not being able to do anything with current events, even though we do anyway. Like you're gonna hear stuff about New Year's in August.
Yeah, Gunnar, we were wishing you a happy birthday 3 weeks ago.
We just did your birthday episode.
Yeah,
Oh, I know.
My birthday episode just happened. They didn't bake me a cake. It was pretty messed up, but it is what it is. And we didn't even realize it was my birthday episode till we started recording. So it's crazy. Like our backlog's insane. Yeah, but it's been fun. We're
That's
just
cool.
getting through those series really quick, and got a couple more lined up, and we're really excited.
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying listening. Colton, I'm assuming you're listening too.
I am.
Yeah, as Colton is the poster child for Golden Mojo Entertainment
For the Empire. I do as I'm told.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we got the Hunger Games books coming up for you, Colton. So
I'm excited.
Nice.
I'm excited.
Gunnar,
It'll
you
be
should
eventually.
read those.
How are you gonna do them? How are you gonna do them? You gonna do the releases, or are you gonna do like the snakes? The
we're
snakes one
doing
for
release order on
Okay.
the Hunger Games.
Yeah, snakes will be last.
Okay.
Nice.
I've almost finished it.
That's what we're working on right now.
Yep.
Nice.
All right. So since we have 4 of you here, and you all have a question for us, I'm just gonna let you get started. You guys pick who starts first, and we'll just go around.
Go for it.
I will be last.
Oh wow.
All right, I got one specifically for the podcast about movies.
Oh.
So what kids movie completely scared you?
Well,
Kids movie.
It can be a scene from a kids movie, or it can be the entire kids movie.
Well, see, when you were phrasing it earlier, you said what movie scared you as a kid.
Or that.
Would it be any movie that
Oh,
scared
works
them
too.
when
Movie
they
scared you as a
watched
kid.
it as a kid?
Like a
that-
scary movie
that's
or
an
a
easier.
kids movie that scared you?
Okay.
Either way.
That
Yeah.
what
like
movie
A,
scared you as a kid is easier to answer. I feel like.
Yeah.
like a scary movie you saw way too young.
any movie you watched as a kid that scared you.
Yep.
Can
Poltergeist.
I add in?
No.
This is going great.
Unfair. No, I have an email saved in my notes app that has not been sent.
Good one.
Jessica.
I like this.
Yeah, this is dysfunctional family here. Is what it is.
Yes, I thought we loved each other.
You held my cat hostage earlier.
I will eat your cat.
Please do.
I'm actually Skylar. I'm gonna say Poltergeist, and I'm gonna say that's because of that tree scene where the tree comes in through the window. Man,
Ooh, yeah.
that scared the crap out of me as a kid.
That's a good one.
And just even that movie as a whole, I think, was one of those that I wanted to watch so bad, and when I did watch it, the whole time I'm like doing the Colton blanket over the face.
All right, Skywalker. I grew up watching a lot of different movies than most children. Have you ever seen Full Metal Jacket?
I've never seen Full Metal Jacket.
Have
front
you
to back.
seen Have you seen all of the boot camp scenes?
Yep.
The bathroom scene and the boot camp scene?
Yep.
I cannot watch anybody get shot in the head because of that scene. Because I probably watched it when I was like 10 or 8. I can't remember. But every time that there's a visual of somebody getting shot in the head, I don't do well.
Yeah.
Well, here's my quick answer to this, and it's Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Ooh. Oh.
When Doc Brown starts turning into his the cartoon.
The cartoon,
and his
that's a good
eyes, like,
one.
pop out.
Oh yeah.
That's a good one.
I must have been entranced.
During that whole movie.
I'm sorry, I must have been entranced because Jessica Rabbit.
Jessica Rabbit.
So my question is more about your preparation for episodes. So you do a lot of what are you doing? Let me ask my question. So you do a lot of, top 5s, top 3s, all that stuff. What is the episode that you came prepared for the least?
Ooh, the least. Colton can't count them on 2 hands.
I can't tell you how many times I've come up to one and be like, "Yeah, man, didn't go well today," and I'm doing research right here and there. Probably for me would be movie quotes.
That
Yeah,
one would be difficult. Yeah.
You know what? I don't think either one of us had notes for that, because I think we just went in and just kind of went off the cuff.
Yeah, we just did. It's like,
Yeah.
what do we quote the most? Okay, that's what we're talking about. Done.
But like the Pixar theory, I wasn't prepared for any of that because Colton I let Colton take it and do it.
Right,
So I didn't do
Same
anything
thing
for
with the
that one.
Sandler verse for me.
Yeah.
I love the Pixar theory.
Talk about a rabbit hole within a rabbit hole.
I've watched
Yeah.
so many videos about that.
For movie quotes, didn't you, Colton, keep asking your wife, like, honey, what do I say all the time? What do I say to you all the time?
That was exactly my research. Or she would say, I told her the subject, and she's like, are you going to say this one? Are you going to use this one? Because you say this all the time. You
I
say this
am
one all the
now.
time.
Great,
and I was
thanks.
like, yeah, what else do I say? So, I mean, Gunnar and I, we have a lot of pre-production meetings every week. So usually it's the follow through and the carryover of every pre-production meeting that usually leads us to nothing getting done.
I love that.
Yep.
I love that.
It turns into a whole different conversation. What about you, Amanda? What do you do for preparation?
Yeah.
For I read the book.
What else? Do you guys take notes? Do you do anything like that? Do you have like notes written down, or any of you?
I personally don't take like notes and stuff, like write down characters or plot points or anything like that. I know Jess does. She probably does most of the preparation outside of just reading the book, because she kind of takes over with the synopsis and things like that.
Yeah.
So she does a lot of that stuff, but I feel like at the beginning, ideas are just all over the place, like crazy. Like we'd be at the end of the book, then all of a sudden we're at the beginning, and then it's just hitting all over the place just based on what character we're talking about. And now I think that we're doing decently well as starting from the beginning and slowly moving through the book, but none of us really prepare and look at notes and go off of things like that. It's just an open discussion, really. So
Nice.
outside of reading and then
Yeah, it
things
just
like
seems
that,
to flow better that way, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'll take I do a lot of ebooks, so I'll just highlight a lot of passages that I know that I want to touch on, and I'll just remember that I want to touch on them. But
Flip back through the pages when you're done and take notes on them.
We might look
Pretty
through
much.
the book if we can't remember a name or something like
Yeah.
that, but we'll just do a quick reference. But other than that, it's not a lot of
it's pretty just
look down at
open
notes
flow.
and then, okay, let's talk about this, or well, then let's ask this question. It doesn't really flow like that kind of book club, to where it's a
Nice.
question then answer, question answer. It doesn't really go like that. So
Yeah.
Very cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Nice. All right, Jess, what do you got?
If you could pick any movie character to be out in real life, and be your best friend, who would it be?
Can I take two?
I don't care.
Oh my
Your
God.
podcast.
I know right where this is going on.
Yeah.
Bill S. Preston Esquire and Ted Theodore Logan.
Logan.
That's right. I'll take the Wild Stallions.
The Wild Stallions.
I'd hang out
I think I'd take Neo.
Oh, see, me and Colton both taking Keanu Reeves.
Yep.
There you go.
What about you?
Why Neo?
Why not Neo?
Why not?
He's the chosen one.
Yeah, but I just don't feel like he'd be a very good friend. He'd just fly away whenever you piss him off, and
Yeah. Yeah. That's true.
Yeah.
Maybe take me flying with him. Don't know.
Jess, who would you want to be your?
you also have to
God.
answer your own
Oh,
question.
I'm not prepared for that. I have no idea. There's so
No
many
idea?
options. No,
There
I have
are.
no idea. Man, I'm
Any-
like not a. I hate to say it, I'm not like a movie person.
That's fine.
She's
okay.
really not. Yeah.
What about
What about
TV show?
I guess
Anime.
you got TV show?
Anime.
There you go.
But now, see, we're opening up.
That's
we're
a
opening up so
big-
many
Yeah,
options.
that's a big can of worms.
I mean, I could just say Naruto and be good to go. So,
Yeah.
there
Good
we go.
answer.
There we go.
Good
I'll take All Might.
Yeah, yeah. That's
I
another
am here.
one. That looked more like Johnny Bravo.
Oh yeah. Hey there, pretty mama.
They're the same character, really.
They are. They are. All right, Nick. One question, because you're running us short on time.
Already? Okay, I have
A slew, it looks like.
a whole thing.
What is that?
Festival box.
So I have 3 points. The Emperor did not mention Robert Pattinson actually masturbating and masturbating, puking, and pissing himself on the set of The Lighthouse. Would Edward have done that?
Great question. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
I just listened to that episode right before I come here.
Point number 2, bullet 2.
Thank you for listening me in the Emperor's episode. I scratched out something, even though I still haven't sent in my email. Sitting in my notes app, I heart you.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you. And
Love
yes,
it.
you're welcome. I'm glad we finally got to mention you in an
Third
episode.
most of all, Colton, what gives you the right? I'm just kidding. So, gun to your head. You're kidnapped, trapped behind a pane of glass. 1, you can choose to let your wife's eyes. You guys are both married, right?
Yes.
Yes.
You can choose to let your wife's eyes be stabbed out, no additional consequences. And lie about the other option. Option 2. Walk into the room. She's being held in. Sorry, it was another line in the thing. Walk into the room she's being held in. Chop off 2 of her fingers. Your choice. Those are in parentheses. Thanks, Amanda. And eat them in front of her. You can never tell her why you ate them. If you do, you will die. If that's not convincing enough, you'll both die. Whatever.
Why is this the second time I've heard this question in my
Because
life?
He loves to ask this question. Short form. Would
Short
you
form,
rather
please.
gouge your wife's eyes out
Without her knowing who it was,
or eat her 2 of her fingers with her knowing why and you can't tell
as
her
you
why?
cut them off in front of her.
No, you
Right.
cut them off, but she doesn't know why you did
And you can
that,
never
and you
explain
can
it.
never tell her.
You guys were kidnapped.
Okay, we got it. We got it, Nick.
Okay.
Thank you, Nick, for the question.
I'll eat the fingers because I just never tell her
Which
why.
fingers?
So you would just
she's
both,
just gonna...
both middle, so she can't flip me off.
So you
think
would
I
just
take
chop
the
off her
eyes.
fingers and you eat them, and you can never tell Sarah
Wait,
why you
alright.
did that.
Pause Ronies.
Hmm.
Gunner first.
Interesting.
Middle fingers.
Yeah,
You didn't
so
go
she can't flip
pinky?
me.
You didn't go
She can't flip
pinkies?
me. No, she can't flip me off. She likes to
Those
flip me
are-
off.
Those are.
She does like to do that.
It's a lot harder to function without your middle finger.
I'm going pinkies. I'll eat a
So you
man-
pick fingers too?
Dude, I'll eat a man's pinkies like right now on screen. Are you kidding me?
Colton,
You're not
you
kidnapped.
gouging your wife's eyes out, or
I'm
you eating
taking
the
the eyes.
Oh,
I'm
so
taking
She'll
the
never
eyes.
know.
Yep.
Could you live with that, Colton?
Yep.
Okay.
But she asks you, like, she's like,
Accidents happen every day.
she's like, hey, like,
So now there's clauses to the
Like,
to
what-
the answer.
what-
She's gonna start asking questions now.
so like, you ate my fingers. What's up? And you're just like,
I can't tell you. That's all I would say. Can't tell you.
can't tell you.
All right.
Wow.
Nick, thank you for that.
What
question.
a journey we just went on together
I was
as
hoping-
one.
I was hoping more of a. I don't know.
A rebuttal, a
I
feedback?
don't know, Colton. Explain yourself.
What gives you the right?
What gives you the right? What gives you the right to like? You know how many episodes I've listened to?
Hopefully all of them.
Calm
You've
down.
had so much of a.
If he's
Easy
got
there.
a quarrel, let's just air it out.
We don't have that much time.
No,
You've had-
actually,
We got
You
some.
You
we got a
have
little bit.
so much of an opinion.
Nick, so do you.
Well,
That's our
yeah.
podcast,
You
Nick.
guys
Come
are
on.
That's our
so
pod-
similar.
Give it, Nick. Let's hear one. Let's hear one.
Opinion?
No,
What-
one beef that you have with me on an opinion that I have.
Something you've heard him say that you don't agree
Oh,
with.
Colton, I drink. I have no idea.
And Nick, I see you're sporting the tall can tonight. As per
Oh my
usual.
gosh.
As per usual. How many of those have you silly goosed?
Hey, Gunner. I know
Yes.
that Rob and Clayton listen to this. This is my first one.
Oh, good for you. Good,
sorry.
proud of you.
Fingers.
Yeah, I was doing your fingers.
Okay.
All right, quarter books and booze.
Oh no, this is my first one. You were doing the fingers.
I did them just for you. Do you guys have
Doesn't-
any big plans for 2023? Any big plans for the pod? Any big episodes? You gonna have any guests come on? You gonna find some people to join in?
Yeah, Nick's gonna be on episode what is it, 10?
Yeah.
It's the perfect marriage.
He actually read a book.
He did.
We're so proud of him.
Yeah,
for you.
I don't know what episode number technically this will be, but we will be reading the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers book that my mom made for me. I don't know if you can see that on screen.
I'll zoom in on it when I edit. Just for you.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we might actually be reading that Power Ranger book, though.
Can you read that first thing?
Oh, how cute!
Big announcement. Nick.
With love from mommy. Oh,
Okay.
Oh God.
It says
Mama Nick.
what's the top?
Good gosh. We actually
Nicholas?
Nick.
Well, she was gonna.
we're talking about in our off week starting a
A quart of books and booze, milk and cookies edition.
right where we're gonna have our children on and cover
Kids'
children's
books.
books.
Oh,
Just
I
short
like
little,
that.
Yeah.
15-minute episodes. So
That'll be little mini episodes every other week between our regular reading
is-
schedule.
That is awesome. That's
That'll
a great
probably
idea.
Be starting pretty soon here.
Yeah.
I,
Something new, something different. So
I am excited to hear Aspen's ideas. That'll be fun. Hey,
it's
William.
gonna be like talking to
William-
Nick on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a good ass book to start with.
This little critter.
Did I not? I have a picture to show you.
Okay.
I will not.
We'll
I
get
will
into
not
that
show
here
you.
shortly, big guy.
All right, yeah, let's do that. We have one more person to interview tonight, and I just want to thank you guys for taking the time out of your night to sit down with us. And Amanda, thank you. Jess, thank you. Skylar, thank you. Nick, thanks for stopping by for the first time. Thanks for listening.
Yes. Thank you everybody for listening, taking the time out of their days to just hang out with us and enjoy our shenanigans. It sounds like you guys are in a world of shenanigans as it is.
well, and honestly, guys, like a year is huge.
Yeah.
And you guys have done such good things and you're so funny and cause so much havoc all the time. And I love it. And so congrats on a year. It's a huge deal and should not be taken lightly. So
Yeah,
congrats.
happy 1 year,
Yeah.
definitely.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have just one last thing to say. Suck it, Colton.
Now, I'll let you in on a little forefront of this whole thing. Gunnar, we can't cut these up because I have been planting a secret message this entire episode, and that anybody who's on YouTube tells me what the secret message is will get a Call Guys shirt. So that is a quick little plug that Gunner didn't even know about. So
I did not.
go through, watch us on YouTube at the Call Guys Podcast, and if you can put in the comment what the secret message was first, we'll get you hooked up with a shirt. So there it is.
Are you kidding me, Colton?
Yeah.
I could just see Nick sitting there.
He will too.
Dude,
yeah.
I love every conspiracy theory. I'm down with every single one.
He loves all the free shirts.
Yes.
Hillary Clinton, lizard person. Are you kidding me?
All right.
All right.
That's another
What?
podcast.
All right.
What?
Get
Everybody
out of my house, Colton. I will find it out. I will fight Gunner at work for sure.
Okay.
That's what I
we
like
can-
to
we
hear.
can find- All right. Thank you guys. We're on to the next one. All right, everybody. We got our last guest for episode 52, the 1-year episode. It has been a long run. We've got the new James Bond, Conrad, John, CJ, Connor. Once again, it's too many names, man. Too many names I know you by. Yeah, John Connor. Yeah, the John Connors. Whoa. What's up, man? How's it going?
I'm good. I ate popcorn and now I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, he's got popcorn stuck in his teeth. He gets on here. He's like, I got me some popcorn. He's like, man,
It
I got the
sounded like a
lunch
good
money."
idea. It's horrible.
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
No, it's a great idea. Popcorn's always good. Anybody knows me knows I am a popcorn whore.
Hey, I do also enjoy popcorn. Straight at the movie theater. Anything.
Every
and just
time.
all that butter, all that salt. Mm-hmm. That's right. Well, Conrad, it was episode 23 we had you on here. You know, that's been
Jordan.
30 episodes ago. I just feel like it's been flying by. It's good to have you back on here. In that
Always good.
episode, in that episode we talked about you releasing the new album. We talked about what's been going on. We talked about how you met Tuna. We talked about just your career, Indiana, all the stuff, how we know each other. So my first question, obviously, is the new album came out in February, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I listened to it, loved it.
Yeah. It was the last day of January, actually.
Last
Tuna's
day of
birthday.
January. Tuna's birthday. Look at that. That's a good way to remember when it came out.
Was gonna do it on my birthday.
Right on.
But-
Right on. Yeah, it was good. It was good. So good feedback. Good overall.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of good feedback. Honestly, I like it because it's so. Every song doesn't sounds different. Like none of the songs sound the same, and I feel like there's a song for everybody on it. Me and Tuna have made so much. I'm actually going to Tuna's after this, so like we just link and cook is what we do, and this album's been done for a while, but we had to put a lot of final touches on it, and it's been doing really well. A lot of the shit's just surpassed 1,000 on Spotify. Hold up, Papa.
Do you have a big hitter on there right now?
A what?
A big hitter on there right now? Something that's got like
Think
everybody's loving?
Twice. I would say Think Twice, and a lot of people really like No Floaters.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, anybody listen, go check it out. Fully Frosted, like Conrad said, came out end of January.
And the music video.
Yeah, for Think Twice, correct?
That one's doing really well too. That one's got I checked yesterday, it was like 6.5K.
Nice. Taking off. I like it. That's good.
Yeah, that one's doing really well. It's kind of dope. This was a cool story I had about so I got it posted on some blog in Brazil, and one of my friends from Anderson who lives out here, he hit me up and was like, yo, this guy doesn't believe you know me. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, my homie, he just moved here from Brazil and he found your shit and he bumps you like all the time. And he doesn't believe like I went to school with you and all that. And he like sent me a picture, like the blog and stuff. And I was like, damn, so like this shit really do be working.
Yeah, did you posted that, I think, didn't you? Posted that it was
I did. But, like to have like some direct feedback, like somebody it literally, worked on somebody, like that's pretty cool.
Yeah. That is cool. I think I told you about that, Colton, the other night before.
Yeah, I think you did
were
too.
recording. Yeah. Just it's cool to see you getting the respect and people whether they're writing about you or talking about you or even listening to you. The numbers show it, so that's always fun. That's good.
I know. Hold on, let me put my charger on. This shit sucks. Let me try this charger. Stick of it.
Get this man a charger.
No, it's my phone port, bro. I need to get that bitch cleaned out.
Go just find yourself a paper clip and just dig it out of there.
That's probably a good idea if I'm being real.
All the Call Guys listeners out there, send Conrad John a new phone.
It's good, I think. No, I got it. It's actually a good phone. That's the only downside on it is I need to fucking tweak the charger.
Clean it out. So what else has been going on? What else been going on? Anything exciting?
Oh yeah, I'm about to drop a bunch of shit. So I got 2 EPs I'm gonna drop at the before the year's over. The next one that's coming is gonna come around. It's gonna come pretty soon, probably like April. We're shooting for beginning of baseball season, opening day, a little 5-track, more like bars, kind of old school type beats, and that's what I'm going over to work with Tuna with. My buddy Spiro did it, but we're gonna have Tuna mess around with the percussion on it. And yeah, that's the next thing. It's gonna be really cool. Then I got a whole nother 5-track that I'm gonna drop later in the year at my buddy Trav. It's like one of my best. He's from Indiana too. He's from Crawfordsville. He's like one of my best friends out here, and he's a producer. And we got some really cool shit. We've been like linking and cooking the beats together. Like had a lot of hand on the production more than usual. Well, me and Tuna do that too, but not every beats because he makes so many beats. Me and Trav, we've been cooking from like, I've been picking the samples out. He does the drums kind of thing. And it's pretty dope. It's, I don't know what we're going to call that one, but the next one's going to be called Griffey Swing. And I don't know if I told anybody that yet.
No,
and the album cover, we're going to do, I'm going to remake an old baseball card, like King Griffey.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm. So I'm excited for that one. A lot of people have been wanting to hear me on some like, because Stay Solid's another favorite on the album.
Mm-hmm.
That's very like old school on a new school type drum beat, but a lot of people have been wanting some old school stuff. So I'm gonna hit him with some of that. And then this album with Trav is kind of all over the place in the sense it's like we're just having fun with it.
Nice. So a little all over the place. So 2023 is just releasing EPs, releasing singles, and just going for it.
Yeah, I also have a video to 07 Big Poppy that's gonna drop. Damn, the charger fucked up again. Shit really whack.
Oh. So what it was 07 Big Poppy, and then what was 08? 08
08 LeBron.
LeBron, yep, that's right.
Big Poppy is a baseball player.
Yeah.
For those who don't know.
Yeah.
I hope so. I hope people know who that is.
I hope so too, for the sake of the sport, and also for the sake of like, it would be weird if I also called a song 07 Big Poppy and there wasn't a Big Poppy. Like that would just be a weird song name.
That would be.
Who does he think he is?
Who does this man think he is? Well, good. I'm excited for you. I'm excited. Like I said, I'm always excited to hear what you have coming out. Colton, you got any questions for Conrad?
No, man. I mean, man, I just hope you make it, brother. I think you're gonna do. I love your music. I'm not a big rap guy, but I'm a big beat guy, and Tuna is killing it. I just love the vibe to it, and it's just, man.
Yeah, he's got something special. That's for real.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, like I said, that's my boy out here. I'm about to go there like literally when we get off here, and we're gonna mess around with that Griffey swing. Gonna take some batting practice.
Yeah,
I'm telling you,
you're way
man.
too pumped.
Well, he's got reason to be pumped, man. He's getting ready to watch WBC.
Yeah.
Man, but no, it's always good to talk to you guys. I'm always glad to catch up and keep you updated. And the other thing is, me and Tuna have a whole other album that's already ready to go too. So that will probably be 20. I have too much shit lined up, honestly, but I try to give little pieces here and there.
Yeah.
But I like to, I'll wait. I'll record a song and I might even wait 2 to 3 years to drop it. And that's okay with me because I have so much other music. And then sometimes I'll drop a song like with that whole what did I call that shit?
Atomic Sundays.
Yeah, I forgot the name. Yeah, Atomic Sundays. I did a lot of those songs, that week.
Yeah.
That was probably the fastest turnover rate I've ever had because I usually sit on songs for a while and I'll just be like, I'll wait to drop them. But that's the way that I like to make music. I feel like that's the way a lot of rappers do too. Like they always have like 600 songs or some shit. I probably say I have about 60, 70 that I could drop.
Nice.
But I like to give people here and there shit. So it's always just I like to honestly trip and listen to my own music like by myself, and then I can really decipher what goes where, I feel like. And I feel like that really helps me prioritize a lot, like songs that like, oh, this needs to go here, this needs to go there. So I have like an album called Con Rage that's all like that hyper trap kind of beats that are really popular now. And then I have an album called Smooth Rad that's like a very psychedelic Mac Miller kind of feel. And me and Tuna have another album. I don't know what we're gonna call it, but I have all three of those, and those are all 10 plus tracks.
Nice.
And then a bunch of loosey goosies.
Yeah. There you have to do like Friday drops or something.
I'm gonna have to do that again because some of these are really fire. I have this one track that's I don't know what I'm gonna call it actually, but it's a very like kind of I just want to rock kind of beat like that. Just the kick right in your face, but a little more vibey. But it's a lot of people have liked that when I showed them that one.
Nice. Well, hey, I will say that we released our episode 51 last Monday, and it was our top moments from our first year of doing the podcast.
Okay.
And you did make those moments on the podcast, just so you know.
Yes.
I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so it was it's been an exciting year for us, and I do have to ask if you have a question for us before we get out of here.
All right. If you could go back to any decade, what decade would you go back to?
I think I've been posed this question before, but I would go back to the 80s just because I'm a big Celtics fan, and I would want to go back and be in Boston.
And Bears too.
Yeah, in the Bears, I'd have some glory years there. And
that would be pretty cool.
I would want to go to Boston and be a season ticket holder for those Celtics Lakers series. That'd been awesome.
Dude, I'd be no matter what, if you still have the knowledge you do now, if you go back, you could be so rich.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's so true.
I say, do you pull the Back to the Future and you take a sports almanac with you, or
You totally would do that.
Yeah, for sure.
What about you, Gunn?
Man, I don't know. It like part of me thinks like the 20s, but I don't know why anybody would want to go to the 20s.
Yeah, I don't know why either. You know how it ended?
Yeah, I know how it ended, so I'm gonna say no to that. Yeah, there you go. Good baseball.
Well, I mean, the Roaring 20s, people was doing good too.
Yeah,
you could meet some bank robbers.
Well, yeah, you're trying to sell it for me at this point, but I would say 70s or 80s. I think the music of the time, the hair metal, all that good stuff. I enjoy that now. Why wouldn't I enjoy it back then? So do that. See if I could maybe.
I think the 70s would definitely be fun.
Yeah, for sure.
The 70s, or even like if I could like relive the 90s, not as a kid. Like the 90s was a great music era too.
So yeah, I don't think we remember much of the 90s. Colton, you remember much of the 90s?
I remember the late 90s.
The movies in the 90s are the best, bro. It's like the best movie.
Oh yeah, we had an episode on that too.
Yep.
Top movies of the 90s. Yeah, it's a good question. So what did you kind of said the 90s, but is there a particular certain decade?
90s or the 70s. Even the 60s would be cool, but
yeah,
I don't know. I don't want to go back to racist times though. That's my one thing.
That's true.
So, like that's one of those I'd damn near say the 90s. Like there's at least more progression on that.
True.
I want to go back to the 2010s and relive that.
Jesus times. Going back to see the Lord.
Yeah.
I'm going back to the Game of Thrones era when they were dragons.
For those of you Oh
I'm
no.
going home.
Conrad is
Fuck
just
that.
now watching Game of Thrones for the first time, and he's super pumped. Pumped for you. Maybe I'll start watching it.
It's cool. You got to get over a little bit of incest, but
A little
they're
bit.
not incest in real life.
A lot. Yeah. All right. Well, hey, we appreciate you coming on for episode 23 and doing that with us. We appreciate you stopping by for this episode and just shooting the shit for a little bit. And
Always good to talk and eat popcorn.
yeah, hey, nothing wrong with
The
that.
butter's hitting at the bottom. This shit getting good.
Throw a little salt on there, man. Throw a little salt on there. Yeah, no,
I spill
seriously.
more that's the worst thing. I spill more popcorn than anybody. Thank God I got a dog. Rocky.
No,
Rocky,
you
you
haven't,
want popcorn?
you haven't met my
Come here.
wife.
Come here, watch it. Come on, Rocky. You want some popcorn?
Like,
Dogs.
yes, dogs.
Vacuum. Same thing.
Yeah, exactly. They are. You drop anything on the floor and it's gonna disappear.
The best thing ever. All right, well, I'll talk to y'all fuckers later. Good to,
Yeah, man.
good to catch up. Go
Yep.
Birds.
Go
Oh, yeah,
Birds.
man. That's right.
We got
That's
y'all
right.
next year. Just wait on it.
Hey, I'm ready for a rematch. So let's do it.
I've seen some people predicting that on a couple of polls.
I could see it. Could happen.
All right.
All right.
Later, fuckers.
Yeah, we'll catch you later.
Later. Dude, that was awesome. I can't believe we made it through all those interviews, man. That was awesome.
Yeah, you gotta think, man. It was 14 people. We had Jake, Nick, the Emperor, Sid and Luke, Logan, Tony, Jared, Arian, Samantha, Chris, Rob, Sarah, Skylar, Jess, Nick, and Amanda, Conrad, John.
Jeez.
That is a list. And I appreciate all of you that decided to, come on and join us and chit chat and talk. And that was a blast.
Yes,
An
thank you.
Absolute blast of a time. I really don't know what else to say, man. That was fun. We've done this over 3 different nights of recording. So it's whether it was, an hour and a half one night or 2 hours one night and then, 4 hours the next. We've spent a lot of time sitting here and just talking with people, and it's been nothing but fun. So
Yeah, man, I'm excited as like everybody else, I'm excited for 52. I'm excited for the next 52, man.
yeah. I think in hindsight we'll find ways to do it better and easier as we go. But this was an experience that we needed to learn and do, and both of us, all these nights of recording, going to bed at like 11:30 at night, just completely beat, but well worth it. And once again, I just want to thank everybody that's been on and taking the time to do this.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Super enjoyable. Colton, do you have anything you want to add on this whole episode? Anything you want to say to the listeners, the viewers, the people that were on?
Nah, just thank you to everybody who was on. Really appreciate your time. I think I pretty much told that to everybody. Just thank you so much. Your time is the most valuable thing we get to have, and for you to choose to spend some of that time with us, it's a great honor. So I just want to say thank you to that. And what would a Call Guys episode be without? And I love you, brother.
Yep, that's right. Love you too, brother. This, like you said, this has been fun. And not even just to the people that were on, to the listeners out there listening that are taking the time to listen. So you're just as important as the people that were on here, and we thank you all for your time and everything like that. So, yes, episode 52, the first year is now over and complete. We can cross out the list and we can dive into our list for year 2 of the Call Guys podcast, which is going to consist of a lot of fun, crazy, oddball things that we're just going to try and see if it works. And if it works, maybe we'll do it again. Who knows? So I'm excited.
Also, I talked about it in the books.
Quarter Books and Booze.
The Quarter Books and Booze. I put a secret message in there. First one to get into the comments on YouTube and tell me what the comment is. Gets some free merch. So race over there, watch this on YouTube, and let me know what you think. If you can get it, I hope I did it right. I think I did it right. So
Yeah,
I'm
as we
excited to
sit
see if
here,
it works out.
as we sit here between interviews, Colton's like trying to figure out if he did everything right. I think he
Yeah.
did.
Yeah,
I
and
think
like
he
I
did.
said, Gunner doesn't know about it.
I
so.
don't. So I'm excited to go back and watch myself to see if I realize what it is. So yeah. So yeah, Colton, good job. Love you, man. Thanks for doing this with me. Thanks for spending a couple nights of long nights with me doing this. And yeah, it's been good. So I'm gonna let you ask me the age-old question.
Gunner, I love you, brother.
Love you too, brother.
You got my plugs.
I do. And here they are. Everybody, thank you for listening to the Call Guys podcast. You can find us wherever you get your podcasts, whether it be Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, wherever you get your podcasts. The last 52 weeks we've been doing this, and I think you all understand what I'm saying by now, and I think I understand what I'm saying by now, at least. So I do appreciate everybody that listens. You can also watch us on YouTube if you want to search for us on there, the Call Guys podcast. You can watch us on there, like, subscribe, click that bell, get notifications for when we upload on Mondays, along with your favorite podcast sites. And then you can also check us out on all your favorite social media sites, whether that be Facebook at facebook.com/thecallguyspod, Instagram at thecallguys, and TikTok at thecallguyspodcast. Yeah, you can go check us out on all those favorite social media sites. And then when you are done, oh, wait, you can't forget, if you have any recommendations for the question of the podcast, future episodes, anything you want to hear in the second year 2 of the Call Guys podcast, you can send us an email. That's right, the Call Guys podcast at gmail.com. Send us an email. Let us know what you think of the pod. Let us know what your lists are. Let us know what you want to hear. We're excited to see what people want to hear in year 2, along with what we want to talk about. So it's going to be a good year. It's going to be an exciting year. And then when you are done listening to the Call Guys podcast, you can always go check out all the other podcasts on the Golden Mojo Entertainment Network of podcasts, whether that be the Call Guys. Oh, wait, that's us. The Court of Books and Booze, Golden Image Podcast, the United States of Paranormal, Murdnerds, and the podcast that is on hiatus until next season, the Indiana Chiefs Fans Podcast. You can catch us when we come back for next season with the Kansas City Chiefs. But all the other podcasts, whether they're bi-weekly or weekly, go check them out. They're all doing a really good job. Team Tejas, Team Boozers, the girls from Murdnerds, and all of Court of Books and Booze. You're all doing such a great job. Plus those guys over at Golden Image Podcast, you know. Yes, go check out all those podcasts. You can find them wherever you get your podcasts. All of their information's in our podcast notes. So please go check them out. And come back. Episode 53 coming at you next week. Start of year 2. Me and Colton hopefully talking about Ant-Man.
Hopefully.
As we record this weeks in advance, I don't know if we'll see it by then, but I'm hoping we do, and I'm hoping that's our first episode of the year. So we'll see. So yeah, Colton.
Yeah, man.
Anything else?
Love you, brother.
Love you too, man. Everybody out there in podcast land, we'll see you next time.
Later.
Later.